Kingdom is a Japanese seinen manga series written and illustrated by Yusuhi Sahara. Now this story takes place during the Warring States period of ancient China, and it centers on a journey between an unknown boy, Shin, and a young king, Ise, as they try to change the kingdom's course of history, where it will lead to their destiny being marked by violence and pain. Now the series started in 2006 and is still ongoing to this day. And in case you're wondering, we're currently on chapter 795. And with chapters coming out on a weekly basis, it's a nice pace for the story to progress. Now in this video, we're going to go from chapter 1 to 795 and cover all the critical details. Think of this as like a Cliff Notes video for the manga itself. Or if you've already read the manga, it's a nice refresher. I myself have gone back numerous times just to remind myself of what happened in certain battles. But with all that said, guys, let's get into the meat of the story itself and begin the epic and exciting tale that is Kingdom.
It was the Great Age of War lasting 500 years, the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It is the year 245 BCE, in a kingdom in western China, Qin. Two war orphans, Shin and Piao, practice their swordsmanship. One day, a man in a carriage takes notice of their battle. They are both adamant they'll reclaim everything they've lost and become the most powerful great generals under the heavens. Lord Changwen then buys Piao's freedom, and he will thusly work at the royal palace. Despite his apprehension, Piao decides to go. A month goes by, and the second in line for the throne is attempting to usurp power. Piao, henceforth, may be in trouble. That night, Piao comes back to Shin, missing his right arm. He hands Shin a map of Hebei village, telling him to go right away. "Take me with you across the world," says Piao as he passes away. Shin punches the wall in rage, claiming he'll avenge his friend. Despite the tumult, Shin decides he needs to head to Hebei village, a village notorious for outlaws. Shin confronts three outlaws, yet takes them down with ease. One of the outlaws tells a messenger owl to pass the message that the boy is coming. An assassin arrives in Shin's village, questioning the village chief's son about what happened. Shin then arrives in the outlaws' encampment, ravaging his way through with ease. We then see a memory of when Shin first met Piao. Piao taught him the way of the sword, and encouraged Shin that they become generals one day. In the now, Shin defeats the various bandits, eventually reaching a shack with Piao inside. Piao? No, I'm Zhang. The assassin then enters the village. He's after the king of Qin, Ying Zhang. He is the one who killed Piao, fooled by their similar appearance. Zhang used Piao as a body double so he could escape alive. Shin battles with the assassin, but gets knocked down. Enraged by Piao's death, Shin attacks again with greater ferocity, cutting through the assassin's sword and into his body. The man pleads for his life, yet Zhang slices off his head. The younger brother, Cheng Jiao, wonders if his brother is dead. Just then, a large force of soldiers head their way, meaning all of the army has joined Zhang's brother. Despite the odds, Shin plans on fighting his way out. Just then, a boy in a bird costume, Diao, offers his assistance in helping them escape, since he knows the king is loaded with cash. They make their way through an underground cave. Diao wonders why Zhang didn't quash the rebellion beforehand, but he claims he lacked the power to do so. Due to his grandfather and father dying at an early age, Zhang assumed the throne at the age of 13. However, Lu Shi, the right chancellor, assumed greater power for himself. The left chancellor, Ji Shi, opposed him, creating a rift in the royal palace. The younger brother aligned with Ji Shi. Cheng Jiao speaks with Ji Shi, claiming that Zhang's mother was a dancer girl, making his seat on the throne disgraceful. With Lu Shi leading a campaign in Wei, Cheng Jiao wants to assume control of the kingdom, leaving Ji Shi in charge of ruling the state. Cheng Wen-jun, the one man deeply loyal to Zhang, devised a plan to use Piao as a double and have the king escape to Hebei village. Shin is enraged by this news, yet Zhang informs him that Piao knew the risk going into this venture. Zhang thusly gives him a choice: return to his village as a servant, or follow a powerless king in pursuit of his dream of becoming a general. Shin questions Zhang about how they'll get back to the palace. Zhang says their only chance is meeting up with Cheng Wen. The soldiers search for Cheng in the caves. The Cheng party takes a break, but then Shin passes out from the exhaustion. Chen carries Shin throughout the forest. Ji Shi is furious that the king is still alive, yet General Wang Yi bears good news, claiming that he killed Cheng Wen-jun. Though General Wang Yi is a dangerous man, Ji Shi enlisted him in return for providing Cheng Wen-jun's land to him. Muda, an assassin after Cheng, kills a tiger with a blow dart as he continues his chase to kill the king. Shin wakes up, finding out what the king did for him. They then arrive at a summer retreat house from the king of Qin from 400 years ago. The place is empty, so Diao cooks a feast. Zhang claims that Duke Mu from 400 years ago was a loving and wise king. He formed an alliance with the mountain people during his reign. After his death, the alliance was cut off from the Qin side. The mountain dwellers, however, preserved this summer getaway in the king's honor. Muda then sneaks up on Diao, looking for the kill. Xin intervenes to save Diao. The army then follows a trail left by Muda that leads to the summer house. Muda and Xin prepare for battle. Muda talks about the power of the blowgun. Muda launches his attack, with battle axe in hand. Muda continues his barrage, with Zhang and Diao watching on. With Zhang's help, Xin gains the confidence to wound Muda. General Wang Yi brings the head of Chang Wen to the advisor, Shishi. Shishi then wonders what Yang Yi desires. A world of seething blood and dancing flesh. The soldiers chasing the king are attacked. Xin repels Muda's killer intent. He then lands a critical blow on his adversary. Chang Wen arrives, killing Muda with extreme rage. Xin expresses rage for his dead friend, yet Chang Wen ignores this and expresses relief in knowing that Zhang is alive. Zhang wonders why their plan failed. General Wang Yi interfered. He didn't seem interested in taking sides, but rather finding a fight to get his blood boiling. Both sides prepared an ambush. Chang Wen was hit by Wang Yi's attack, causing him to fall off of his horse, and sending him far away from the battle. Eikyuu recounts the rest of the story to Xin. With Chang Wen gone, Piao rallied the troops, boasting their confidence. Despite Piao's bravery, he didn't make it out alive, as we already know. Xin then talks to Zhang on a first-name basis, causing his retainers to excoriate him. Xin then asks Zhang how he can become a general. Because he's a servant, he cannot set foot on the battlefield. But if Zhang gets back to the palace, Xin can attain land, wealth, and work his way up to becoming a general. Muda is still alive, barely hanging on. He gives Diao some darts, telling him to run away since the king has no allies. Eikyuu explains to Xin that Lu has an army of 200,000 soldiers, attacking northwest of Wei. Diao then conveys a message from Muda that Lu won't come back until Zhang is dead. Lu Shi knows of Jishi's rebellion, and is waiting for an opportunity for him to attack Chang Jiao and take the throne for himself. He would do this by calling out their injustice by eliminating a sitting king and taking the throne for himself. In anticipation of civil war between Lu Shi and Ji Shi, Zhang wants to return to the throne and establish normalcy. Zhang instructs him that the mountain people could be useful in reclaiming the throne. They then make their way to the mountain king, as many soldiers experience extreme fatigue. Eikyuu tells Xin a story of when Duke Mu aided the people of Jin with their famine. The next year, when Xin suffered a famine of their own, Jin invaded them. When the Jin army surrounded the king, 300 mountain dwellers were unleashed, as they fought in a savage fashion. There's no guarantee, however, that the mountain people will provide support, as they watch the Zhang party from a distance. Everyone is struggling due to the steep incline. Just then, they're surrounded by the mountain people. Only Zhang will be allowed to speak with the mountain king. All the others must descend down the mountain, otherwise they'll be killed. Xin furiously attacks one of the mountain men. Zhang halts the attack, saying he will comply with their demands. After they leave, Chang Wen attacks Xin. Chang Wen determines that Xin is more capable of protecting the king than himself, and urges him to go after Zhang. Chang Wen then apologizes for what happened to Piao. Eikyuu is instructed by Lord Chang Wen to follow Xin and Diao. They set up camp, thinking of a way to get in the village, as the mountain dwellers surround them. Wang Yi declines an offer from Ji Shi to defend the Hangyou Pass. He then wonders how Zhang will surpass Zhao, a man named the God of War. The Xin party is captured and taken to the kingdom of the mountain people, and they're henceforth locked up. Eikyuu says that 526 years ago, the Zhao dynasty was defeated by the Marquess of Shen's rebellion, the main force consisting of Guanrong, the mountain warriors. The mountain people then attack the Xin party, but they are saved by one of the mountain dwellers from earlier. Tajip protects them in lieu of the king's orders, yet they will be judged tomorrow along with Zhang. Zhang is then brought before the mountain king. The mountain king knows Zhang is powerless and wants to judge him. 400 years ago, when Duke Mu died, the mountain people were cast out and brutalized by the people of Qin. Zhang apologizes, but states that cutting off his head will solve no problems. The king needs to demonstrate the pain they felt by cutting off the heads of his 3 comrades. Zhang is able to halt the beheading by talking about an abolishment of all country borders to bring peace to the region. The Mountain King seems skeptical, but Zhang proclaims that he will be the first king to unite all of China with the help of the mountain people. In a flashback, Lord Duanhe declined a request to invade Xin in preference of expanding the world. Xin insults the mountain people and escapes from his restraints to knock one of them down. Xin then argues on behalf of the king in his own way, albeit very crudely. The Mountain King is then revealed to be a girl, and she announces her new alliance with Zhang. The armies then depart. Meanwhile, Shin struggles to ride his horse. Subjects loyal to Zhang are executed by Cheng Jiao. A flashback shows that Cheng Jiao didn't know he had a brother. When they first met, they glanced at each other with a menacing glare. The princess had her throne stolen by the dancer girl, who is Zhang's mother. Seething with rage, Cheng Jiao kills 2 women. Shin finally controls his horse. He remarks that the first person to ride horses into battle was Zhao's King Wuli. In the past, Piao informed Shin that only nobles and the warrior class could ride horses. Cheng Jiao now wants to execute Cheng Wen's family, but since Wang Li owns the territory, he refuses to hand anyone over. Shishi and Jishi have been promised to reign over the state, provided they bring Zhang's head to his brother. Despite having Zhang on the run, they raise their concerns about Lu Shi, who is also known as Lu Buwei. The Zhang party reunites with Cheng Wen, who managed to gather more soldiers. The strategy meeting commences. Cheng Wen informs the others that there's 80,000 soldiers in Xianyang. But they're not after the king. Rather, they are focused on Lu Shi. With 3,000 soldiers at his disposal, Zhang instructs his men to make masks. They then embark for Xianyang. They arrive at the royal capital in Qin. Jishi scolds Shishi for only amassing 80,000 soldiers. But without the royal seal, that's all they could muster. Jishi orders another 100,000 soldiers for the extermination. Zhang reveals that they will wear the mask and become temporary allies with Jishi's army. The state of Qin opens up the gate and welcomes the mountain people. The group notices police officers inside, silencing the people. Shishi has his reservations about the new alliance, sensing something's amiss. It's time to end this, Shin. Only the king and 50 people will be permitted to enter the palace. An advisor questions Jishi about the alliance, but Jishi is adamant they need the mountain people in order to conquer Lu Shi. Shin scolds Diao for tagging along, but she wants to rack up achievements and get rich. Once they reach the Crimson Gate, they'll be instructed to remove their weapons. But that is where the battle will begin. They are then told to surrender their weapons, yet Zhang begins the battle by drawing first blood. They kill the soldiers and look to climb the tall castle walls. Shin is the only one who makes it to the top, surprising Jishi. Guards are sent after Shin, but he cuts them down. He then opens the gate for his comrades. They then target Jishi's carriage, but Shishi arrives with a large number of reinforcements. Shishi demands that King Ying Zhang show himself. Zhang then uses himself as bait. Meanwhile, Wang Yi takes pleasure in the proceedings. Tajif breaks a wall. Shin and a small force enter in as Zhang and the main force face Shishi. Wang Ji's unit is known for their crossbows, as Yang Duanhe seems unconcerned. The archers prepare their volley as the mountain people rush in. Shin's unit is then confronted by Zuosi, who is Shishi's right hand and Jishi's manslayer chief. Zuosi has assassinated many of Lu Shi's men over the years. Both Shin and Zhang's men engage in battle. The battle intensifies when one of the mountain men is cut in half. Zuosi cuts another one in half. Next, Lord Duanhe senses that the real battle has just begun. Shin manages to cut Zuosi, surprising everyone. Heki begins to believe that Shin can become a great general as he comes to the boy's aid. Unfortunately, Heki is cut down. Wei Jing then confronts the king for a 1v1 battle. Shin snaps, attacking with extreme fury. Zuosi demonstrates his superiority over Shin. Diao tells Heki that everything will be okay, since they have Shin. Shin then unlocks more rage, knocking Zuosi onto his back. "I'll teach you who's the strongest under the heavens." Cheng Wen interferes before Wei Jing ended Zhang's life. Tang is second in command for Wang Yi's army. Wang Yi then tells him to check in on the Yulong corridor, where Shin is currently fighting. Shin and Zuosi go in for their final thrust, with Shin coming out victorious. Jishi returns to Cheng Jiao, telling him about Zhang and the mountain people. Despite this, Cheng Jiao remains confident that the throne will remain his. Shin's unit only lost 2 men as they make their way to the king. Zhang encourages the men to fight on. "If you endure, it will be our victory." Shin helps out an injured mountain warrior from falling behind. Despite this, he dies in his arms. Shin and the mountain warriors enter the throne room, shocking all of the royal advisors. Cheng Jiao condemns them to death, yet Shin calls him a false king. Lan Kai, a monstrous being, then rips up one of the warriors. Shin is knocked unconscious, as the others try to hold him off. Bajio decides to take on the monster by himself. The rest of Zhang's troops, waiting outside, get worried. But the mountain elders say that the mountain king, a woman who unified the mountain tribes in only a few years, will make sure that everything is fine. Only one man was able to break her mask, and it was none other than Bajio. As a kid, Bajio feasted on the innards of other warriors. Though he's tamed now, there's still a beast that lurks deep within him. After wounding Lan Kai, the monstrous beast begins to retreat. Zhang then speaks to Shin when he's unconscious, stimulating him awake. Lan Kai looks tired, but Chang Jiao threatens him into action. Lan Kai is a rare species of ape, and Chang Jiao trained him since he was a child. Chang Jiao states that humans are naturally evil, and that the royal family stands above them all. Shin states that nobody would put their life on the line for Chang Jiao, and that they are all disgusting. Chang Wen fights Wang Ji. Lan Kai's rampage continues, with Shin entering the fray. He breaks some ribs in the process though. Although his sword won't cut through, Heki explains that everything depends on the person who is wielding the sword. Shin needs someone to hold Lan Kai down for his plan to work. Tajif clenches onto Lan Kai's leg, allowing Shin to jump into the air and pierce into the back of Lan Kai. Exhausted from the battle, Lan Kai bows down in defeat, as Shin announces that this is the end. Chancellor Ji Shi and the nobles see their dreams of ruling the kingdom evaporating. They try to escape, but Tang halts their progress. Under the orders of Wang Yi, Diao shoots a blow dart at Ji Shi as the mountain warriors cut him down. His head lies on the floor as Diao is stabbed by one of the nobles. Cheng Jiao escapes as Bajio takes Ji Shi's head. Cheng Jiao runs into the main battleground, surprising Shishi. Lord Duanhe makes her move as Wang Yi enters the battleground. Wei Jing questions Wang Yi about the fake head of Chang Wen. Without a word, Wei Yi slices Wei Jing in half. Heki then discovers that Diao is wearing chainmail, protecting her from death. Wang Yi approaches Zhang, asking what kind of king he'll be. The one and only king of China. The only king to speak these words before Zhang was the god of war, Zhao. As it so happens, Zhao was Wang Yi's beloved master. However, Zhang will not serve as his metaphorical perch, as it were. Therefore, if he wishes to fight with Zhang, he must accept Zhao's death. Then, and only then, he will be able to fly across China as a demon bird once more. In the past, Zhao told Wang Yi if he had 20 more years, he could have taken all of China. Though Zhang's eyes are different from his grandfather's, Wang Yi loves his conviction in achieving his path to China. Zhang is the 31st king of Qin, and with this, Wang Yi withdraws from the battlefield. Shin returns to Zhang as Chang Jiao is surrounded on all sides. The soldiers are horrified to see Ji Shi's severed head. Zhang then blocks Chang Jiao's attack, telling him he's not fit to be king. In rage, Chang Jiao attacks, but Zhang cuts into his arm. Zhang then teaches Chang Jiao about the people's pain via beating him down with his fist. Zhang instructs everyone under Chang Jiao to surrender, as Shin claims it to be their victory. Heki attempts to tell Shin that Diao is a girl, as Zhang walks in. Soldiers under Zhang wonder why they're sparing everyone's life, but Chang Wen states that their true enemy is Lu Shi, so they need all the men that they can muster. The Mountain King decides to adopt Diao as one of their own. Shin declines an offer to become a guard in the royal palace, opting for a life as a warrior so he can rack up achievements and become a general. When Zhang reaches 20, he'll seize power from Lu Shi. Until then, Shin has to rise up to his level. Lu Shi hears of the news as the mountain warriors depart. Shin is excited to live in his new house, as Diao decides to live with him instead of the mountain people. There are 7 states with 7 kings in China, all fighting for supremacy. 3 months later, Shin is doing odd jobs for money. Diao is finding life a bit dry at the moment, compared to their time with Zhang. Shin's body is finally fully healed, as Diao states that the neighboring state of Wei has begun their invasion. A border dispute has caused both sides to raise up armies of over 150,000 soldiers. Some men from Shin's village talk about Piao's funeral. Chang Wen states that Wei's chariots are the top in China. The soldiers then perform an exercise of forming Wu units, a 5-man team as it were. Shin has trouble forming a group of 5, so he ends up with some other leftovers that no one wanted. They all introduce themselves, with the little one identifying as Qian Lei. Their unit is then absorbed into Shin's 4th army. Shin finds out there's 6 armies in total. The 4th army is going to Wan Castle, who houses a lord that loves the harshest of battlefields, the Star-Eyed Black Dragon. Just then, we see the Star-Eyed Black Dragon's head in someone else's hand. A red messenger reveals the travesty that occurred at Wan Castle. The perpetrator is Wu Qing, who served as a retainer for one of the 4 Juns, and a Jun is someone who possesses the power rivaling that of a king. Their new location is Yashui. Shin threatens a man who attempts to steal his sword. A 1,000-man commander unit comes through, with Shin stepping out in front of it. Yo B, it's been a while. Heki tells Shin that Zhang is acting as though the rebellion never happened, since he needs as many soldiers as possible for the battle with Lu Shi. Heki warns Shin about the Rongguiyang defenses, making their mission more difficult than before. General Wu Qing will prevent the Shin warriors from invading Wei. Wu Qing begins his attack, with the 4th Army heading towards Shigan Plain. After hearing the orders, Heki wonders what kind of general Biao Gong is. 5 days after travel, they reach Shigan Plains, with Shin seeing his first ever war battle. In a flashback, we see Diao doing whatever it takes to survive, as her grandfather passes away when she was only 5 years old. Shortly afterwards, she saw Shin fighting for the first time, but she wasn't scared by his power. At Shigan Plains, Heki informs them that Wei launched an offensive attack to catch them off guard. Capturing the hill is paramount to their success. Heki concludes his inspirational speech as everyone is ready for battle. After the experience he's been through, Heki aims to become a great general one day. Shin's unit ends up with Baku Koshin as a commander, who loves suicidal charges. Wei General Kyo Gen wonders if the Shin army is fools for not waiting for reinforcements. Though Taku's squads are always the weakest, no one has ever died under his watch. The troops are commanded to charge with everyone rushing in. Wei assumes the rock formation. Shin rushes out ahead and jumps over the various spears and runs into the middle of the action. Chang Wen then updates Zhang about the machinations on the battlefield. The battle is a bloodbath, with men falling left and right. Shin continues his onslaught, but notices that he's losing his breath, and that his body feels heavy. Shin then targets the captain of a chariot, slicing him down. Kyu Gen of Wei then launches a chariot unit that comes stampeding through. Foot soldiers continue to get trampled. General Du Q orders the cavalry units to hold their current positions, as everyone's surprised by this. Kyou Kai then announces they'll make a rampart, i.e. defensive wall, out of corpses. They then hide behind the rampart, which protects them from the chariot attacks. The chariots circle back around as Shin begins his counterstrike. After destroying the chariot and the men inside, Shin takes the horse for himself. Commander Heki wonders why the order hasn't come down to deploy the cavalry unit. Yet Baku Koshin scolds him. Shin struggles with the chariots, but then Kyo Kai gives him some useful advice. With this knowledge, Shin is able to lodge his spear into a chariot wheel and kill the men inside. Shin begins rallying the Qin soldiers, as they remark that he sounds like Heki. Despite their success, the main chariot units of Wei plow through the 2nd and 1st Army infantry. Shin's efforts are a mere pebble in the grand scheme of things, as Kyu Gen of Wei instructs his soldiers to bring him Du Q's head. Du Q then orders the 4th Army Cavalry to go in. Baku Koshin commends his infantry units for surviving, but he's now ordering them to break through the enemy's sentry infantry formation to slay Kyu Gen. Du Q orders the 1st and 2nd Cavalry to charge in. Heki then provides assistance to Baku Koshin's unit. Bi Hei then gets surrounded by the Wei soldiers, but Kyou Kai slices them all in half. Shin then remarks that Kyu is keeping a lot of secret abilities hidden from the rest of the group. Baku Koshin is leading his soldiers to certain doom. With only 46 units left, Baku Koshin says there's only high-ranking officials on top of the hill, and that if they succeed, their reward will be 10 times higher than normal. Baku then instructs Shin to leave his squad and join the vanguard. A dust storm moves in as they begin their advance. Baku Koshin's forces then break into the Wei midpoint guard. Hearing of the attack, Kyugen then calls upon Ko-Rijin to deal with them. Shin is not happy when he finds out that Baku Koshin wants to use the infantry as a distraction. Archers send a volley of arrows as Ko-Rijin hits Baku Koshin. Ko-Rijin sends another arrow at Koshin, yet Shin manages to block it with his sword. Shin blocks another arrow, so this time, Ko-Rijin aims for the head of his horse. Despite this, the horse pushes forward as Shin cuts through Ko-Rijin. Baku Koshin then reaches Kyu Gen, insulting his intelligence. Shin thanks the horse for all its efforts. Kyu Gen calls all of their efforts a matter of luck, as he pierces through Koshin's chest. Wei General Kyu Gen, I shall have your head! Cho-Kei is instructed to cut down the Wei flags. Kyo Kai kills many men, but he loses his breath in the process. Baku Koshin's unit captures the hill, but they need to leave before the reinforcements arrive. Shin refuses, saying he's going to stay and fight. However, Baku Koshin orders the troops to descend down the hill. However, Go-Kei repositioned his armies, to the surprise of Shin and the others. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th armies of Qin are then instructed to ascend up the hill. Heki then notices that General Oki has appeared for unknown reasons. Shin then takes notice of the great general of Wei, Go-Kei. Kyu Gen then states that they'll all be slaughtered. Oki wants to head to the top of the hill where Shin is, and with that, the monstrous bird of Qin is on the move. Heki remarks that they look like an army of demon gods. Shin is directed to take Kyu Gen's head back to the headquarters. What's this? You're leaving already? Even though things were finally getting interesting? Qin's 4th army captures the hill, surpassing the Wei forces. Shin is paralyzed with fear, looking up at Oki. Despite Chang Wen's words of praise, Oki is rather disappointed looking at Shin, claiming he's weak. Shin provokes him into battle, yet Oki demonstrates his clear superiority. Heki begs for Oki to take command of their forces and lead the charge against Wei. Oki refuses. Gokei deploys the ninefold spear wall. Oki states that Gokei is a great threat. He then claims that there's two types of generals, those who fight with strategy and those who fight with instinct. Oki asks Shin if he wants to make a bet on who will win the upcoming battle. Kyou then leads a force of 5,000 soldiers that are heading straight for the Wei army. Oki states that the opposing generals face war in drastically different ways. Kyou charges through the Wei soldiers, surprising Shin and Gokei. Oki states that Kyou would give him a run for his money. Heki calls upon his units to assist Kyou in the charge. Oki states that Kyou ordered all the sacrifices up until now. Everything that has happened until now is the result of two men. That is what is known as a general. Shin then borrows one of Oki's horses and descends down the hill. Kyou then continues blowing by all his adversaries. Kyou is a terrifying monster that draws upon the strength of his trailing soldiers. Gokei, however, plans on grinding them down by targeting the troops at the rear. Heki's cavalry unit enters in as Shin slices off the head of an enemy commander. Shin then joins Heki's group. Kyou's forces have been cut in half. Gokei then instructs Shuki and Maki to bring Kyou's head to him. Heki informs Shin they are helping Kyou by providing a psychological effect. Essentially, by using an indirect pincer attack, they are pressuring the Wei army. Kyou's units then reach the final defensive line. Shin then charges towards Maki and Shuki. He then battles Maki, taking considerable damage. He then jumps off his horse and slashes down on Maki's head. Kyou kills Shuki in an instant. Gokei has no other options, taking up the challenge of fighting Kyou 1v1. Finally, we meet face to face. Everyone backs off, allowing the generals their duel. The final clash of the war begins. The troops cheer on their generals as if it were a sporting event. We then see a short flashback of General Gokei's past as a child. It is then suggested that Kyou is holding back, attempting to understand his opponent. However, both inflict severe damage. The two continue battling each other ferociously. Gokei says his entire kingdom was murdered. Gokei was the prince of a small state called Jia, but it was wiped out by Zhao. He henceforth changed his face and name and has never let go of his grudge. Kyou belittles his troubles, claiming he'll send him to the afterlife. Kyou then serves the finishing blow, paying his respects to his worthy adversary. Kyou's army thusly claims victory. General Haku Kisai of Wei looks to intervene, yet Oki blocks his path. The Wei army retreats, with Oki meeting up with Kyou. Kyou says they're going home and tells Oki to have a drink with him. As recorded in Shiji, a historical Chinese text, Kyou's army took the heads of 30,000 soldiers. Shin then meets up with Diao as Zhang stares down at Shin. Ko is blindfolded and brought to the king's chamber to attend to his needs. Yo is 13 and Ko is 12. Ko has been summoned to the king's chamber 3 times. Despite this, she has yet to touch Zhang. The king's harem currently numbers over 1,000. Despite the thousands of women, only a dozen or so give birth to the king's child, with the lucky one becoming the queen of Qin. Ko goes a 4th time. Nothing happens sexually, yet Ko begins to fall for the king. Women gossip, saying Zhang was dumped by a girl named Hika, so he's bringing Ko over to get over it. Ko mentions this to Zhang, yet he knows nothing of this Hika girl. However, there was another girl in his life that had a similar name. Zhang then recounts a story of when he lived in Zhao. In 262 BC, the state of Qin and Zhao fought over the region of Johto. The 2-year stalemate ended when Oki killed Chokatsu. Zhao's 400 soldiers thusly surrendered, so the commander-in-chief for Qin, Hakuki, had them buried alive. Zhang was born in the royal capital of Zhao, Canton. Shika mentions that Qin's god of war kicked the bucket. She then announces a plan to escort Zhang back to Qin. Just then, Zhang gets caught stealing food. Though he fights back, he gets beaten up by the mob of people. As it so happens, Qin stops sending him and his mother an allowance, hence the reason for his stealing. The merchants then agree to take Zhang back to Qin. They tell him that his father is being appointed to crown prince. Zhang has a headache and passes out. The merchants place him on a carriage and take him away in the dead of night. The group needs to make it past 5 checkpoints to make it out of the Zhao territory. While Zhang sleeps, Shika notices the scars on his body. At the 2nd checkpoint, a guard shoots an arrow at their luggage where Zhang is hiding. Later on, they check in on him, finding the arrow stuck in his hand. After 4 days of travel, Shika's crew reaches the final checkpoint. After passing through, the guards shut down the gate. The crew begins to panic, realizing they need to make tracks. Zhang has a nightmare while awake, terrifying him greatly. He He jumps out of the cart and runs away. Shika catches up to him. Out of nowhere, Zhang stabs himself in the arm, claiming he can't feel pain, physical and emotional. Because of the Zhao massacre, he experienced much hatred in his life, and he thusly closed his heart and stopped feeling. Shika reminds him that he does have emotions, and implores him to return to Qin. Nevertheless, Zhang can't escape his incessant nightmares. Shika snaps Zhang out of it and returns to the cart. A Zhao cavalry unit is in pursuit as they prepare their weapons. The cavalry from the cliffs descend upon them. Amon then sacrifices himself so Shika and the others can escape. At the rendezvous point at Red Pine Lake, Chang Wen waits for Zhang's arrival. Zhang's shadow implores him to give up his ambitions of becoming the king, and instead go to sleep with him and the Thonic spirits. Save your breath. I will return to Qin to become a king. The others are all morally defeated, as Zhang urges them not to give up. Everyone has fallen. Shika hands the reins to Zhang as she grabs a crossbow. Shika hits some soldiers with the arrows, but is eventually pierced through her own hand. She continues fighting with a sword. Just then, an arrow plunges into her chest. The Qin cavalry make their advance, as Shika uses her body to shield Zhang from the barrage of arrows. After they reach safety, Shika states, "You will certainly be able to become a greater king than anyone else." Zhang screams her name as the heroic woman passes away. At the age of 9, Zhang sets foot in his homeland for the first time. Zhang states that his senses have since returned to him. Xin and Diao head to the market to buy some armor. Due to Xin's age, no one takes him seriously, outright refusing to sell him anything. Xin is then promoted to a 100-man commander, to the surprise of everyone. Afterwards, Xin receives his armor. Chang Wen states that 11 men with political power were assassinated, which makes Heki think it's the remnants of Ketsu's faction. 4 more people are assassinated, as we see a clan of assassins preparing for their true target. Clan Shiyuu's representative is there as well, and it turns out to be Kyou Kai. Other assassins bow down to Kyou, claiming his clan have been feared as demons for thousands of years. Shishi informs Chang Wen that the king, himself, is the next target. The assassins enter the palace, with Xin and Diao cutting off their advance. Though there's 9 assassins, Xin sees through their tricks and begins cutting them down. A group of different assassins then peer down into the king's sleeping chambers. Xin instructs Ten to go ahead and warn the king about the assassins. Ten is caught immediately, but then Kyou shows up. In a flashback, Kyou warned Xin not to go to the royal palace if he valued his life. Kyou instructs him to hand over 10. Xin takes down 7 assassins, and the other 2 retreat. The Gokin clan attack Kyou with their hardened ki, yet the small assassin takes them down with ease, looking like a monster in the process. Xin catches up to 10, as she is fearful of Kyou's strength. Zhang attacks an intruder, but it's Xin. Zhang is surprised that Master Shishi sent for Xin. Chang Wen's party then arrives at the palace. Heki contemplates another state assassinating Zhang, but that would be the greatest taboo. The Zhang party then arrives at a secret passage that leads them out of the palace. Unfortunately, the door's been locked from the other side. Zhang deduces that it must be Liu Shi, otherwise known as Chancellor Ryo. Jokan was the assassin who tried to kill the king a year ago, but was ultimately killed by Xin. The first assassin attacks, with Xin defeating him with 1 slash. Kyou Kai then steps forward. The 2 begin the duel, as the other assassins remark that the Shiyuu clan are not human. Xin goes in for a thrust, but Kyou jumps onto the blade of his sword. Kyou cuts into Xin and easily dodges his counterattacks. Kyou knows of the last rebellion and wonders why he protects the king. Xin sees the king as a comrade. He urges Kyou to abandon his life in the shadows, yet the assassin pushes back. Zhang mentions that the Shiyuu clan should be in Wei. The battle continues with Xin taking more damage. The Shiyuu clan are defined by 2 traits: inhuman swordplay and a ruthless mentality to cut down anyone in their way. The Shiyuu name is passed down to only 1 individual, who proves themselves the strongest of each generation. The Goma clan then intervenes. With little recourse, Xin demands that Kyou and him team up, yet the assassin refuses. Despite this, Kyou asks Xin to defend the assassins for 30 seconds so he can recover. Xin steps into the middle of the assassin formation, yet he's knocked down. Kyou recovers his breath, lopping off the heads of several assassins. The Goma assassins retreat in fear, as Xin wonders what kind of path Kyou Kai has been on up until now. Kyou continues the onslaught, but runs out of stamina in the process. Xin musters his remaining strength to protect the king, but his job is done, as they bought enough time for Chang Wen's party to save the day. Heki wants the assassins captured alive so they can interrogate them. The last Goma assassin attacks Zhang, but he takes him down with ease. Shin and Keiyou recover from their wounds, as Shin vouches for Keiyou's reputation. In the dead of night, Keiyou looks to escape, but runs into Ten, who determines that the assassin is a girl. Shin is shocked to hear this from Zhang. Zhang states that the only one who inherits the Shiyuu name is a woman. Ten wants Keiyou to teach her the techniques of the Shiyuu clan. The leader of the Shu Keiyou clan wants to assist Keiyou, but she instructs him to fulfill his own obligations. Shin then wonders who the Shiyuu really are. To the Shiyuu clan, the sword was used to venerate the heavens. Talented young girls receive training from a young age to inherit the Shiyuu name. With 19 clans, each tribe would send 2 candidates to fight for the Shiyuu name. Only one would survive this onslaught. Kyosho doesn't want to die at a young age, or see Kai die either. On the day of the onslaught, Kai oversleeps, finding out Sho put her to sleep with incense. In a flashback, the ritual begins, as Sho feels confident that she'll win. Kai reaches the battlefield after the fighting is done, finding Sho's severed head on the ground. Though Sho was the strongest one of the bunch, the others all targeted her at once. The others command Kai to kill herself, yet she slaughters the old crones. Her last desire is to find the current Shiyuu. Ryo was behind the assassination attempt. Unfortunately, the entire royal court is under his thumb, so punishing him is impossible. Chengwen states that Ryo's men are top-notch, as the Chancellor arrives in the royal capital. Ryo and his faction enter the palace, exuding the aura of generals on the battlefield. Ryo then greets the king. Shin feels engulfed by Ryo's presence, terrifying him enormously. Ryo then admits he was behind the assassination attempt. Zhang treats the matter as a joke, knowing he has no power over Ryo. Ryo informs the king that he'll have his men investigate the incident. Saitaku, a chancellor from King Sho's reign, is Chin's highest-ranking diplomat, and is working under Ryo. Mobu, a warrior under Ryo, states that he wants to revive the 6 great generals of Qin. Under the reign of King Sho, the god of war, the 6 great generals instilled fear all across the land. These 6 men could wage war as they saw fit. However, with such a system, there's always the danger of a revolt. Mobu claims he's the strongest in all of China. General Oki is the last surviving member of the 6 great generals. Ryo suggests that he pick the 6 men to fulfill these roles. He then allows the king to mull it over as he takes his leave. Assassinating Zhang is a game for the Chancellor. They then return to their estate. Zhang tells Shin about the 4 pillars of Ryo's faction. Rishi of the legal system, Shohei for military affairs, Mobu, a warrior, and Saitaku for diplomatic affairs. Ryu used to be a merchant, but through his money schemes, he helped Zhang's father to become the king. Lord Dawanhi continues to consolidate the mountain tribes. The Jishi faction joined Zhang, yet Ryu is not in the least bit worried about this. Ten informs Shin about Kyo Kai's past. In a flashback, Kai tells Ten of a way she could enter the battlefield, but she would have to give up her current lifestyle. In the now, Ten tells Shin she'll become a strategist. Ten meets up with Kai as Kai goes to talk to Shin. Kai passes on Ten's message that she's leaving for a while. Ten then arrives at her training location, but finds out that the people here are part of Ryo's faction, and they want to kill Chengwen. Shohei reads the letter of recommendation from Kai, and accepts Ten for training. Moki knows that Ten is allied with the king, and informs her that they only accept 1 out of 100 people for the position of strategist. Saitaku knows of Ten's relationship with the king, claiming she's a valuable piece. That being said, Shohei is more interested in acquiring Shin after hearing of his exploits. Kai warns Shin about his reckless behavior, saying he'll eventually die if he continues fighting this way. Kai is heading to Wei so that she can have her revenge. Shin informs Kai that he added her to his 100-man unit. When he wakes up in the morning, Kai is gone. En was sent to Shin's village to act as a liaison in case of emergencies. The two then venture off to Oki City so Shin can get stronger. They reach the front gate, but Oki approaches them from the rear. Oki and his men just finished up an army drill. In the bathhouse, Shin asks Oki to train with him. Oki's underlings scold him, yet Shin says that he'll become Oki's right-hand man in a short amount of time. Oki accepts this, saying he'll take Shin to someplace fun. Shin asks Oki how to become one of the 6 great generals. Oki begins by saying that no one in Qin is worthy of that title right now. The original 6 were Hakuki, Oko, Kosho, Shibasaku, Kyo, and Oki. Their names resounded all across China. Mobu is certainly worthy, but hasn't built up enough experience yet. Shin claims he'll surpass Oki one day, as he thinks of Piao. Oki then kicks him off of a cliff, and with this, his training begins. In the meantime, Moki and Ten will accompany Shohei in the next war. Shin's training entails subjugating a stateless region in Qin. Shin is thusly tasked with leading a 100-person tribe to victory. Unfortunately, the tribe is only filled with old people and women, but if he can do this, he'll finally achieve the training with Oki. It is the 3rd year of Zhang's reign. Under Ryu's orders, an army of 200,000 men set out for Han. Moki was turned down for this war, and Qin won't be participating. Ko is conquered by Qin, along with 11 cities. Choto is dispatched for the southern defenses by Ryo. Duke Keiyou is stationed at the front lines of Wei, and Zhao's 3 great generals are long gone, leaving their military in flux. Meanwhile, Zhao King, King Tojo, instructs Hoken, one of his new great generals, to crush Qin. The Qin city of Bao is then attacked by Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhang orders an emergency conscription of 100,000 soldiers. Zhao's massacre spreads to several villages of Qin, overseen by the vice general, Man Goku. Meanwhile, Qin finished subjugating the territory. The conscripted soldiers begin their march. Zhao then lays siege to Bayou. Zhao's army numbers at 120,000 soldiers, with Qin's at 100,000. All the notable generals are preoccupied with Han, except for Mobu. Ryo suggests appointing Mobu to the commander-in-chief, yet Chang Wen disagrees. Mobu's strength lies in the offensive attacks, but Chang Wen wants the strongest general in all of Qin. Just then, Oki walks in with Shin in tow. Mobu towers over Oki. Turns out that Shohei summoned Oki to the throne room, so he could assume the role of commander-in-chief. Mobu is seething from this decision. Oki asks everyone to leave so he can be officially appointed by the king. Oki speaks glowingly of King Shou, and remembers he must pass on a message to Zhang from the god of war. Afterwards, Oki is officially appointed to commander-in-chief. Shin and Zhang converse shortly before Shin heads off for battle. Heki is tasked with leading the infantry unit. Kyou Kai then returns as Shin enters the battlefield. Shin then appoints squad leaders. Shin's unit reports directly to General Oki. Shin wins over the group rather easily and appoints En to lieutenant. In a flashback, we see Oki and Chang Wen when they were 100-man captains. In a later battle, Keiyou, one of the 6 great generals, fell in the battle over Bayou. Oki wants to bring a conclusion to his past through this battle over Bayou. Kai then returns to Shin. Shin promptly announces her as the 2nd lieutenant. Mobu is named the vice general and takes the vanguard. Oki then begins his march, 15 days away from Bayou, with Shin only being 9 days away. News spreads that Bayou has fallen to the Zhao army. Several men begin deserting as the march continues on. Just then, as morale seems to be at a low point, hope returns when Oki and his army closes the distance. At night, Shin and Kai have a sparring match. Kai tells Shin about the secret technique of the Shiyuu, the priestess dance. She then says that some people carry a god within them. They are known as Bushin. Chang Wen panics when he hears the name of the Zhao general, which is Hoken. Apparently, Oki slayed him 9 years ago. Hoken finds out that Oki has joined the battle. It turns out that Hoken defeated Keiyou in battle. Despite this, Chang Wen and Oki pretended as if it never happened, and they said it was due to an illness. 9 years ago, Hoken barged into the 100,000-man Qin army all by himself, defeating them with ease. After Keiyou's death, Oki rushed over and gashed Hoken in the face. Zhang then thinks about Keiyou's various accomplishments and how he was ferocious in the heat of battle. Keiyou never removed his mask though, making Zhang speculate that maybe the famed general was actually a beautiful woman. Hoken announced himself as a Bushin 9 years ago. Hoken then seeks out Oki as a form of revenge, thus his reason for becoming a Zhao general. The Qin reinforcements arrive at Bayou. Hoken wonders where Oki is. Ten and Moki arrive at a safe location to observe the battle and gather experience. It turns out that Zhao has 5 generals for this battle. The armies then finish their positioning as everyone prepares themselves for the onslaught. Zhao's offensive arm is compromised to 3 armies, each numbering at 20,000 soldiers. Heki is a commander of 1,000 men, and he's in the 4th army. Mobu leads the army of 40,000 soldiers, and he's also the father of Moki. Zhao plans on deploying heavy cavalry for the first dash, making it a battle of strength. Mobu smashes through the Zhao forces, as the vanguard is equally ferocious. Just then, Oki leaves his post. He corrects a soldier by saying that Shin's main offense lies in the left army, not in the center. Oki then confronts Shin's group. He wants them to attack the left and kill an enemy general. Their target is Fuyuki, a brilliant battlefield analyst. With only 100 men against 10,000, many consider this suicide. Shin, despite the odds, accepts the mission. Oki dubs them the High Shin Unit, which means Flying Trustworthy Unit. The others are skeptical, but En says they'll flank the enemy and catch them off guard. To reports to Oki that the right army has been pushed back and the center is at a standstill. But the left army is progressing well. Shin's army sneaks through the thickets as Kai kills an enemy scout. Heki pushes forward, but General Fuyuki laid a trap. Soldiers are skewered alive as a barrage of arrows fly in. Shin plans on charging in using a column formation, with the 4-monster strength squad leading the charge. Shin inspires resolve in his comrades, emphasizing they need to stop the Zhao here and now. Shin's army makes its charge, as Ryusen leads the way. Shin's left army experiences numerous casualties, as Heki is pierced with multiple arrows. Shin switches to Vanguard. Moki notices that the Zhao's officer camp is brittle due to their current formation, something Oki predicted. Everyone in the left army is being massacred, but Heki urges them to push forward. Army Commander Kano helps Heki's unit break through. Fuyuki's plan seems to be working beautifully. Meanwhile, the High Shin unit is halfway through their target. Fuyuki finally notices them as he realizes that Oki is after his head. The High Shin unit then reaches Zhao's HQ and urges everyone to work together to take down their strong adversary. Only 300 soldiers stand between Shin's group and General Fuyuki. Meanwhile, Zhao's right army continues to massacre the Qin left army. The High Shin unit is brimming with energy, watching their boss slay down countless enemies. Finally, they reach the inner layer, with Fuyuki flabbergasted. Shin used half of his unit as a shield to make it this far, and they're currently down to 30 men. In a flashback, it was En's plan to split the unit in half. Kyou Kai slayed an enemy captain before the split occurred. The final battle is 30 versus 300, as Shin instructs them to charge. Kai and Shin are then targeted on both sides. Oki tells To that while Fuyuki excels in long and medium-range combat, he has a deficiency in short-range combat. Though he has a number advantage, Fuyuki instructs his men to run away to create some distance. The High Shin unit is now in the death trap. Though things look grim, a barrage of spears come in from Kano's army. Fuyuki recalls a portion of his men to attack Kano's unit. Heki's unit of 200 men then enter in to provide assistance. Bito urges Shin to take Fuyuki's head, otherwise their efforts were for naught. Kano's army struggles on, as Shin notices how close he is to Fuyuki. Fuyuki wonders if there was a flaw in his tactics. He realizes that Oki read his plans perfectly from the beginning, ensnaring him into his schemes. Fuyuki runs away, realizing that if he survives, Oki's plan has failed. Shin's flags are raised, blocking Fuyuki's escape. Though this was just a ploy on Oki's part, since it was only 50 men holding up the flags, and if Fuyuki would have realized this, they would have had to retreat. Kano tells Fuyuki this is the end, as Shin utilizes this small opportunity to leap in and slash down the general. Kano declares victory, as Oki is impressed with Shin's skills. The chain of command breaks down for the Zhao army, leading them to retreat and scatter. En's unit then returns to Shin. Mobu's center unit forces Zhao to change their plans, as Zhao's left unit pushes through, heading to Oki's HQ. Despite this, Zhao sounds the gong to retreat, as Oki does the same. Oki explains to Shin that his name will spread to the enemy camp, and eventually, throughout the entirety of China. Shin will continue achieving great feats, so his name will be etched into China's history as a great general. The other Zhao generals are in disbelief that Fuyuki was slayed. Hokin has been resting this whole time, making the others wonder why they need him. After the first day, the Zhao army stands at 112,000 men, while the Qin army is at 80,000. Rihaku recognizes Mobu's strength, but claims he'll never break through their defenses. Kano offers his 3,000 men to Mobu for assistance in breaking through Zhao's defenses. Yet, Mobu harshly declines this. Rihaku's defensive strategies are known far and wide. Despite this, Mobu breaks in. Mobu intentionally didn't break through on the first day to give his men training experience and a moral boost. Rihaku's army then performs the snake formation, looking to trap Mobu. Mobu slaughters the enemy troops. Moki recalls Shohei's words about strategies, and how only Mobu can defeat them based on his strength and his strength alone. Mobu is not interested in Rihaku's head, just annihilating the Zhao army. With the collapse of Zhao's center, Qin sounded the retreat bell and called it a day. Moki, a strategist, thinks it's ridiculous that his father wants to be the strongest in all of China, since it takes more than strength to be strong. Mobu continues plowing through the Zhao army on day 3. Zhao thusly wants to utilize their entire army to eliminate Mobu for good. Oki summons Mobu to HQ, instructing him he's handing over the entire military to him to eliminate Zhao in one single sweep. The Zhao general Shomo wants to take out Mobu and Oki and become one of the great generals under the heavens. The Haishin unit is then integrated into Kano's 4th army. Mobu begins his charge once again, as the rear elements follow suit. Zhao is caught off guard by this, as Choso realizes they're aiming for his head. Qin forces reach the mountain where Zhao HQ is located, but it has strong defenses. What should have been an easy victory for the Zhao army has turned into a nightmare, starting with the loss of Fuyuki. Choso realizes that Oki has bested him, instructing his men to move the HQ. The Zhao generals are confused by this, but go along nonetheless. Meanwhile, somewhere in the woods, 2 new people, Kaini and Riboku, watch on. Shin is befuddled as to why the Zhao army is retreating. Riboku then approaches the Qin strategist. In a flashback, Oki predicted that this might happen, so he thusly left the decision to pursue Zhao to Mobu. Unsurprisingly, Mobu decides to pursue, remembering that he must not venture too far from the Zhao HQ. Oki plans to relocate Qin HQ to Zhao's previous HQ, but there's something that's not adding up. Nevertheless, Oki and his men make their advance. They reach the mountain, as there's still no word about Hokin's whereabouts. Riboku wishes to relocate to get a better vantage point, but the Qin strategists are worried. Moki requests their swords to eliminate any undue threats. At nighttime, everyone talks about their families at the campfire. As Kai realizes she has no place to call home, Shin says she belongs in the Haishin unit, which gives her comfort. Just then, out of nowhere, Hokin emerges. Hokin slaughters through the men as if they were made of paper. Kano orders his men to suit up and prepare for battle. Hokin continues his rampage, instilling fear in everyone. I am a calamity of the heavens. All you who stand before me here are simply unfortunate. The various soldiers are paralyzed with fear. Shin comes flying in as Hokin blocks his attack. Shin and Kai put up resistance, as Hokin claims that the 2 of them summoned him here. Hokin announces himself as the Bushin, making Shin and Kai worried. Shin and Kai attack from both sides, as Hokin changes his attention to Shin, knocking him out cold. Kyou Kai then looks to be entering a different state of mind. Let us dance. Oki knows of Hokin's presence, but can't leave Qin HQ on mere speculation. Hokin and Kai fight on, as the Bushin screams, "Let us see who is the rightful chosen warrior of the heavens." The fight continues at a blistering pace, with Kai landing several shots. Hokin claims she's the first one to cut him in 9 years. Kai wants to stall Hokin so they can call for reinforcements, but the Bushin prevents this from happening. Kano receives word that one man is terrorizing their camp. Kano's men set out, as 500 of Mangoku's army look to aid Hokin. While the other Qin officers know of the attack, they are unable to move at this time. Mangoku's cavalry arrive at Hokin's location. Shin wakes up, claiming they'll kill Hokin. Kano's unit provides backup to Haishin's unit. Hokin uses a carcass to block a barrage of arrows. Kano then instructs his 3,000 men to concentrate their entire efforts on attaining Hokin's head. The fight turns into an all-out brawl. The Haishin unit regroups, as they wonder how they'll take down the monster that is Hokin. Though he's a dangerous opponent, Shin realizes this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take down the enemy commander-in-chief. Various loved ones pray for their family members, who are risking their lives right now. Shin splits up his squad into 3 groups, and tells them to wait for the signal. Kai's breath hasn't returned, so she'll sit out this battle. Kano and Mangoku trade blows, as the Haishin unit makes its move. Shin narrowly dodges Hokin's attack, and slashes into his body. The cut wasn't deep enough, as Hokin jabs his staff into Shin's abdomen. Kyou Kai steps in to prevent Hokin from killing Shin. Mangoku uses this distraction to cut into Kano. The Haishin unit does their best to protect their leader, as Hokin is relentless. The Haishin unit thusly retreats, with Shin knocked out once again. The Haishin unit is then cut off by Mangoku's men. Denyu leads a portion of the Haishin unit against the Mangoku army, as Bihei and Bito escape with their leader. Despite their injuries and fatigue, the 2 push on. Bihei decides to stay behind so he can act as a decoy. We then see a flashback of Shin, Bihei, Bito, and Piao as children. Just then, Shin finally regains consciousness. Bito reminisces about the past, as he wonders how many bruises one must attain before they become a general. Bito instructs him to rise up through the ranks, on his friend's thoughts and wishes to attain his ultimate dream. He passes away shortly afterward, as Shin sobs over his body. The Haishin unit reconvenes at Heki's location, as they recount the events from last night. Bihei is still alive, as Shin comes back with Bito on his back. Bihei cries as he says goodbye to his friend. Kai says that Hokin is a path seeker, someone who isolates himself from society and seeks to achieve the pinnacle of their path. With training, Kai claims she'll beat Hokin in half a year. but Qin claims they don't have half a year. The Haishin unit is down to 36 men. They head towards a Qin flag, but it was a trap by the Zhao army. Fortunately, reinforcements come in the way of General Oki's army. Oki tells To they predicted Shomo's trap from the beginning. The two armies engage with one another as Oki charges into Shomo. Despite Shomo's brimming confidence, Oki cuts him in half, along with his horse. After Shomo's soldiers retreat, Oki educates Shin on the path toward becoming a general. Hoken returns to Zhao HQ as news spreads that Shomo is dead. Choso wants to kill Oki as Mobo's unit finds Zhao HQ and begins their attack. Riboku explains the importance of smoke signals and flags in conveying messages to one's army. Mobu plows his way into the Zhao army as he is stunned to see Hoken. Oki makes his way towards the Zhao HQ as Mobu and Hoken begin their cataclysmic battle. Well, actually, Hoken runs away from Mobu. Mobu gives chase, yet is caught into a trap set up by the Zhao army. Half of Mobu's men were lost to the rock slide. Despite warnings from his underlings, Mobu recklessly continues his chase of Hoken. Oki is aware of all the happenings on the battlefield, yet Mobu and Koku haven't responded to Oki's messages, so he's heading their way expeditiously. Kaini tells Ten that strategists experience more suffering than a frontline soldier, and they're far more fearsome as well. Choso watches on as Oki's army makes its arrival. Once Oki confronts Zhao HQ, Choso is nowhere to be found, disappearing into the mountains to finish off Mobu's unit. Oki can't move, however, since he might be ensnared in a similar trap. Currently, Mobu's vanguard is cut down to 2,000 soldiers. Despite this, Mobu catches up to Hoken and bashes his head in. Unfortunately, this man was an imposter. Mobu is thusly trapped once more. Yotanwa visits Issei, wishing to apprise him about critical information concerning this war. Oki and Choso aim on stalling each other. Oki pursues Choso in a leisurely fashion, sensing that something is off once again. Yotanwa tells Issei about the Zhanyu, a northern horseman tribe, that the Mountain King attacked with 80,000 soldiers. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the battle with the Zhanyu, they found 100,000 corpses lying on the ground. The ones responsible for this massacre was the Zhao army. The army responsible for this massacre is currently lying in wait, preparing to sideswipe the Shin forces. The strategist from the Zhao army that was responsible for this one-sided affair was none other than Riboku. Just then, a massive Zhao army converges on Riboku's location. The Qin strategists are then tied up. Kaini informs Moki that Riboku is one of the Zhao Three Great Heavens. Mobu's 1,000 men are surrounded by Choso's 12,000 soldiers. Oki arrives in the nick of time as Hoken stares him down. Shall we finish this once and for all? Choso has 12,000 men to Oki's 10,000. Both Choso and Oki boost their troops' morale with their brimming confidence. To's unit leads the charge as they dodge a volley of arrows. To's men then focus their efforts on the archers as Oki gives Shin a special request. Shin's unit performs a feint to lure the Zhao army in, so Oki can attack the Zhao HQ head-on. Oki's soldiers thusly turn into an army of demon gods. Choso wonders why Oki is attacking so early in the battle. In a flashback, Riboku planned to lure Oki in to this location from the start. The hidden army that took out the Zhanyu would ambush him, and Hoken's presence was meant to ensure that Oki would definitely appear to this battleground. Though Oki was not aware of Riboku's plans, his intuition told him that an allied army was waiting to ambush him in this mountainous region. The monster that is Oki instills fear in the Zhao army. Hoken narrowly hits Oki with his spear, but still kills 3 men in the process. The two warriors then prepare to engage each other in a climactic battle. Oki remembers his first encounter with Hoken. The duel thusly begins. The two do well to block each other's attacks. Hoken then manages to cut Oki's face. Shin is surprised that Oki is being pushed back by Hoken. Oki cuts into Hoken's face, saying that the wounds upon his heart have not healed from 9 years ago. Chengwen informs Issei that Keiyou, one of the 6 great generals, was a woman, and was the one meant to become Oki's wife. Chengwen recalls a time when he first saw Keiyou, surprised that she was one of Oki's retainers. Keiyou was a child of the servants working at Oki's household. Keiyou quickly proved herself on the battlefield, taking the head of an enemy general. Oki then informed Chengwen of King Shou's love of war. Since he was absent from the royal capital for periods of time, women in his harem who have caught his favor are executed along with their children, so that they won't receive his inheritance. As it turns out, Keiyou's father is King Shou, but since his mother had no sway in the royal harem, she had a peddler sneak her daughter out of the castle, and was thusly made the daughter of a servant at Oki's household. However, King Shou and Keiyou know nothing of this matter. King Shou congratulated Oki on a job well done, as he quickly realized that Keiyou was his own flesh and blood. Shiyuu finds out that Keiyou is 16 years old. He decides to keep her birthright private to avoid any undue turmoil. Keiyou informs Chang Wen that she'll become a great general under the heavens. Not long afterwards, Keiyou achieved her dream for her relentless attacks and string of victories. Shiyuu appointed Keiyou to the 6th member of the Great Generals. In a future mission, Oki was to serve as Kiyou's vice general. The Bayou mission would be Kiyou's 100th, something Oki kept track of all this time. Oki remembers Kiyou's corpse as he emanates pure rage and hatred. Hoken has lived with the fact that Oki bested him all those years ago. It took 3 years to recover from his wounds. The fight intensifies, with Toe breaking through the Zhao formation, infuriating Choso. Kai wonders how Oki is so strong to battle a Bushin. Oki looks for the fatal blow, but doesn't follow through. Just then, the hidden Zhao army arrives, with Riboku leading the charge. Riboku's army arrived earlier than predicted by Oki. This was thanks to Riboku's investigative skills, allowing him to outmaneuver the monstrous bird of Qin. Thanks to the terrain and Riboku's 40,000 soldiers, Oki's army is completely trapped. A great general represents a kingdom, so to take one down increases the prestige of the victorious kingdom. Riboku's forces charge in, as Oki admits he's been outplayed. Hoken reminds Oki that their duel is still not over. The bloodbath begins, with Oki gashing into Hoken's neck. Jika informs Kaini that Oki is the most hated general in all of China, for his unparalleled ferocity. Jika then claims that Riboku is a monster who surpasses even Oki. A new era is thusly about to begin. At this moment, I am, without a doubt, on the border between life and death. Choso is relishing in Oki's demise, but then he's cut down by Toe. Hoken and Oki continue their brawl, with the Qin general losing puddles of blood. Oki instructs his men to slay 10 Zhao soldiers before they die. We will use our strength to open up a path in this death trap. I, Oki, shall be right behind you all. Oki looks for the final blow, but Hoken impales him with his weapon. Turns out that Jika's arrow pierced Oki first, which allowed Hoken to land the fatal blow. Shin goes berserk, slashing Jika with intense fury. Oki's army drops their weapons in a shock. The pride of the Oki army should be to never give up, even until death. Oki slowly pierces Hoken's skin, informing him about the attributes of a general. Just what the hell are you? A great general under the heavens. Toe blocks Hoken's attack as Shin mounts Oki's horse. Toe instructs the Haishin unit to escape with Oki at full speed. Just then, Mobu's men enter the battle. Toe's group races towards Riboku's location. The Haishin unit plows through the Zhao army. Riboku then conveys his dislike of warfare to Kaini. Oki catches a second wind, helping Shin slash through the enemy. Oki instructs Shin to close his eyes and listen closely. Shin reopens his eyes to see things from a general's point of view, filling his body with strength. Mobu is opening up a path for Oki to escape, but it's a small opening, and it's closing quickly. Shin makes his escape though, as Riboku claims it's useless to waste more soldiers on chasing them down, since he's already on death's doorstep. Thus, the battle ends here. The Qin soldiers gather around the great general that is Oki. Oki leaves his army in Toe's capable hands. I'm counting on you, Toe. Oki tells Mobu he'll become the symbol of Qin's army going forward. Since Oki cannot train Shin, he hands Shin his glaive as a parting gift. You have talent, Shin. Oki lived by the sword and died by the sword. He looks over at a smiling Keiyou as he finally enters his eternal slumber. Oki's death subsequently spreads to the surrounding forces. Hoken's victory felt more like a loss, as he has no interest in participating in future wars. In a sense, this war was Qin's victory, since they prevented the Zhao army from invading them. Yet no one is celebrating. The other states are pleased to hear that Oki has finally fallen in battle. We then see a flashback of when Oki spoke to Ise. Though there may be no need for compassion in war, neither should you treat those you conquer as slaves. One should not deign to oppress them, but rather treat them with the same love as your subjects. Ise and Changwen cry when they think of Oki's inspiring words. A half-month later, the Qin army returns home, as Ten greets Shin as he walks in. In the wake of Oki's death, Qin citizens were in a state of fear. It has been 1 year since Oki's death, and fierce clashes are breaking out across the front lines. We then see the Haishin unit in action, with many of them being promoted since the last time we saw them. Shin himself is the commander of 300 men. Since the Zhao War, the Haishin unit has posted an undefeated streak that resonated throughout the land. 2 of Yan's cities have fallen to Riboku. By the way, Riboku is the prime minister of Zhao, and he's currently heading to Qin. Shin and Kyou Kai make their way back to Kanyo. Ryo Fui is responsible for inviting Riboku to Qin. Ryo had Shun Pingkan kidnapped, who was prized by the Zhao King. The Zhao King henceforth instructed Riboku to retrieve her from Chin. Turns out that Shohei was the one that called for Shin to return to Kanyo. He wants the two of them disguised as guards, and to cut down Riboku, but Shin refuses. Riboku confronts Ryo. The two begin to feel each other out, as Issei remains silent. They then both erupt in laughter. Riboku presents a gift, a map of China, and states he'll assume the position of Chin strategist. Despite the differences in military strength among the regions, a status quo has been maintained. Though Chin wants to conquer Han, the state of Wei and Zhao will always rally an army to save them. Therefore, Chin should focus their efforts on Wei first, weaken them, and then attack Han, at which point, Zhao will not come to their aid. Thus, he wants to make a Zhao-Chin alliance. Ryofui mulls over the proposal, but nonetheless rejects it. Riboku starts to worry, so Ryo asks if they can throw in the city of Kenko as a bonus. Riboku can't give out a city, even though he's the prime minister. He tries to bargain with Ryo to take a different city, so Ryo asks for the 10 cities of Tanin. Left with no other choice, Riboku gives him Kenko and agrees to the alliance. Issei still remains silent. With the new alliance formed, a celebratory banquet is held. Shin and Kyou Kai arrive late, looking for some available seats. He finds one, but is told by Riboku that that's a chancellor seat. Despite being allies, Shin can't get the thought out of his head that Riboku is responsible for Oki's death. Riboku then asks if he's a Shin from the High Shin unit. He then deduces why he's so angry, because now he can't kill him and avenge Oki's death. Shin then decides that he will kill him, as Riboku accepts his challenge. Shobun whacks Shin on the head for what he said. Ryofui inquires about the incident, but Riboku says he was just teasing Shin. Zhao needs to take Shun Peikan with them, so Shin exchanges her with Lord Hei until they receive Kanko. The event went off without a single drop of blood being spilled, as Riboku and his entourage head home. Shin, Kyou Kai, and Ten meet with Issei. Issei deliberately skipped the banquet, and states that his faction is growing in power. Shobun solved their flood problems, which has always been a difficult problem for them. In 5 years, the coming-of-age ceremony will begin, and that's when all the nationalists will come towards Issei's camp. Therefore, Ryo will try to eliminate him before that happens. 1 month has passed since the formation of the Zhao-Chin alliance. Chin is now at war with Wei. Shin forces the Wei soldiers to retreat, as he is greeted by Heki. Heki states that Kanyo devised a plan to conquer 20 cities in the surrounding area in one sweep. Dukyo and Mogo have been nominated to lead this campaign. Wei drafts 10,000 soldiers to push back Chin. Shin pushes his units to the enemy's HQ, but surprisingly, when they arrive, all the soldiers are already dead. They are then approached by the Ohan unit. The Ohan unit then mock the High Shin unit for being a bunch of peasants. While the High Shin unit consists of peasants, the Koku unit is filled with elites from the noble class. Ohan then compares the High Shin unit to ants. Shin barks back and attacks. However, Ohan blocks his thrust. Ohan says Shin will never become a general, as he knocks him down with a reverse thrust. I am Ohan, successor to the O-main family, completely different from the Oki, who was in the branch family. Afterwards, Shin says they need to gain some big achievements to compete with Ohan's unit. Shin then gives them a speech that boosts their morale. Ohan then finds out that the High Shin unit has disappeared. The northern unit proceeds to search for them. Elsewhere, the High Shin unit is mixed in with dead bodies. They plan on sneaking through the battlefield to the enemy HQ. The Wei soldiers then see something moving, but eventually take their leave. Later on, the Ohan attacks Wei. They reach Wei HQ, but find out that the High Shin unit has already finished the job. Shin then proceeds to mock Ohan. The two units continue to compete for achievements, with the High Shin unit relying on crude tactics. News spreads about the two units across the war front. Mo-Ten hears about this, but doesn't wish to join in the competition. The Issei faction hears news that Ryo's vassals number in the 1,000. Shishi says it would be best for them to form an alliance with a strong faction, and it just so happens there's a third faction in Kanyo, a faction that even Ryo has trouble dealing with. A convoy of the third faction makes contact. Elsewhere, at the royal palace in Kanyo, there's a city comprised of almost entirely of women, all coming from powerful families. The ruler is the Queen Mother, otherwise known as Issei's mother. It turns out an alliance with the Queen Mother is no simple matter though. The Queen Mother exudes a powerful aura of sexuality. The royal harem follows their own set of rules, and it would be difficult to control them if they had political power. Shishi opens a letter from the royal harem, but it's blank. Ryo then orders for stronger surveillance on Ise and the royal harem. Shishi states there are 3 ladies underneath the Queen Mother, and they are supported by the Han, Kai, and Ryo families. Shobun is against siding with the Queen Mother, saying she is poison. The next day, Ise makes his way to the royal harem. Shobun states Ise lived with the Queen Mother in the capital of Zhao until the age of 9. She even tried to kill him due to being abandoned by her husband. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother asks if Ise is scared. After a brief back and forth, she asks what he wants. He asks for the copy of the royal seal. She says that the reason they don't talk is so not to be reminded about the past. She hands him the royal seal. Before leaving, Ise states that the power and authority lies with Ryo. He thusly asks for her assistance, though she'll give him a response later. A few days later, the royal harem says yes to the alliance. However, at the harem, Ko sees the Queen Mother with Ryo. The two become allies with each other. Ko overhears everything and rushes over to Ise. Turns out the Queen Mother doesn't care for her son, and is enjoying the notion that the Ise faction thinks they're allies. It turns out the Queen and Ryo were lovers 17 years ago. Ko then gets stabbed, but removes the blood from the sword and leaves. The Queen will agree to an alliance, permitted that Ryo can satisfy her. Ryo then calls her by her real name, B-Key. It turns out that she used to be a first-class dancer. Ryo was her most cherished person in the world, but one day he introduced her to a prince of a foreign state, and told her this will be her man to love. Because he used her, the Queen hates Ryo most of all. She tells him they will now be husband and wife. Ryo wonders if he went too far with his actions. Ko is then treated by the doctors in the royal harem. The doctors say they can't treat the high fever. Yo then begs the king to aid Ko. Ise calls for his doctors to heal Ko. Because the doctors were well versed in medical herbs, they were able to stabilize Ko. Ko then tells Ise everything she overheard with the king and Ryo. Angered, the king goes for some fresh air. He believes that Ryo made a mistake. He then calls his officials, believing it is now time to go on the offensive. Rumors swirl that Ryo met with the Queen Mother. Rishi knows who spread the rumors, and will move to quell them. Despite Ise hurting his mother's reputation, this is war. Ise speaks to the people about what transpired. He states that the royal harem has betrayed them and sided with Ryo. Because of Ryo's hideous crime, he declares him an enemy of the state. People begin siding with the king, but Ryo seems unconcerned. Ryo then receives another message to meet with the Queen Mother. Despite betting on a dark horse, Ryo decides to take the gamble, thinking the opposition can only make reckless moves. A month later, Shin and his unit has completed preparations for the Wei campaign. It is now the 5th year that Ise reign. Qin prepared an army of 250,000 soldiers for the Sanyou region of Wei. Mogo is the commander-in-chief for the campaign. The Haishin unit is stationed in front of General Mogu's army. The Ohan army proceeds to belittle the Haishin unit. Shin states his unit will achieve the biggest accomplishment, and that he'll be the greatest general under the heavens. The next day, the Qin army approaches Koro City, with the Gyokyu Ho unit positioned in front of the Haishin unit. A soldier tells Shin he's the commander of a 300-man unit, called the Gaku Ka unit. The commander is called Mo 10, and he wants to become a great general as well. The 300-man commanders gather together. Mogu's army of 80,000 arrives and surrounds the city. Reserve troops near a wall as they see bodies rain down. Turns out this was a trap as arrows descend down towards the Qin army. Both Ohan and Kyogai knew this was going to happen, as they back off. There are 4 generals posted on the walls. Each one is skilled in siege defense. Night falls, and the Qin soldiers are upset about the endless barrage of arrows. Moten states that Mogu only uses conventional methods in battle. He'll henceforth wait until the enemy morale is low, and then strike. 10 days pass by, but the situation remains unchanged. Ohan is then notified that an item he requested has finally arrived. On day 11, the Gyokyu Ho unit pulls something. They create a smokescreen as the Wei soldiers panic. Shin then hears something large brought in. Shin is then shocked by Ohan's gigantic siege tower. Ohan fights off a barrage of enemy soldiers. In addition, his unit has already reached the level of an average 1,000-man unit. The Ohan unit were the only ones that climbed the tower, so they're completely surrounded now. Mogu is pleased to hear that Ohan is so full of vigor. Ohan's plan was not to go after the general, but to open up the gate. As the gate is open, Gaku Kai's unit comes rushing in, with Moten leading the charge. The Koro city falls, with the flags of Qin marking their victory. Ohan is not pleased with Moten stealing his victory. Shin claims if he had a siege tower, he would have won the battle too. Ohan rebukes him by stating he wasn't cheating by using what he had available. Shin is then shocked to see the defenseless civilians being killed. and reminds him that this is war and should only concern himself with making a name for himself. Despite violating the Articles of War, rape, pillage, and killing are the rights to the winner. Angered, Shin goes after Rando's head, but En shouts not to kill him. Mo-ten interjects, stating if he cuts him, he'll lose everything. Rando will continue killing as he pleases as he kicks Shin away. Shin then dodges his blade and states he'll never forgive scumbags like him. With their commander injured, Rando's unit members want revenge. They are henceforth interrogated as Shin is locked in a cell for the night. Mo-ten was able to leverage his influence to get Shin a lighter punishment. Mo-ten likes Shin as a person, but Ohan thinks he's an idiot. Elsewhere, Kyou Kai slices other units that are killing civilians. At the Wei royal capital, King Keibin states that Shin has taken Koro City, along with Kyochu and Kyosai. We are then introduced to Ren Pa, a former member of the Zhao Three Great Heavens, who sought asylum in Wei. During the Battle of Donkin Plains, Shin's first campaign by the way, another large-scale battle took place a few months prior. It was a fierce conflict amongst the Zhao soldiers, led by Ren Pa against Gakujo. This battle started with King Toju's ascension to the throne. Due to a deep-seated hatred, Toju stripped Ren Pa of his title and mustered a 50,000-soldier army to take him down. Gakujo wanted Ren Pa to hand over his men and return to Kanton. Ren Pa refused and subsequently defeated Tojo in battle, but did not kill him. He then was granted asylum in Wei along with his soldiers. 3 years had passed since that event, and the King of Wei tasked Ren Pa with defending Sanyou City. Ren Pa then meets up with the 4 heavenly kings. 1 month has passed. The Qin army began its offensive on the city of Kanrikan. Qin's south army breaks through the south wall. The Haishin unit defeats some former Wei commanders and earns an achievement. Kaku B, a former war orphan, congratulates Shin on becoming a 300-man commander. After leading, Bihei states that Kaku B is a promising man that is close to becoming a general. Suddenly, Kaku B is killed by Rinko. Afterwards, the Haishin unit, along with the Qin soldiers, are tasked with finding Kaku B's killer. Rinko continues killing Qin soldiers, along with 1,000-man commanders. 8 officers were killed in total. Mogu's army bolsters its defenses, as even Shin is more guarded than usual. At the royal capital, Ren Pa has an audience with King Keibin. He states that the 6 great generals of Qin induced such an enormous pressure that their guts would be crushed. Oki was especially tough, but Rinko managed to land a blow on him. Word then spreads that General Rajen was slayed. Shin then spots Rinko descending down a mountain. Shin vows to avenge the general as he engages Rinko himself. Despite being pushed around, Shin manages to stay alive, which surprises Rinko. Because Shin was not on his killing list, Rinko decides to take his leave. But Shin clashes with him when he finds out that he killed Kaku B. Despite taking the majority of the damage, Shin is giving off the air of a general. Rinko wants to finish him off, but the Haishin unit arrives. Rinko is a general and states he's already in his 30s. He tells Shin that the assistance of luck is vital, and that only a small number of generals are beloved by the heavens. Rinko leaves as he wants to add Shin to his killing list. After 3 years gone from the battlefield, Renpa states he's coming back because of Oki. Turns out that Oki visited him at his estate in Wei, though they had to keep this a secret. Though they were supposed to be heated rivals, they were at the same time friends. This is why he shed tears when Hakuki ended his life, and Kyo was slain by a nameless man. According to Oki, the 2 vice generals under Mogu are masters. Rinko decides to leave after seeing a strange formation by Vice General Kanki. If he was born 1 generation earlier, Kanki would be counted among the Qin 6 great generals. Shin tells Mo-ten about Rinko and how he's different from the others he fought. Although Renpa doesn't have the king's trust and won't be allowed to set foot on the battlefield, Mo-ten wonders if that is all false. Which means they could be strolling into a territory against a general who is on par with the Qin 6 great generals. Mobu then reveals his presence. If it wasn't my esteemed father, it's been far too long. Mobu wants Shin to hand over Oki's glaive, but Shin refuses. Mobu then reports that Renpa will be the enemy general. Mogo thanks his son, Mobu, as he goes off to fetch some liquor. Mobu states his family was originally from the state of Qi, and that this isn't the first time that Mogo has crossed swords with Renpa. They fought each other in countless battles in the Zhao-Qi Wars, and Mogo never won a single time. Mogo then changes into a guise of a dirty old foot soldier to take his mind off of things. Shin, unsuspectingly, introduces himself to Mogo. So this is Shin of the High Shin unit, the boy who received Oki's glaive. Mogo tells Shin of his upcoming challenge against an old foe that he can never defeat. Shin states that if he wins the last battle, that he'll have the last laugh. Hearing these words, Mogo lets out a loud chortle. The Qin army will be promoting lieutenants to commanders, or they'll be dissolved so their men can reinforce other troops. 2 of the 3 300-man commanders will be promoted to 1,000-man commanders, for the time being at least. Mo-10 is promoted first, but feels a bit uneasy about it. Ohan is promoted next, making the members of the Haishin unit rather frustrated. Everyone is dismissed until Mogo calls Shin forward. Shin recognizes him as the old man from last night. Due to his actions in the Zhao War, he's been granted the title of 1,000-man commander. However, Shin must bring the heads of 3 enemy commanders or 1 general. Otherwise, he'll be demoted to a 5-man squad leader. Shin accepts the terms, saying he's going for the head of Renpa, the enemy commander-in-chief. Mobu believes his father has a discerning eye for talent. Renpa is appointed commander-in-chief as he heads off to the front lines. Shin takes a gander at his 1,000 men. The ex-Kakubi unit salutes Shin. Sosui is given the role of lieutenant in the Haishin unit. Shin then gives his troops a motivational speech. Shin then meets up with Mo-10 as he rides Kakubi's mount. If Shin loses this campaign, the 3 new 1,000 unit commanders will be court-martialed and punished. Vice General Osen has claimed 8 cities in his campaign. In total, they've captured 16 cities in Wei. Riboku worries that Shin will have a foothold to China's central regions. However, Riboku believes that General Renpa will not be defeated. 2 months have now passed. Osen managed to take Mount Man for strategic purposes. Kyou Kai came up with a battle plan for the Haishin unit. Renpa and Osen arrive at the city of Sanyou. Kyou Kai then asks Shin if she can talk with him later. Chu stations troops at the Qin border. General Mobo, Cho Tu, and Du Kyo are at the border with Chu. Shoban then says that Mogo can't beat Renpa. Both Renpa and Mogo have 140,000 soldiers. Kyou Kai will lead the Haishin unit after this battle to avenge her sister. Mogo's army arrives at the location of the final battle. Mo-10 points out the 2 vice generals to Shin. Kanki is known as a beheader, but he's a prodigy of war. Osen is Ohan's father, and he's considered the most dangerous person in all of Qin. In fact, Osen wants to claim the throne for himself one day. Haku Kisai is the Wei commander-in-chief for the battle. Ohan and Riko, who are a part of the first wave, are then ordered into battle. Qin's vanguard consists of 8,000 soldiers, who are under the orders of General Do Man. Renko, the Wei vanguard commander, also has 8,000 troops ready to go. The 2 vanguards clash into each other, as Ohan demonstrates his spear technique. Qin seizes the advantage early on, but Renpa seems unconcerned. It's not long before Wei takes control under Rinko's guidance. Rinko takes the head of a 1,000-man commander as he targets the newly formed units. Ohan's unit struggles as well. Rinko can easily spot the disorganized units that were hastily put together. Ohan then looks to duel with Rinko, but Rinko is not interested at the moment, as he tells his men to finish off the Gyoku Ho unit. The Ohan unit realizes that the Rinko unit is very strong. Rinko used to be one of the 4 heavenly kings, directly under Renpa's service. General Doman insists that they must fight on to turn the tides. Rinko finally duels with Ohan, and is surprised by his ability to wield a spear. Ohan uses a special technique, Dragon Finger, on Rinko. Rinko then wounds Ohan by chucking a sword at him. The lieutenant wants to fall back to protect Ohan, but Ohan wants to maintain their ground. The Qin second wave then advances forward, with the Haishin unit leading the charge. IB tells Shin the enemy is targeting newly formed 1,000-man units, which means the Haishin units will be targeted. The Haishin unit rushes onto the battlefield nonetheless. Haku Kisai wonders if they should send reinforcements, but Renpa says it is not necessary at the moment. Despite the other newly formed units struggling, the Haishin unit was giving off a powerful light. Despite being scattered, the Haishin unit continues to dominate. It turns out before the battle, Shin decided to abandon complicated maneuvers and follow one simple rule. The moment there's a signal, they will all charge the target marked out by the commander. The Haishin's offensive spreads to the other troops, as the Qin army begins to rebound. Rokin orders his men to find and kill the man responsible for this turnaround. The Wei army then sends in their second wave. Unfortunately, they are then enveloped by a smokescreen. The Qin army starts to lose their bearings as the true terror begins. A volley of arrows rains down on the Qin soldiers. The Wei soldiers make quick work of their prey. Rinko says that once you've been trapped in Genpo's trap, you'll never escape. Kyou Kai disposes of a group of Wei soldiers with a gong. Sosui suggests that they retreat and get out of the smoke. Just then, a group of war chariots charge towards them. However, Kyou Kai has a plan. Though it wasn't obvious from the outside of the smoke, the Qin army suffered many casualties. It turns out that Wei is using low-ringing sounds as instructions for their soldiers. Shin calls upon the mountain people and asks them to pinpoint the location of the enemy's HQ. Mo-ten states reinforcements aren't being sent in due to the fact that there's limited visibility. Wei determines that Shin is using false signals to confuse them as Haishin strikes. Shin leads the cavalry as he leaves the infantry to N. Despite having only 150 cavalry, Shin is hellbent on capturing the enemy. The Haishin unit closes in on the enemy HQ as arrows rain down on them. Genpo wants to teach Shin a lesson about warfare. The Haishin unit incurs massive casualties. So Sui wants Shin to retreat, but the 1,000-man commander has no intentions of doing so. It turns out that Renpa is slightly impressed by the way that things are playing out. One of the Retsu brothers says protecting Shin is then shot in the eye. Wei then uses a picket trap to knock the Haishin unit off of their horses. Despite surviving, the Haishin unit seems to be trapped in a forlorn position. Genpo orders his soldiers to finish off the Haishin unit. Just then, however, the winds shift, causing the smoke to envelop the area to the rear of Shin. The Ohan unit then appears from the smoke and attacks Genpo's soldiers. Ohan pays no attention to Shin as he orders his troops forward. Shin wants his men to take the enemy commander's head. Shin and Kyokai fight their hardest in efforts of catching up to the Ohan unit. Genpo isn't impressed with the two units, as Wei reinforcements enter the fray. The two 1,000-man commanders focus on catching Genpo, but the latter orders for a retreat. Shin angrily throws a spear at Genpo, which only slightly misses him. Shin continues pursuing, but Susui stops him. When the smoke clears, everyone realizes that the Qin army has been dealt a massive blow. Both Shin and Ohan are regarded as heroes, but the former believes that this is a walk of shame. Nonetheless, Mo-ten believes that the losses would have been greater without them. On the second day, Kyo-en takes command of the Wei right army. He faces off against Osen of the Qin left army. As one of the 10 bows of China, Kyo-en's arrows can travel twice the distance of an average archer. Renpa faced Kyo-en's aggression in the past, and he certainly had his hands full with him. Kanki commands Qin's right army with 30,000 troops, while the Wei left army has 40,000 troops. The Qin vice generals send over 5,000 troops each to the center. Mogo tells the center he wants them to defend. Though they're confused at first, Mogo's speech was effective in rousing their morale. Rinko is ready for the second round, stating the results will be the same as the last time. 4 days since the start of the battle, Kaishibo struggles against Kanki's guerrilla warfare. Kanki sends bags full of eyeballs as a warning to the Wei army, along with other body parts. Genpo then takes over command of the Wei left army. Genpo recommends a surprise attack to take Kanki's HQ. Kashibo then makes his way to Kanki's HQ. Kanki, however, disguised himself as a messenger to sneak up on Genpo. Genpo attempts to entice Kanki by stating that he'll be his teacher, but the vice general lops off his head. News spreads of Genpo's death. Renpa is enraged by the news, and he asks for Genpo's forgiveness. Mo-ten tells Shin that Kanki killed Genpo. It turns out that Rinko used to be a war orphan, but was saved by Renpa. Genpo, however, taught him tactics and strategy. Mo-ten brings Shin to Ohan as he states that Kanki disappeared after killing Genpo. Kaishibo managed to decimate Kanki's HQ while he was gone, killing Genpo. It turns out that Rinko has been holding back his strength up until now. Mo-ten states that Renpa has 4 generals underneath him that are known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Kaishibo is the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings. However, Rinko is the most dangerous. He even managed to land a cut on Oki himself. Ohan says that if Rinko goes at full strength, they don't have a chance at stopping him. The 3 units decide to work together to take Rinko's head. It's day 5, and Mo-ten explains his plan to his 100-man commanders. As the battle is about to begin, the Gakukai unit charges to the front. A message states that they'll be an independent unit, and they left 200 soldiers to cover them. Mo-ten's unit heads for Rinko, as we have a brief flashback. Mo-ten stated that if they can't defeat Rinko, Mogo will be at risk. They need to defeat Wei to keep their dream alive of becoming great generals under the heavens. In real time, Mo-ten's unit scatters, which surprises Rinko. Mogo is then notified about the Gakukai unit, as he recalls a conversation he had with Mobu. The latter stated that Mo-ten was being held back at the rank of 300-man commander. Mogo then admits that he is the most talented man to be born in the family in the last 3 generations. Shin wants to move in, but remembers that Mo-ten is not targeting Rinko, but his 700 elite soldiers. If it comes to pass, Rinko will be incapable of destroying Mogo's HQ. The Gakukai unit is being annihilated though, but Shin won't move in until he's given the signal. Rinko is surprised to see his soldiers dying, as Mo-ten gives Shin and Ohan the signal. Rinko orders his personal troops to pull back, and have the Wei soldiers fill the gaps. The Kyou Kai unit begins to retreat as the Wei soldiers pursue them. A path then opens up for Ohan and Shin. The two units advance onto Rinko as the remnants of the Kakubi unit want revenge. However, Rinko's personal soldiers block their path. Susui and Kyou Kai tell Shin to go after Rinko as they stay behind. Rinko has lost half of his personal troops as Shin and Ohan confront him head-on. Kyou Kai tells the Haishin unit to defeat the enemy as they slowly retreat. Meanwhile, Shin and Ohan fight Rinko. Ohan struggles due to his wounds as Shin almost kicks Rinko from his horse. Shin acknowledges Rinko's strength, thus realizing that wounding Oki was no rumor. Shin claims he'll surpass all the other generals, but Rinko laughs at him. Shin wants to go after Renpa next. Rinko cuts him, telling him not to get ahead of himself. Shin wants to take on Rinko by himself as Ohan acknowledges that he's a monster. Shin then wants to muster all his strength for the next attack. Meanwhile, Heki's unit is performing well in the Osen main army. Kyoen's main army then heads to Heki's location. Heki thinks about retreating, but then General Osen arrives behind him. He's handing Heki the reins of 5,000 men to combat the 10,000 Wei soldiers. One of Osen's soldiers wonders if this is wise, but Osen plans on using Heki as bait. The Kyou Kai unit successfully retreats, but their numbers have been cut in half. Susui notices that the enemy is trying to surround Shin and Ohan. Shin and Rinko continue clashing, but Shin is clearly overmatched. Ohan is too wounded to participate at the moment. Shin is losing consciousness, but he must overcome his limits to win this battle. Shin begins to evolve as he pushes Rinko away. Shin jumps into the air and manages to cut off part of Rinko's left hand. Ohan tells Shin they need to pull out, as they're surrounded by the Wei soldiers. It looks hopeless, but Banyo, Ohan's second in command, secures an escape route. Wei then pursues the two units, as Rinko decides it's time to go on the offensive. Heki utilizes a strategy called Wei D to slaughter the Wei soldiers. Unfortunately for him, Heki runs into the enemy's trap, as the advantage of the Wei D has been seized by the enemy. Kyoen, one of the 4 heavenly kings, then draws his arrow, preparing to kill Heki. The Wei soldiers are then sent flying as Osen rushes into the fray. Turns out that Osen has an army of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers surrounding the cliff tops. Osen has defeated Kyoen, but he is a merciful man. He then asks Kyoen to serve him, and if he submits, him and his men will be spared and rewarded with land. Kyoen responds by shooting an arrow at him. They capture Kyoen's men alive. Osen planned this series of events from the beginning. He henceforth had his men put on a performance so they could withdraw and set up this trap. Soldiers are then sent flying as Renpa has anticipated Osen's every move. Renpa raises his fist in the air, as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. The Wei soldiers experience a massive boost in morale. The current battle finds 10,000 Qin soldiers against 8,000 Wei soldiers. Renpa is interested to see how Osen moves from here on out. However, to everyone's surprise, Osen decides to retreat. Kyoen and Renpa then give a fierce chase after the Qin army. Kyoen has crossed swords with 4 of the Qin's 6 great generals, those being Hakuki, Okotsu, Oki, and Kyo. Kyoen and Renpa agree that Hakuki, the leader of the Qin great generals, was the hardest of them all. That's because he never took risk. Renpa is reminded of Hakuki by Osen's retreat. The Wei soldiers in pursuit are then shocked to see a gigantic fortress constructed by Osen's soldiers. Renpa would have never guessed that such a man was hiding in the shadows of the Qin's 6 great generals. Attempting to slay Osen is tremendously difficult at the moment, since he's in the fort. The Wei soldiers decide to surround the fort as they make camp for the night. The center collapsed with squads unable to return to their original positions. Kyou Kai then treats Shin's wounds with a secret formula passed down within her village. Shin then states that Rinko is a monster like Hoken. Next time though, Shin will finish him off with his own hands. Kyou Kai will sleep with Shin for the night, just to make sure he doesn't have a reaction to the medicine. Shin makes a joke about this and she gets rather angry about it. Renpa talks about Hakuki and Osen's tactics, and how they might be on the same level. However, there's one important detail missing. Because Osen prioritized his own life over Mogo's life, he's effectively trapped himself inside, and he's on the sidelines for the rest of the war. A general who puts himself first and foremost, after all, isn't worthy of trust. Renpa decides to leave the area to Kyoen, as he plans on finishing off Mogo tomorrow. Mogo calls his grandson, Mo-ten, into the tent. Mogo believes that the end is near, and he won't be running away this time around. Shin greets Bihei in the morning, with all his wounds healed. Half of this minor miracle is due to the medicine, and the other half is due to Shin's incredible strength. The Haishin unit is then assigned to the reserves in the rear. The clouds look thick today, making for some rough weather. Though Qin took on 16 cities, failing to take Sanyou would mean that this is a failure. Qin, the aggressor, and all the other powerful rival states observing this battle from afar. The curtains are about to rise on the final day. Rinko is tasked with taking Mogo's head. Chin is pushed back on all fronts. Domon rushes to plug the gap. Shin is told there's a huge dust storm coming up. 2 gigantic spirals come toward the Chin army. This technique is called Rin-Do. Rinko was able to penetrate Oki's defenses with this strange technique. Chin loses their unity due to this technique, especially since Ibi was killed by Rinko. Rinko wants to take the Chin HQ in one push, but Shin intervenes with his sword. Shin and Rinko prepare for their final battle. In a flashback, Shin is forced to leave 200 men behind, so he instructs Kyokai and the other wounded soldiers to hold back. The duel between Rinko and Shin intensifies. In the exchange, Shin mocks him by saying it's too bad that his fingers didn't grow back. Mogo watches the battle from his HQ. Suddenly he senses something from the rear. Shin is surprised by Rinko's strength, barely defending himself in the process. Renpa then shows up as a mounted soldier behind the Chin HQ. Renpa challenges Mogo to a one-on-one duel. Mogo accepts the challenge as an army arrives behind Renpa. He has 2,000 men to attack Mogo's HQ. Mogo's strategy was to have the center act as a defense as the 2 flanks went on the offensive. Wei's offensive, on the other hand, was comprised in the center, and to have the flanks encircle the HQ. Though Genpa was lost, the Kaishibo army crushed the Kanki army. In addition, he was also able to force Osen into a defensive position, which was all part of his plan. All he needed now was Rinko to break through the center to sandwich them. Mogo then deploys his anti-Renpa defensive formation. Renpa notices Mogo's defensive formations have improved with time. This formation was specifically designed for stopping Renpa. Renpa sends in the orders as he begins his assault. Heki's unit got split up from Osen's unit, and now they're lost in the woods. He then spots the Wei army at Mogo's HQ. Renpa makes his move. Chin seems to have trapped them as they unleash their archers. Unfortunately, they start shooting their allies. It turns out that the right has been breached, as the true terror is about to begin. Mogo's fort is full of dead ends that trap the Wei soldiers. Renpa is pleased that Mogo is trying his best to bring him down. Mogo states that Renpa has many different faces. He's a strategic general before the battle, an instinctual general during the battle, and a fierce general when the moment is right. Though Mogo hasn't fought Renpa in over 40 years, he studied every single one of his battles, paying a high price to get this information, or sneaking close to the battlefield from afar to watch his tactics. Renpa then looks to head towards the Chin HQ. At the Zhao city of Kakan, located near the Wei border, a report states that Osen has been pushed back. Riboku states that Mogo has planned on redeeming himself for his failures decades ago. In addition, Renpa might be underestimating him, which could tip the balance in Mogo's favor. Renpa manages to evade all the traps based on the fort's construction. Mogo predicted that he would be able to map out the correct path, but the Chin general plans to ensnare him with his own cleverness. Mogo starts to change the layout of the maze, which traps Renpa's soldiers. Mogo gives the orders to fire. Renpa's soldiers are then massacred. However, Renpa doesn't seem to be in sight. Renpa then takes out several archers, which shocks Mogo. Renpa's army then seizes the advantage. It turns out Renpa predicted Mogo's every move, saddening the Chin general. Renpa then acknowledges the achievement of Mogo's fort. Yet, after 40 years of planning, it still couldn't take down Renpa. Renpa then states it's 100 years early before he matches up with him in a contest of wits. One of Rinko's attacks almost takes Shin's eye, and then gives the order to work with nearby squads. The High Shin unit feeds off of their leader's morale to halt Wei's advance. If Shin falls here, the entire army will collapse. Their 2 horses butt their heads into each other as Shin gets wounded in his leg. Rinko looks for the finishing blow, but Shin jumps into the air as he prepares for his final attack. Rinko blocks it, but then is pulled off of his horse. Despite his injury, Shin manages to stand up on one leg. Moten's unit focuses on clearing the front ranks. Rinko focuses on Shin's wounded leg. Susui decides to hold back the High Shin unit, saying it will tarnish his name if they rescue him now. A Wei soldier then comes to Rinko's aid. Susui comes to Shin's aid in order to stop the Wei soldier from interfering. The 2 are knocked down, as Rinko uses this moment to cut down Susui. Shin uses this distraction to cut Rinko in turn. Rinko looks to be finished, but to everyone's shock, the monster stands up. Rinko can't fail, for he is the sword of Renpa. He reveals that he was saved by Renpa when he was just a child. In the past, Rinko and his sister managed to survive through a war, but were left to starve to death. His sister unfortunately died, but Renpa saved him just in time. Rinko believes he's beloved by the heavens and must not falter here. Shin claims this has nothing to do with the heavens. All he is doing is moving forward, carrying the thoughts of his comrades on his shoulders. Though it is fate that they met here in the battlefield, everything afterwards is up to them. Rinko tells Shin he's quite strong. Shin thrusts his sword into Rinko as he says a few departing words to the Wei general. Everyone starts to cry. The High Shin unit then exalts Shin's victory as the leader looks back at Rinko one last time. Kakubi's unit will finish off the Wei soldiers from here. The Haishin unit wants Shin to cut off Rinko's head, but he has no interest in that. Susui's wounds are not fatal. It turns out that Rinko set up a reserve unit to the side of their main forces. This means that the Chin reserve units that were left behind are possibly dead. Shin then heads off to Kyou Kai. 45 minutes earlier, Kyou Kai's unit was ambushed. She leads the unit to clash with the enemy as she starts to smile. Shin arrives in real time. The soldiers apologize for their weakness. Shin and his unit start looking for survivors and Kyou Kai. A mass of dead bodies lie on the ground as Shin catches Kyou Kai before collapsing. Shin tells her that he killed Rinko as she tells him to let her go as she'll catch his stupidity. The Haishin unit, as a result, don't think that Kyou Kai is human. They're also shocked to find out that she's a woman. Shin explains her background and how her sister was killed. Thus, she's on a journey to avenge her sister. Though Shin wants his unit to treat her the same, they'll spare no efforts in protecting her so that the enemy never captures her. Both Shin and Kyou Kai are carried away to have their wounds treated. It turns out that Wei Center has yet to collapse, as Shin has one last place that he needs to go. Elsewhere, Renpa cuts through Mogo's army with ease. Renpa's men worry that he's getting too close to the archers. Renpa's personal troops start cutting down the archers. It turns out the general is 80% of the way up as he grinds his way to Mogo's position. Though both Wei and Chin soldiers lost track of Kanki, his personal army approaches the enemy HQ, led by Haku Kisai. Shin meets up with Mo-ten as they need to head to Chin HQ. Mo-ten can tell that he defeated Rinko, but despite this, it will all be for nothing if they lose this battle. Renpa inches ever closer to the Chin HQ. The Chin soldiers want Mogo to retreat via horse, but he refuses. Mogo laughs as he plans on dueling with Renpa. Renpa didn't expect this from Mogo, but he's intrigued nonetheless. Renpa wonders what the perpetual coward, Mogo, is trying to pull here. Mogo laughs once more as he wishes to exchange words through combat. The duel begins. Renpa quickly dodges an attack and cuts Mogo's chest armor. At first, Mogo thought the gods were unfair when he had to fight with Renpa again, but after a talk with Shin, he realizes that this was a blessing in disguise. Mogo uses his passion to attack Renpa. When Shin and Mo-ten reach HQ, they find an empty summit. Though Renpa is dealing more damage, Mogo is blowing him away with his passion. The Golden Age and Renpa's flame have gone out, along with the 6 generals of Chin. Mogo crushes Renpa's horse, leaving him open for the final blow. Mogo goes in, but Renpa cuts off his arm and dismounts him. Renpa goes in for the final blow, but Mo-ten intervenes to protect his grandfather. Though the era of the Zhao 3 Great Heavens and the Shin 6 Great Generals has ended, Mogo could not overcome Renpa. Mogo states that Renpa stepped onto the battlefield because he couldn't believe that Oki had died. Renpa denies this, but Shin interjects. Renpa insults Oki's death, saying that it tarnished the names of the 6 Great Generals of Chin and the 3 Great Heavens of Zhao. Shin interjects, and to prove his worth, he tosses Rinko's sword onto the field. Having taken down one of the 4 heavenly kings of Renpa, Renpa remembers Rinko as he fiercely steps towards Shin. Mogo urges him to run, but the phantom hands of Oki and Rinko push him forward. Renpa knocks Shin to the ground with his massive glaive. Having survived, Shin mounts a counterattack, but Renpa knocks him back. This shocks Renpa that he survived as Mo-ten intervenes. Mogo reminds Renpa that Genpo and Rinko are dead. Renpa remembers dining with Oki, who told him that their era was closed. Mogo reminds Renpa that his era hasn't lost its luster. Renpa cuts down some soldiers as he approaches Shin. Mogo then reveals that Shin inherited Oki's glaive. Oki died with a smile on his face, and he looked exactly like a great general under the heavens should look like. Renpa believes Shin wholeheartedly, as he now looks towards the heavens. Kaishibo then smashes through the Chin blockade, making his way to Mogo. Just then, smoke appears at the Wei HQ as Kanki has taken the hill. According to this map, Kanki and his army of 4,000 men evaded Kaishibo and made their way to Wei HQ. He was able to sneak into their HQ as he used his 4,000-man army to lure out the Wei soldiers. Kanki managed to capture Haku Kisai, the commander-in-chief in name only, and stabs him from behind. At Chin HQ, they stare in amazement that Wei HQ has already fallen. Kaishibo wants to kill Mogo, but Mo-ten aims to prevent this from happening. Renpa screams as he kills several soldiers. "Cease! We're going home. This is our loss." Kaishibo and the other Wei soldiers attempt to convince him otherwise, but Renpa claims that the outcome has already been decided. All the events have crippled Wei, and what's more, Osen's army is waiting to deliver the decisive blow. To avoid total annihilation, they must withdraw. Heki's group comes barreling in as Renpa calls for a ceasefire. Mogo agrees to the ceasefire, which signifies the end of the hostilities.
Renpa states that his biggest miscalculation was that Rinko died to some nameless soldier. "There's a few things we need to talk about," says Renpa to Shin. "Payback for Rinko, eh?" Renpa acknowledges he's chasing Oki, and to become a general, he needs the willpower of 100 men, the strength, the knowledge, and the experience of 100. That's how the Qin 6 and the Zhao 3 constructed a perfect era. He asks if Shin will be able to measure up. "I'm gonna shoot past you bastards and become the strongest great general in history." Renpa laughs, but is delighted to hear the passion. To surpass the great generals, Shin must complete a tremendous feat that permanently etches his name into the annals of history. He must unify all of China. Moten states that this is impossible. Shin, however, believes that with Issei, they can accomplish just that. Renpa tosses Shin Rinko's sword as a parting gift. Renpa says a few parting words to Mogo and states he won't retire until the day he dies. Mogo then screams, "This battle goes to the men of Qin!" News spreads of Renpa's shocking defeat across the states. Kanyo receives the news as a messenger reports that Shin defeated the commander of the enemy's main offensive. This news pleases Issei greatly. The report shocks Riboku since he thought Wei was going to win the battle. A portion of Qin's soldiers remain behind as the wounded head back to Qin. Kyou Kai wakes up as the Haishin unit nervously greets their female comrade. Kyou Kai then visits Shin as he recovers. She says she's getting out before day breaks. She hopes that achieving revenge will bring her back to normal again. "See ya." As she walks off, she falls into a trap. Turns out that Shin set it up. She jumps out of the trap, and Shin says, "No matter how much distance is between us, we'll always be supporting that tiny back of yours from behind." And with this, Kyou Kai leaves the unit, at least for the time being. At the Wei royal capital, Renpa is forgiven for his defeat, but the Wei king must exile him as it's beyond his control. It turns out that Renpa would live out the rest of his days in the state of Chu. Shin returns to Kanyo, only to get berated by Shoban for his informal attire. Shoban then marvels at how much Shin has accomplished in the last 4 years. His Majesty, Issei, arrives at the ceremony as everyone bows. Mogo is recognized first as he rises in nobility, receives riches, and lands. Kianki's up next as he rises up 2 ranks in nobility and receives lands and riches. Kianki looks up at Issei, noticing the fierce light in his eyes. Shin is called up for the 3rd prize, but accidentally steps on General Doman on his way up. He then comes face to face with Issei. Shin rises up 3 ranks in nobility, is given various riches, and is officially promoted to 1,000-man commander. My thanks. The entire hall was stunned in silence by this sight. Applause then rained down afterwards, as Shin and Issei tried to hold back their laughter. Shin tells Issei after the ceremony that their paths have merged, and that they both want to achieve the unification of China. "We're gonna do this, Sei." 3 months later, the 1,000-man Haishin unit is ready to engage the enemy. Riku-sen tells Moten that the Haishin unit has suffered a string of defeats, and that the captain is in danger of having his rank stripped. Ko states that Kyou Kai drew up all their tactics, so her absence is leading to their downfall. Moten shows up and discovers that Shin's tactics are suboptimal at best. With no strategic leaders, just 300 Gakuka members could defeat the 1,000-man Haishin unit. Moten offers to introduce them to some strategists, in particular, his little brother. 10 days have passed since Moten talked to them, and they've experienced their 5th loss in a row. The Qin army needs to hold Risei if they don't want to lose the Sanyou region. The Haishin unit is tasked with defending the Bijin Bridge, which turns out to be their last opportunity to prove themselves. However, they were defeated once again. Moki then greets his brother, Moten. Moki, as it turns out, can't help the Haishin unit, so he sent in a replacement. It is then revealed that Ten is the replacement, and she'll be the new Haishin strategist. Shin then finds out that Ten is a girl for the first time. And he happens to stick his hand up her skirt.
NANI?!
A group of Wei soldiers are hellbent on enacting revenge on the Haishin unit. A report then comes in that 1,000 Wei soldiers are at the foot of Mount K. Though Shin will allow Ten to accompany them, he won't give her any rights to command. During the battle, Shin ignores Ten's plans as his unit suffers dearly for it. Due to them losing, Shin wants to enter the fray, but Ten claims that the enemy has set traps, and she offers to swap with him. Reluctantly, Shin allows Ten to take charge of the Haishin unit. The Haishin unit then relocates their HQ to recover their scattered comrades. Moki tells his brother that Ten received special training from Shohei himself. Ten realizes that her aptitude as a strategist is being tested for the first time in this battle. Thus, she mustn't allow fear to consume her. Let's begin. Assume your positions, commands Ten. Dosei from the Wei unit sends their vanguard towards the Shin HQ. Ten holds the soldiers back, as she plans on using a bottleneck to bury the Wei soldiers in one swoop. Due to the bottleneck, 500 Haishin soldiers should be able to defeat the 1,000 Wei soldiers. The Haishin unit then takes down the enemy captain, Dosei.
The enemy then spreads out and attacks once more. Ten has the Haishin unit break through the enemy HQ with brute force alone. Hyoki enacts his defensive formations as the Haishin unit gets stymied. However, this was part of Ten's plan. Shin was intended to be the bait all along. Ten gives the signal for the Kakubi soldiers to attack the enemy from behind. They capture the enemy commanders as they notice the Haishin HQ getting burnt down. Fortunately, Ten successfully escaped. Hyoki then belittles Ten's tactics, pinning everything on luck. You were beaten by Ten, strategist of the Haishin unit. Remember that name well. Ten henceforth takes care of the logistics so Susui can return to the front lines. From that point forward, the Haishin unit completely subjugated Risei in only 10 days, with Ten at the helm. Moten takes notice of the new and improved Haishin unit. Ten wants to continue concocting battle plans, but Shin encourages her to loosen up and enjoy the spoils of war. Soldiers clad in black leave Canton to travel towards the lands of Sanyou. Shin, Ohan, and Moten all subjugated their regions surrounding Sanyou City. Shohei and Rishi, two members of the Four Pillars of Ryo, step forward. Shohei announces that Sanyou will now be called Togun of the Qin Kingdom. Qin vows to have 10,000 of its own citizens immigrate to this city, announcing to the world that Qin has truly begun to expand its borders. Ohan, Shin, and Moten meet up. Ohan wonders why Qin is going through this course of action. Moten relays a message from Shohei. The time has come for us to stimulate all of China's wars. Riboku then calls for an army of 100,000 men to attack the state of Yan. I do believe it's about time we woke him up. Keisha visits Hoken in a forest. She then escorts the manifestation of violence to the battlefield. Ten states that Yan holds the most mysteries. No battles between Qin and Yan have occurred in decades, so their military strength and general are unknown. However, one general is known, and that is Gekishin, the savior of the kingdom. Gekishin is warned about Hoken, but the Yan general has defeated many Bushin in his youth. He then states that if Chancellor Ryo compensates him more than Yan, he'll move over to Qin. Turns out Gekishin abandoned his motherland of Zhao for Yan on the promise of riches alone. Gekishin and Yan are allied with the mountain tribes, but Riboku seems unconcerned with this. After a half of day of battle, the fight between Zhao and Yan was reaching its climax. Gekishin's quote-unquote poisonous cats attempt to close in on the enemy HQ. In the past, Gakuki saved the state of Yan from the brink of destruction and rivaled the Qin sixth great generals all by himself. Gekishin was by Gakuki's side as he dominated the east. However, Gekishin stole all of Gakuki's strategies to use for himself, particularly using a back foot position to get a better grasp on his enemy's true nature. Gekishin works backwards to identify Riboku's location, which is right beside him. The quote-unquote poison dogs of Gekishin make their advance on the Zhao. Gekishin looks poised to take Riboku's head. Hoken then starts blasting his way through the poison dogs. Gekishin and Hoken then meet head-to-head and engage each other in a battle. The engagement, however, doesn't last long, as Hoken slices Gekishin diagonally. Riboku states that this is a crucial step for the real thing, but Hoken only thirsts for a true battle. It turns out that a great war was coming to all of China, but only Riboku knew about this. We then see General Rinbu, 1,000-man commander Hakurei, and 1,000-man commander Koyoku of the Chu army. Yoku then proceeds to flick off the Haishin unit and call them a bunch of pussies. Yoku continues taunting the Haishin unit to Shin's frustration. The commander leaps from the base to engage with Yoku. After blocking, Yoku is surprised that the leader would jump off by himself. The Chu army sounds the gong to retreat as Shin attempts to rile up Yoku. Yoku is also known as Thunder, and Hakurei is part of the 10 bows of China, being the third best bow in all of China. Shin calls them trash as the Chu commanders take their leave. It turns out that Chu is the largest state in all of China, but given their borders touching 5 other states, they kind of have a bit of a problem. If they decide to attack one state, they run the risk of being attacked by other states. Rei believes that Shin is no match for Yoku, especially if he has his Bakuya sword. At Kanyo, political parties begin flocking towards the Ryo camp. A mysterious man by the name of Ro-Ai suddenly appeared in the royal harem. He was able to sneak in, pretending that he was a eunuch, but all he's really doing is giving the Queen Mother sex. And because the Queen Mother is pleased, she's sending over more allies to the Ryo faction. Rishi then eliminates the messenger to tie up loose ends. Ryo then obtains the seat of Chancellor of the State, a higher role than his previous one, which was Chancellor of the Right. Running out of options and losing control of the courts, Issei takes his faction to a dangerous man. It's been quite a while, say Kyo. Eikyuu has sent many proposals to assist in defeating Ryo in exchange for setting him free along with his retainers. Shogun feels uneasy about this whole situation, but Eikyuu despises the thought of Ryo wielding so much power. Many allies side with the Aisei faction after Eikyuu is released. With Ryo's ascension, 2 chancellor seats are currently open, and it's presumed that Shohei and Rishi will take them in 10 days' time. But Aisei wants to use this opportunity to acquire power for themselves. After 10 days' time, Eikyuu brings in some old men of royalty to bolster their influence. Shohei is then appointed to Chancellor of the Right, and next, Shogun is appointed to Chancellor of the Left. Obviously, this angers the Ryo faction. Though Ryo stands above Shogun in the court, this small victory gave the Aisei faction a measure of the quote-unquote right to decide on policy. Aisei and Ryo bicker back and forth, with the king stating that he is the stronger one.
Ten wakes up with Shin hugging onto her. He's also got his hand going up her shirt. 3 months have passed since Ten joined the Haishin unit, and she's already managed to fit in pretty well. Chin and Chu's forces stare each other down for a bit before pulling out. The Haishin unit then finds an injured kid that was attacked by the Han army. The boy is from the state of Zhou, and he begs for Shin to save his mother. The Haishin unit comes upon a field of brutalized corpses, most of them consisting of women and children, propelling Shin to take action. The Han army attempts to break through the Zhou gates with a battering ram. Now the citizens consider taking their own lives, as it's possible they might become slaves and brutalized. That is, until the Shin army comes storming onto the scene. Ten commands the infantry to go into the city and smash the Han army. Now Shin's horsemanship is improved by leaps and bounds, as he takes down Bakken, the enemy leader. Afterwards, Shin and Ten find out that Zhou is under the protection of Wei, Zhao, and Chu. Now they do this by selling information to maintain their safety. Zhou then gives the Haishin unit a map of the surrounding area. On their way to Token City, the Haishin unit spots Riboku as he steps out of his carriage. Even though Chin and Zhao are currently allied, Shin wants to be ready to charge the enemy at a moment's notice. Shin goes off by himself and spots Riboku and some mysterious guy in a tent. Kanei sneaks up and attacks Shin, as Riboku is shocked to see that Shin is here. Shin demands to know who Riboku was just talking to right now, but Riboku says that that's none of his business. Now we as the readers discover that it was Shun Shin Kun, Prime Minister of Chu, and it seems that he was discussing a Chu-Zhao alliance with Riboku. Now if Shin wants any information from Riboku, he'll have to best him in a duel. Kanei and Ten then notice that Shin and Riboku are about to cross swords. Shin takes the early initiative, but Riboku sends him flying back. Now Ten assumed that Riboku was merely a strategist, but that's when she notices the multitude of battle scars on his arm. Shin isn't interested in taking down Riboku head on. He'd much rather beat him in the battlefield. Whilst the 2 armies are ready to leave, Ten tells Riboku that she knows something is going on, and she speculates that he was discussing a Chu-Zhao alliance. Now Riboku reminds them that it's not the alliance that's important, but rather the objective and the outcome. You have yet to realize the true terror of war, says Riboku. Shin decides to leave as Kanei goes up to Ten and says, if you ever find yourself without a home, come seek me out. 20 days later, Riboku visits King Kaibin of Wei. The Haishin unit guards Token City, as it's been a month since Shin came across Riboku, and ever since that day, neither Zhao or Chu have made any movements. Moten then informs Shin that Ohan has been promoted to 2,000-man commander. Back in Kanyo, Ko has become pregnant with Sei's child. Back in Token, Ten is shocked to find out that Sei's got a kid on the way. The Haishin unit then makes their way out of Token as they run into the remnants of Oki's army. Kano states that a storm is brewing, one even greater than Bayou, the battle where they lost their Lord General Oki. And these suspicions turn out to be true, as only 2 days later, Chu launches an attack on Qin in the 6th year of Sei's reign. And as a reminder, this is 241 BC. Rinbu leads the invasion for the Chu army. That superpower of a state has finally turned its gaze on Qin. The Chu army is 50,000 strong and has already made its way to Yasen. The Chu army is avoiding the Mobu and the Chotu armies by pushing forward and avoiding conflict. To heads off the Chu army and wishes to stall them until reinforcements come. Dokin, 5th army commander of the To army, gets brutalized by Rinbu. The Haishin unit looks to head off Chu, but they then notice a huge Wei army, and it's making its way to Qin. The Wei army obliterates the city of Saki in no time flat. Garyo falls next, as Shin wants to chase down the Wei until they catch them. In Kanyo, reports of Riboku talking with the Chu have surfaced. Just then, reports come in that Zhao is laying siege to Bayou City. And to add insult to injury, reports say that the Yan army of 120,000 strong broke through the northern defense and is advancing further into Qin. It seems the 6 states have formed a coalition against the Qin. The 6 armies encroach upon Qin, as Riboku commands the troops onwards. Now this occurred once before, when the coalition went against the Qi, and as a result, Qi lost everything.
Riboku wants to paralyze Qin with a swift attack. Despite the odds, Sei commands the council to draft up a plan to fight the invading forces. Shohei says that they could strike the coalition army with the help of Qi, whose armies have yet to reach Qin. Saitaku meets up with the king of Qi, King Okin. Saitaku then wonders how much Riboku paid for Qi's loyalty. Riboku promised to split the lands of Qin among the 6 states, based on how many troops that they contributed to the war effort. Now Saitaku personally guarantees to double this amount. And with this, King Okin accepts, and he orders his forces to retreat from Qin. Though Qi is not helping out Qin, the threat of doing so will put the other armies at a disadvantage. Now Wei's army has advanced the furthest into Qin, as they are now fighting against Dukyo. Gohei Mei, commander-in-chief of the Wei army, cautions his men to pay Dukyo respect, since he's the one that killed his grandfather, Gokei. Shin's forces charge into the battlefield to help out Dukyo. Gohei Mei then employs an innovative strategy, forcing Dukyo to pull out. At nightfall, Dukyo thanks Shin for his assistance. After explaining the gravity of the situation, he offers to let Shin accompany him on the upcoming battles. Dukyo's army goes into its 4th day of battle with the Wei army. Despite Dukyo's early losses, his men continue to win every vital clash. Shin's army retreats as Gohei Mei meets up with Riboku. The two exchange some words, before Riboku announces that he wants to completely and utterly destroy Qin. Shohei devises a plan that has a 1 in 5 shot of succeeding. But, unfortunately, it's their best opportunity. Ryofu says that this is an acceptable gamble. Qin continues to sustain heavy losses, forcing many citizens to abandon their homes. In Kanyo, Qin's great generals have all assembled. We have Mobu, Chotu, Tu, Osen, Kanki, Mogo, and Dukyo. Total warfare is inevitable, and if they fail, Qin will cease to exist as a state. Elsewhere, the various heads of the coalition army meet up with Riboku and the prime minister of Chu. We've got Kanmei of Chu, Ordu of Yan, Gohei Mei of Wei, and Saikei of Han. Shun Shin will serve as the coalition army's commander-in-chief, with Riboku serving as the strategical advisor, and he will ensure that everyone stays in line. Shohei wants all the armies to focus on their defensive position, and that's going to be at Kankoku Pass, the National Gate. Shin's unit is then recalled to the National Gate, as Shin himself is utterly amazed by the size of the gate. This is going to be the location of the decisive battle, says Shin. Shohei has given Mobu the most costly role in the upcoming battle. Now Shohei admits that he was outplayed by Riboku, and he can't believe that someone saw through his schemes for the Sanyou Campaign. Elsewhere, Riboku admits that Shin was on the verge of checkmating all of China. Shin and Ohan trade barbs as the latter is set on becoming a general soon. Now this war provides an opportunity for Shin to become a 5,000-man commander. We then receive a map with the layouts of all the armies, as the battle finally kicks off. The Haishin unit is with Dukyo, facing off against the Zhao army. Moten and Ohan are placed with the To army, facing off against the Chu. Han and Wei will attack Kankoku Pass, and Ordo of Yan will go against Osen. Chu initiates the proceedings by rallying their troops. Rinbu shouts, "All troops!" But Dukyo yells charge and steals the moment. Dukyo with the Haishin units smash into the Zhao forces. Ten reverses course, since she'll analyze the battle from the rear. Kanmei and Rinbu of Chu are angry that Dukyo has stolen their moment. 241 BC, Coalition Army vs. Qin Army. The Battle of Kankoku Pass begins. Now Kyou Kai wants to still avenge her sister, so she hopes that the Haishin unit can survive without her. Shin blasts his way through the Zhao forces, with a look of fury on his face. Rihaku was given orders not to assume a defensive formation, which seems a bit odd. Dukyo is looking for a place where he can latch his claws into. As such, Dukyo senses that something is off. He then reshuffles his men, preparing for a second charge. Keisha then reorganizes the troops to attack Dukyo from the rear. So the ones that were just repositioned from the front are now being attacked from the rear. Now, although most would have difficulty in reading Dukyo's actions, Keisha has no problems, since he's an instinctual general. Keisha is much like a spider, laying subtle traps and waiting for her opponent to charge in. Rihaku explains that Dukyo senses the flow of the battle. He does this by looking at formations and even looking at the other men's eyes. But because Keisha didn't give out the plans to the battle, there were no tells for Dukyo to latch onto. Dukyo then goes into a frenzy, as his army is dwindled down. It seems like Dukyo's army will already be defeated right after the Battle of Kankoku Pass has begun. Fortunately for Qin, the Haishin unit breaks through, officially beginning the counterattack. Now this is the current situation with Dukyo at the front and Shin at the rear. Even though it's reckless, Shin ran backwards through the column of soldiers. And with this, Shin commands 10,000 troops in the rear, and he's poised for the counterattack. The lad has managed to splendidly ignite a great blaze behind us, says Keiyou. Keiyou now focuses on the Zhao commander hiding in the way back. At Kankoku Pass, Kanki and Chotu order their men to fire arrows upon the Wei soldiers. Wei then brings out a siege tower, and this is a great shock to the many Qin generals. Riboku says that this is no good, as it still won't reach the top of the wall. The tower then releases counterweights, giving it an extension that reaches the top of the wall. Turns out that Gohome specifically designed the siege tower for Kankoku Pass. Wei soldiers climb their way up, as it looks like the situation is very dire. Another siege tower makes its way to the gate, as Riboku and Shunshin are quite impressed. Now the tower is funneling troops from the bottom to the top, making the situation especially precarious. Nevertheless, Kanki then ignites the tower with a fire arrow, making Gohome quite angry. Despite this development, Riboku and Shunshin still remain confident that the siege tower can serve as a useful foothold. On the other side of the battlefield, Mobu and To's armies of 90,000 are up against 150,000 Chu. In a flashback, Mobu tells Moten that they need to take down the Chu First Army with the To army. Now Mobu will hang back, since that's what Rinbu is doing for Qin. Koyoku attempts to decapitate Moten, but the latter deflects the attack. The two trade blows, with Koyoku being impressed with Moten's skill. Rokuomi then plows through the Chu army with the remnants of the Oki unit. Rokuomi carves his way to Rinbu as the two begin to clash. Rinbo then charges in on Rinbu, but is pierced with an arrow in the head. Hakurei, who shot the arrow, attempts to eliminate Rokuyomi next, but Rinbu doesn't want the help. Moten manages to locate Hakurei, and thusly divides his unit into two, with one going towards the archer. To says that their only hope of defeating Chu is with quality over quantity. Moten looks to assassinate Hakurei, but Koyoku intervenes at the last second and manages to disarm Moten. Koyoku looks to finish him off, but Ohan arrives at the last second to save Moten. Ohan and Koyoku engage each other in a fierce combat. Koyoku then pulls out the legendary Bakuya sword. It turns out that this is one of the 5 treasured swords, and it was forged by a legendary couple with divine talent. Elsewhere, Rinbu is having his way with Rokuyomi. Rinbu castigates the Qin, saying they have no idea what it takes to become a general in the state of Chu. If they truly wish to challenge him, they'll have to drag out Oki from his grave. And with this, To enters the battlefield. Just then, Rinbu begins to tremble as To slaughters his way through the battlefield. In a flashback, To acknowledges Mobu's strength, saying that Oki made him better. But for To, he's always been strong. Koyoku has confidence in Rinbu's talents, since he's always placed himself at the front of the battlefield. Despite his tenacity, To manages to slice the general across the chest. Impossible! Just what the hell are you? Says Rinbu. A great general under the heavens, responds To. Rinbu acknowledges To's strength, yet he is not ready to admit defeat. Hakurei wants to eliminate Rinbu's opponent, but he then notices that Moten was hiding underneath his platform. He redirects the shot at Moten as the latter cuts through his bow. Rinbu is in disbelief that his strength is failing him. Now while Rinbu has strength, To has the pride of serving with Oki, a man who is recognized as one of the great generals of all of China. Rinbu says that only the Chu are capable of becoming great generals, but To lands a critical strike and says that's not true. And with this, Rinbu, commander of the First Chu Army, falls in battle. News spreads quickly of Rinbu's defeat, making this a great blow to the coalition army. And as we find out, the coalition armies have spies in each other's camps. So anything that happens on one battlefield is known by the other generals. Just an interesting little detail to keep in mind. Meanwhile, the battle rages on between Keiyou and the Zhao army. Ten decides to head into the battlefield to reform and rally the men inside. Shin continues his bloody rampage as he catches the gaze of one of the Zhao officials. Now the Qin army burned 400,000 Zhao people. Now the Mangoku army is comprised of soldiers that were related to those people. Can you feel it, boy of Qin? Can you feel our darkness? Shin cares not about the atrocities committed in the past as he plunges deeper into the battlefield. Ten reaches the Shin unit, commanding them to move forward to Shin's location. Mangoku recounts the events that went down at Chohei, the place where Hakuki massacred thousands. Let's all die together, and curse Qin for all eternity with this hatred. Now it turns out that Mangoku was buried alive, but somehow he climbed his way out of his own grave. And now as a result, he wants to slaughter every last person that lives in Qin. The Mangoku army looks to eradicate them, but that's when Ten and the rest of the Haishin unit comes to the rescue. Rihaku sends an additional 1,000 troops to Mangoku to help out. A Qin soldier attacks Mangoku, but he easily dodges and lands a counter hit. Ten calls out Mangoku's egregious actions, but the general says that men are cursed to continually kill each other.
Now, wars come from boundaries, but Sei will unite everyone, and Shin will be his unbreakable sword. Shin kills a couple of soldiers as he begins his clash with Mangoku. So Sui cuts off Mangoku's armies, as Shin and Mangoku continue to trade blows. Mangoku cuts many wounds in the Shin, and nearly knocks him off of his horse. Shin claims that Mangoku is cursed with hatred, a burden that he created for himself. Shin then seizes the initiative, and gives Mangoku a mortal wound. Shin then kneels before the fallen general, and vows to never commit or allow a tragedy like Chohei to ever happen again. Now from beneath the earth, Mangoku will be watching. Now the High Shin unit would withdraw from the battlefield. Mangoku's army would pursue them like mad dogs, but would ultimately fail to avenge their general. Though Keisha was right before Dukyo, the Shin general decided to retreat since the sun was setting. With the coming of dusk, all the battles were put on hold. News of Shin's accomplishment then reaches Aisei's ears. "Shin, you truly are saving us," says Aisei. Shin then gets slapped by Dukyo, and ends up falling on top of 10 with his lips. Dukyo takes a giant gulp of victory wine, and then offers some to Shin. Shin chugs it down, feeling an intense burn inside his throat. Dukyo acknowledges Shin's accomplishment, saying that it could shift the winds of war. Dukyo then bolsters Shin's forces, now making it 2,000 men that he'll oversee. "You must evolve yourself in this great war, Shin lad." Riboku is informed that Shin was the one that killed Mangoku. Yoku vows to avenge Rinbu as the Chu army lights his body ablaze as they say their farewells. Likewise, To bids Rinbo farewell. Shunshin says that Chu will deploy their second army, though they have a bit of a personality problem, and that's because they're led by General Karen. It had to be a Karen, am I right? Now I know I pronounced a lot of the names incorrectly in the manga, so I'm wondering, is it Karin or Karen? I'm gonna say Karen for the rest of this video, but let me know in the comments. Now Karen's size is quite surprising, as she towers over most of the troops. Rokin, Rinbu's lieutenant, pledges his allegiance to Karen, but she snaps his neck with a swift kick to the jaw. She tasks the remnants of the first army to kill To, and if they fail, they'll all be executed. Chu's army goes into the second day, though they don't really have a clear plan. Things have stalled for Wei and Yan, so it's up to Chu to make some progress. Commander-in-Chief Kame demands to know why Karen hasn't moved the second army. She claims that this is part of her strategy. In fact, she wants to conquer Kankoku Pass itself. Rinboku receives a message from Karen that says that Kankoku Pass will fall in the next 10 days. Now, Ordo's army has absorbed many of the mountain tribes, so they are specialized at sieging mountain forts. Envoys from HQ inform the top generals to employ attrition warfare for about the next 10 to 12 days. And as such, things proceed uneventfully for the next 2 days. Mogo and Shoto find the activities of the coalition army odd. Now Mogo says that the younger, more talented Shin generals wouldn't be able to hold Kankoku Pass, since they do not possess enough weight. Let us etch our names into history together, Choto. Now things proceed uneventfully until the 7th day. Saikai, Han Commander-in-Chief, tells the Wei army to move aside, as it's now his turn at Kankoku Pass. "Begin. Archer teams loose," says Saikai. Now it turns out that the Han army is using poison weapons. Turns out that Seikai steeped himself in research of poisons, continuously mixing and distilling until he devised a unique poison to be used for martial purposes. And due to his own fondness for poisons, it has ruined his otherwise beautiful body. The Han army then starts using ballista to shoot at the Shin generals. In a surprising turn of events, Seikai decides to retreat, saying that the real thing still has yet to come. After the 7th day of combat, Ohan and Moten begin to talk to each other. Now for Shin to pull out this victory, they're gonna have to do something special. They're gonna have to be in the right place at the right time. And after the 8th day of fighting, nothing major would change. Choto then wonders if Kanki has the resolve to protect the kingdom, as we see that Choto himself has been infected by the poison. Kyou Kai makes it to Zhao. She hears rumors that Shin and the coalition army are fighting each other in a stalemate right now. Ryofu wonders why the coalition army would be dragging things out, especially with the threat of Chi behind them. Shohei speculates that an all-out attack is imminent, and in this scenario, Chin would be screwed. Luckily, all the Chin soldiers are aware of this eventuality, which means they can make the proper preparations. "Tomorrow night, we will toast each other on the walls of Kankoku Pass," says Riboku. The next morning, the 120,000 strong Chu army sets forth. The final clash is in full swing, with Shin plowing through numerous soldiers. The Yan army weakens Osen's left flank. Mobu charges into battle, claiming that he's the strongest, and he wants to smash Kanmei to a pulp. Heki's unit of 3,000 soldiers charges into the Kanmei army. Now it's Mobu's speech that gave them the courage to rage out on the battlefield. Mobu then orders his troops to assault with the echelon formation, a maneuver that is quite advanced and hard to pull off. And given that Mobu is not really a tactician, this is quite surprising. This attack formation is specifically designed to throw off the enemy's cohesion. Now Chu's army has been caught off guard. Kanmei looks to use his numbers advantage to obliterate the Mobu army. Karen wishes to join in as well, but wants to do so with some grandeur, with some fearsomeness, and just a little bit of cuteness. Karen's army then creates a smokescreen, allowing them to deploy their elephants onto the battlefield. The elephants storm their way through the Tou army. Tou has confidence that his men can handle the elephants, but the men are surprised that the elephants are moving in formations. Rokoyomi manages to get on top of one of the elephants, and slaughters the Chu soldiers commanding it. Tou's army drives the elephants off, so it looks like an early victory, but unbeknownst to them, this was a diversion for Karen to assemble her troops in the optimal formation, leaving Qin at a severe disadvantage. Tou is forced to assume a defensive position, meaning that he cannot send aid to those surrounded by the enemy. An endless stream of attacks from every direction. Just how long will you be able to hold out? Says Karen. Tou then assigns 5,000 troops to Ohan in the left army, and another 5,000 to Moten in the right army. The Wei army brings out oversized crossbows, and they plan on using them on Kankoku Pass. Now the bolts serve as nails in the wall, allowing the soldiers to climb up to the top. Wei then brings out a siege tower, as the Wei soldiers begin climbing the wall again. Now Seikai's poison kicks in 8 days, and unfortunately for Choto, it's been 8 days since he's been poisoned. In a flashback, we find out that Kanki couldn't care less if Qin gets destroyed. The only reason that he's here is because he's freaking good at warfare. Now if Choto ever finds himself in a pinch, he merely needs to grovel before Kanki for help. Now Wei climbs up the wall from multiple angles, as Choto continues to cough up blood. Kanki deploys the cavalry to turn the tides. They then use oil and fire arrows to shoot at the ground. They then throw smoke bombs by the tower, causing all the men to panic and evacuate. After realizing that there was no fire inside the tower, they see Kanki and his cavalry on the ground. Kanki's army now stares at a sea of enemies, yet surprisingly, he's not worried in the least. Now they steal one of the Wei flags and brazenly wade through unnoticed by anyone else. Essentially, they're a group of 80 soldiers amongst hundreds of thousands of Wei soldiers. It's pretty insane. Now Choto also decided to make his descent to the battlefield, and he marvels at Kanki's brazenness. In fact, his strategy rivals that of the 6 great Qin generals. Meanwhile, Kanki, in a mocking sort of way, encourages the Wei soldiers to kill the Qin scum. I mean, could this guy get any more based? I mean, god damn. Now they make their way to the Han soldiers, as their objective is clear. They want to kill Seikai, the Han commander-in-chief. Now Kanki sent a total of 5 detachment units, with each of them having 80 men. And with all of them converging on Seikai, they'll have 400 men in total. A report comes into Seikai that a group of Wei soldiers have gone through their camps, and they're quickly approaching HQ. Now Seikai has no idea who they are, but anyone that would turn a blade on a Han soldier is an enemy. Hold nothing back. Wipe them out to the last man. Mogu then goes to the center of Kankoku Pass, since he's the only general that can oversee the wall now. Kanki's men are shocked by Choto's aggressiveness and resilience in the battlefield. Unfortunately for Choto, the poison is setting in, as he begins to cough up more and more blood. Now Seikai deduced that the Choto unit was bait, and that the real attack was coming from the flanks. So using his sharp eyes, he decided to move forward into safety. Unfortunately for him, he didn't calculate that Choto would get a second wind and burst his way through. Now Choto is the oldest of the Qin generals, and he wants an honorable death on the battlefield, but not by poison. Anything but poison. Despite getting hit with yet another poison arrow, Choto rushes his way forward, bent on killing Seikai with all his might. Seikai remains in disbelief that his poison hasn't worked, but Choto says, "What would you know of a general's strength? A commander does not show his back and flee," says Choto as he slices Seikai right down the middle. Afterwards, Kanki says, "Don't croak on me just yet, geezer. You still need to grovel before me as a part of our agreement, remember?" Now Choto won't grovel, but he does say this: "Become the #1 general in Qin, Kanki. I leave Qin to you." And with this, Choto falls to his death, but not before Kanki catches his body. By the time they discovered that Seikai was murdered, Kanki had already made his way away from the scene. Now this comes at a cost, because the 3-story watchtower at Kankoku Pass has been set ablaze. Riboku and Shunshin are surprised by Seikai's death, but Riboku determines that Chin must be on its last leg right now. The Haishin unit takes a water break from the intense battling. Despite Dukyo's progress, they're not making much progress against the Zhao. Dukyo agrees to lure out Keisha, as Shin will ambush him from the side. Sei is briefed of the fire at Kankoku Pass, and of all the critical battles. Unfortunately, the messengers cannot make contact with Osen. If the coalition army makes it to the royal harem, Ko will definitely suffer the most. That's because she's holding Sei's child. Shohei reveals that Osen has ambitions to become king one day. Thus, he does not possess any loyalty or patriotism. Osen lost the central fort, which has cut off their communications with the army. And with this, Osen decides to withdraw from the fort. Ordo now wishes to scale a great cliff so that they can get behind the Kankoku Pass. Ordo confidently instructs his men to climb the cliff, as it looks like Chin's days are numbered. What an idiot, says Osen. Arrows rain down on the Yan soldiers, as Ordo is shocked that someone caught him off guard in the mountains, which is supposed to be his specialty. Turns out that Osen was waiting to ambush Ordo from the start. Moryu aims to capture Ordo alive, but the Yan general slices off his head. Now Ordo would retreat to Osen's fortress, having lost 8,000 of his mountain soldiers, and these were among his best soldiers in his army. Meanwhile, the most important battle, Chu versus Chin, was reaching its climax. Moten looks to be in some trouble, but To comes in to provide assistance. Karen gives Koyoku 5,000 soldiers and instructs him to kill To. Koyoku spreads out his 5,000 men and makes a beeline for To's unit. Koyoku slices through Chin's soldiers as he attacks To with his Bakuya sword. Now To's army finds themselves encircled as Karen finally decides to enter the battlefield. While Koyoku keeps To preoccupied, Karen will smash through Chin's square formation. Karen begins her assault on the Ryokoku army. Now Taigo's unit is tasked with killing Karen, but they can't get through her elite soldiers. Roko Omi and Kano blitz Karen's forces from the rear. As Moten takes reserve forces to Ryokoku's position, Ohan's 5,000-man unit also targets Karen's army from the rear. Karen will now change locations, as she has her eyes set on General Mobu. It seems that Mobu's two-pronged echelon attack has failed, as the Kanmei army is putting up an effective defense. Now it turns out that Shohei was born in Chu, and he was the one that recommended to Mobu to use the echelon formation. Now by concentrating their forces on the flanks, it will open up a path to Kanmei, and from there, it's up to Mobu to finish the job. Realizing what Mobu wants, Kanmei sends out his cavalry to meet him. Mobu goes berserk as he smashes through the men. Now Shohei's plan requires Mobu to go all out in seeking Kanmei's head, and there's no margin for error. Mobu's troops break through the cavalry, as they now only need to pass through the brittle Kanmei line to reach the general. Ohan and Moten chase down Karen, as Moten wonders where Karen's other 5,000 elite soldiers went off to. Kanmei obliterates numerous soldiers as he throws his weapon at Mobu. Now both Mobu and Kanmei claim to be the strongest man in all of China, and there can only be one man, so they need to decide right now with a fight. Kanmei scores an early hit, asserting his dominance over Mobu. Now Kanmei has invaded many states within China, and he has never tasted defeat. Even Okatsu, one of Chin's 6th grade generals, suffered a devastating wound to Kanmei and was forced to retreat. Though for him, defeating one of Chin's strongest generals was no accomplishment, as he believes he transcends humanity. His duty is to make the strong realize what true strength is. Mobu then knocks Kanmei back, shocking everyone that's watching the battle, especially Kanmei. Now the two have the privilege of going all out, which they do happily with a flurry of blows. Now Kanmei's strength of attacks breaks Mobu's left arm. The true general then knocks him back with another reverberating strike. Now if we are to go by accomplishments, Kanmei is the strongest general in all of China. No one can compete with him, but Shohei nonetheless believes in Mobu's abilities. Just then, Mobu rises up and smashes onto Kanmei's mace, breaking the Chu general's arm in the process. "Kanmei! The strongest in all of China is me!" screams Mobu. Now Karen commands her brother to stab Mobu in the back of the heart, something her own troops find quite appalling. Upon seeing the cavalry deployed, Moten realizes that something is about to happen. Kanmei and Mobu are at their limits, as it looks like the conclusion is near. The two go in for one last epic clash, as Kanmei's mace shatters into pieces. Kanmei looks to pull out his sword as Karen's assassin goes in for Mobu. Moten then provides the necessary distraction, but gets knocked into the middle of the general's fight. Now Kanmei does not take kindly to this, as he attacks the boy with brute force. And as Moten is knocked down and looks to almost be dying, Mobu becomes absolutely enraged. And this surge in energy and fervor allows him to break Kanmei's sword and smash into his head. And with this, General Mobu is the victor in the battle. Now Shin's unit hears the cheers from the Qin army, meaning they did something fantastic. Following Kanmei's defeat, the battlefield descended into chaos once more. Now Moten's life hangs in the balance, but Mobu says his son will not die so easily. And with this, the general re-enters the battlefield. The Chu think he's some kind of monster, especially given the fact that he just fought Kanmei and he's going all out again. Karen has no interest in rallying Kanmei's troops, not that they would listen to her anyway. Now Mobu's army would soon dominate the battlefield, making it clear who was the victor that day. Each side's HQ would receive the news, and as expected, they would react in vastly different ways. Go-Ho Mei doesn't seem rattled by Kanmei's death. In fact, having the Chu general dead is beneficial for the state of Wei, as it was something they were going to have to do anyway in the long run. Shunshin wants to take up Kanmei's post, but Riboku urges him not to be so reckless, lest he wants to lose his head. A report then comes in from Karen, stating that victory is assured and to be ready to move through Kankuku Pass at a moment's notice. Koyoku gave Toa everything he could handle, but was forced to retreat along with the rest of Karen's army. Koyoku is then furious at Karen for retreating, but the last remaining Chu general had a plan in place this entire time. Now remember how she dispatched 5,000 of her units somewhere else that no one else noticed? Well, it just so happens that they found their way behind Kankuku Pass, meaning that the Qin army was in for a rude awakening. Now Qin's army successfully pushes back Wei, but that's when the Chu army makes its move. Though Chu has suffered some embarrassment, Shunshin claims that they could still save face by claiming the biggest accomplishment in this war. The situation becomes utter chaos, as Karen revels in her masterful strategy coming to fruition. Boulder after boulder is removed from the doorway, as it looks like Kankuku Pass is about to fall, which means that Qin is absolutely screwed. That is, until Osen's army comes storming down the mountainside to the rescue. Shunshin is absolutely pissed that Ordo's army wasn't able to stop Osen. But unfortunately for Ordo, he doesn't know where Osen's army is at the moment. And fearing another surprise attack that would cost him 8,000 men, he's forced to hunker down at the fort. Chu then launches a signal for failure, which absolutely devastates Karen because she thought she had the perfect plan in place. It was crystal clear that Qin won the day, so the coalition army was forced to retreat and try again another day. And with this, Riboku and the others realized that the breakthrough to Kankoku Pass had become exceedingly difficult. The various men at Kanyo cheer on as they hear the good news. It turns out that from the very beginning that Mobu would be the offensive side of the military, and Osen would be the defensive side. And it has worked to absolute perfection. Now, even though it seems like it's the end of the coalition army, Dukyo and Shin are having their doubts. They sense that something bigger might be coming in the future, and that's because Riboku really hasn't made a move yet. Now the king of Chu, King Koretsu, is absolutely pissed that he lost 2 generals. Now as we find out, Renpa, who used to previously be with Zhao, sought asylum in Chu. Now unfortunately, because of the military arrangements, he can't really enter the battlefield at this point. He's not going to make any sort of difference. But he reminds the Chu king that Riboku has not made a move yet, and that still remains their biggest asset in the coalition war. And with that, Riboku would disappear from the coalition army that night, something only a few people knew about, as it seems like he's scheming something very devious. Now since things aren't going according to plan, the coalition generals bicker amongst themselves. They then wonder where Riboku went to, and Shunshin tells them that he's departed. However, he wants 1,000 elite soldiers from each one of the generals. Now while the other generals are confused by this, it seems like Karen has picked up on his scheme. Things proceed uneventfully for days 16 and 17. That is until a report comes in that the small city of Kasa has been invaded. Now there's 2 ways to get to Kanyo. One is through Kankoku Pass, and the other is through the Bu Pass. And as you can see on this map, Kasa is relatively close to Kanyo, so it seems like a very viable strategy for invading Kanyo, something that Riboku might do. And sure enough, it was none other than Riboku himself, as news of this reaches Sei's ears. Riboku's army besieges Jinshi City, and quickly moves on to the next one. Shohei wants Kanyo's soldiers to be ready for battle, and to lock all the gates. Karen is pleasantly surprised by Riboku's plan to funnel the troops from the battlefield on his secret mission. Riboku's army was now approaching the cities of Shoku and Ro. Shohei scattered soldiers on the nearby cliffs, but Riboku's army easily dispatched them. Kanyo is within their grasp, but that's when Dukyo and Shin come to spoil the party. 4 days ago, Dukyo noticed a small dust storm being kicked up by the 1,000-men units. And due to their tenaciousness, they caught up with Riboku with a force of 5,000 men. Riboku utilizes a spiral-like formation to prevent the enemy from getting close. The Chin army gets spread around the battlefield, just as intended by Riboku. Everyone remains confused, except for Dukyo, who uses his instincts to pinpoint Riboku's location. Now, not even Keisha could figure out Riboku's formation, making Dukyo quite the respectable man. That being said, his opponent will now be the terrifying Hoken. Dukyo realizes that this is the man that took down Oki, so it's time for a little bit of vengeance. Hoken's strength rattles Dukyo, and even cracks his weapon. Riboku says that defeat is assured for Dukyo. Dukyo calls Hoken a buffoon, who has yet to realize the contradiction within himself. Dukyo pushes back Hoken, as Riboku's army begins to slaughter the Chin. Shin rushes in, hoping to provide Dukyo with assistance. Dukyo, however, informs Shin to go forward, and forward means going to Kanyo. Dukyo tosses his shield towards Shin, as he unleashes absolute fury on Hoken. Unfortunately, Hoken cuts off his left arm. Dukyo then looks to return the favor by putting a wire around Hoken's arm. With his final words, he encourages Shin to never let that fire die out, as the general falls to the ground. In a flashback, Dukyo never became part of Chin's great generals. That's because unlike the other generals, he was never pursuing a dream. The battlefield was his home. It was a way of life, and that's all he really needed. In the now, Shin wants to go by Dukyo, but Heki punches him in the face to make him come to his senses. Heki takes control of the forces en route to Kanyo, as Riboku declares that Hoken is the lead general from here on out. Riots break out in Kanyo, as the citizens are aware of the incoming Zhao army. Shoban then finds out that Ryofo has made preparations for Aisei's assassination, since he himself has no intentions of fighting Riboku to the bitter end. He will thusly offer up Aisei's head and offer Kanyo as a reward to Riboku. Sei arms himself and tells Shohei that he still has one more trick up his sleeve, and that's the city of Sai. Sei meets up with Koa, as the girl is fearful that this will be the last time that she gets to see him. Sai has a large population of citizens, and they could all be used to stop Riboku. They just need a capable leader. Ryofu is furious that Sei left the capital. Nevertheless, with the king gone, he looks to sit on the throne himself. "The throne will always belong to royalty, you insolent scoundrel," says Seikyo. Seikyo sits on the throne, as he reveals that he talked to Sei before he left. Now Shin's army is at their physical limits, reaching Sai with downtrodden looks on their faces. That is, until they're met with the presence of King Aisei. And with this, Shin is at a loss of words, as he leans on Aisei's shoulder for just a little bit. Afterwards, Shin finds out that they only have 5,000 soldiers to Riboku's 30,000. Sei wants to transform the citizens of Sai into soldiers, so that Shin might have a chance at survival. Shoban introduces himself and the king before the people, and understandably so, the citizens are absolutely shocked. Sei says that if Sai cannot stop the coalition army, Chin will perish. Kenshu, a young boy, offers to fight for the survival of Chin. And with this, the citizens rally together and choose to fight for the sake of the kingdom. After hearing the speech, Shoban is confident that Sei can surpass King Sho. Now they only have 3 commanders, but they have 4 walls to defend, which is going to be a huge problem. Just then, Kaioki brings 100 vassals from Shohei, and Moki is here as well for his very first battle. Now preparations are complete, as Shin always seems to be by Aisei's side when a crisis breaks out. Riboku's army reaches Sai, as they're surprised to see that the citizens have taken up arms against them. Riboku commends the citizens on their valor, but warns them that they have no hope against this elite army. He thusly offers to spare them if they surrender here and now. Shin tells him to shove it, as he rallies the entire city of Sai for the protection of Shin. With no other recourse, Zhao is forced to attack Sai. Zhao creates an early foothold with their massive ladder. The Haishin unit performs well, as expected. Fute of Zhao, a 3,000-man commander, looks to put an end to Shin's fire, but it will have to wait. The eastern wall is experiencing difficulties, as they are firing their arrows into the wind. Heki, who's watching the eastern wall, struggles on. Ten sends the remnants of Dukyo's army to help out. Shinsei Jo, general of the Zhao army, wishes to use his own elite troops to dye the castle walls red. The city of Sai holds off for the first day, claiming a huge victory against the coalition army. At Kankoku Pass, things remain at a standstill. Though for the coalition army, this is acceptable. since it prevents Qin from returning to Kanyo to provide support. Riboku decides to split his army in half, and will attack in the dead of night. Now while half his army sleeps through the night, the other half will attack and make noise all night, making sure that the Qin army doesn't get any sleep. In the morning, Sai was thrown into battle in the worst way possible. At noon, Kaine and Fute decide to make their moves. Fute then takes out Ryosen, 100-man commander of the Haishin unit. Fute then takes down Denyu, but even though he took a wound, he's still alive. Shin attacks from the rear, but Fute manages to dodge with his quick reflexes. Fute continues to dodge as he gashes Shin across the face with his blade. He then says that he'll claim the last spot in Zhao's 3 Great Heavens. Now Shin compares his speeds to Kyokai's. He then remembers how she would wait to bait him with her movements. So to win this battle, he needs to bait Fute, which he does beautifully to land a critical strike. Kaine then focuses her efforts on killing Ten. Instead of this, she knocks out the Qin strategist, and looks to take her as a prisoner. Having noticed this, Shin becomes furious and attacks with full force. Kaine is then knocked to the edge of the wall, but Ten catches her before she falls. Now Kaine wants to take Ten with her, but Shin is furious and pulls Ten back. He then proceeds to scold her for her disobedience. Fute looks to retaliate, but Ryosen, who is still alive at the moment, throws him off of the castle wall and onto the ground. Riboku then wonders who would have been able to inspire the people of Sai to fight so well. Because she allowed Kaine to live, if Qin were to fall now, it would be all her fault. Goddamn Ten, what the hell did you do? Because sleep doesn't seem like a possibility, Sei decides to raise the morale of the people of Sai with his presence. Upon witnessing all of this, Shin realizes that Sei is a far greater man than he expected. Shoban reveals that they've got a maximum of 8 days to hold out. Anything after that point, and they're utterly screwed. The citizens of Sai continue to push back the Zhao army, as Riboku is flabbergasted that they persist on. And after the 4th day of fighting, Riboku wonders if it's possible that the king himself might be rallying the troops. Sai's citizens are at their limits, so Sei decides to join the fight for an extra bit of inspiration. Sei continues to fight well by cutting one of the Zhao's arms. Unfortunately, he gets blindsided and suffers a severe wound. The Zhao soldiers look to finish the job, but Shin comes in to save the day, quite literally. After going berserk for a bit, Shin catches Sei's body before it hits the ground. Sei immediately stands up, not wanting to lose the morale of the troops. Riboku hears about the king's presence, and begins to consider the possibility of an inspirational king that could transcend them all. This makes him especially dangerous, which is why he needs to go down now. Riboku encourages his troops to end the battle here and now by killing the king of Qin. With the end of another day, Shoban recommends that they evacuate the king. Shin is thusly tasked with convincing Sei to evacuate, but the king will do no such thing. Shoban is unhappy with Shin afterwards, but Sei will not give up on this endeavor. The Sai troops look tired and dejected, but Shin says that today is the moment of truth. Zhao looks to finish the battle today, but that's when Sei comes out on his horse to inspire his men once more. Though, given his wounds, he was doing everything in his power to mask the pain. The Haishin unit goes on a killing frenzy to set the tone. Kaioki begins redistributing his troops amongst the other walls to help out. Denyu and Ryosen, having recovered from their wounds, re-enter the battle with a surge of rage. After holding out another day, Shin is at his physical and psychological limit. Now Sei would talk with the Haishin unit before falling asleep, as tomorrow was going to be their last day of combat. This day would become the Great War of Qin versus the Coalition Army's final day. Qin cannot resist the persistence of the Coalition Army anymore, as they break into the city of Sai. Soldiers and cavalry rush into the city, as the citizens of Qin can do nothing more than watch in horror. That is until... Rejoice, Ko, a miracle has occurred, says Shin. Now off in the mountains, we see the emergence of Yotanwa and the Western Mountain tribes. Now it turns out that Sei reached out to the mountain tribes before the battle, which is why they figured they had about 8 days to hold out. And because they kept up the defense of the city long enough, they now hold a major advantage with Yotanwa's army of 30,000. Though Riboku was aware of the mountain tribes, he completely overlooked a possible alliance with Qin. The Alliance army retreated in droves, as Yotanwa's army tore through them like a hot knife through butter. Riboku realizes that a full retreat would mean that the coalition war has ended in complete failure. Just before he gives the final order, Hoken enters the battlefield with a crazed look in his face. I mean, what else is new? Yotanwa wants to take on Hoken, but Shin says it's his battle to be had. And with this, Shin faces off against the man who took down General Oki and Dukyo. Shin's horse bites Hoken's horse in the neck, dismounting the two warriors. Shin defends against Hoken's attack, but gets knocked back in the process. Despite his injuries, he stands up, ready for more. Hoken looks to finish things here, but Shin targets his weapon and manages to knock him off of balance. Shin proceeds to thrust his sword into Hoken's chest, yet the wound is not deep enough to end the battle. Shin then follows up by slashing the hulking man across the face. The Zhao general responds by whacking Shin across the face with the backside of his weapon. Now, vexing as it might be, with the presence of the mountain army, Riboku has no other alternative but to retreat from the battlefield. Shinsei Joe relays the message to Hoken. As the angered Zhao general realizes he has no other choice, Hoken then prepares to leave as he says, "I shall remember your name, Shin." After they leave, Shin immediately collapses to the ground from exhaustion. Yotanwa, however, will not allow the coalition army to retreat so easily, as they chase them down like wild beasts. 241 BC, the coalition siege of Sai City is effectively repelled. Kanyo receives word of the good news, as Ryofu is none so happy. After the fighting is done, Sei formally congratulates Yotanwa for saving the state of Qin. "Looks like we did it," says Shin. "Aye," responds Issei. That night, the citizens of Sai and the Qin mountain dwellers shared in their victory together. In the morning time, Shin meets up with Issei. Although they won the war, the city of Sai lost half of its population. "Were it not for them, Qin would have perished," says Sei, as he bows to the people of Sai while they sleep. Yotanwa's army has to go back to the mountains and continue their own war, so they say goodbye to the people of Sai. Likewise, Sei needs to return to Kanyo where he belongs. Riboku returns to the other coalition generals with the bad news. Now the coalition army completely retreats from Kankoku Pass, but because they were betrayed by Chi, that's their next target. And that's because Chi helped out Qin by not attacking. Mobu returns the favor by attacking the rear of the coalition army. After capturing a few smaller cities, the coalition army would officially disband. At the royal harem, Ko is relieved to see that Issei returned to her. Ohan is pissed that Shin let Hoken get away, but what he's really mad about is that Shin outdid him in this large-scale war. And with that said, it is now time for the award ceremony. The #1 award goes to General Mobu for having taken down General Kanmei of the Chu army. The citizens of Sai and Yotanwa's army also receive awards as well, for their efforts in protecting Kanyo. And finally, the last reward goes to Shin of the Haishin unit, for defeating General Mangoku and for clashing with Hoken of Zhao's Three Great Heavens. And with this, he's now promoted to 3,000-man commander. Shin now revels in the huge army that he now oversees. Now their unit is tasked with assisting in rebuilding Qin, and by protecting the people from enemy soldiers. Now part of Shin's army is 500 members of Dukyo's soldiers. Shin then finds out that Ohan was promoted to 3,000-man commander, and that Moten was promoted to 2,000-man commander. They then talk about Kyou Kai, as we notice that she's in the state of Zhao on Mount Ro. "We finally meet, 10 of the Yu tribe," says Kyou Kai. Now just a bit before this, Kyou Kai meets up with Kyomei, an agent of the Kyou tribe. While escaping from the Shiyuu ritual, Kyomei killed every one of her pursuers. She then points out Mount Ro, the current location of Yu Ren. After confronting Yu Ren on the mountain, Kyou Kai gets quickly surrounded by the members of the Shiyuu assassins. Kyou Kai goes on the offensive, but it's not going to be easy with her being outnumbered. Yu Ren reveals that she organized the trap for Kyosho, and she even beheaded her with her own hands. Kyou Kai becomes enraged by this, as she's surrounded by the Yu assassins, the things you see before you when submerged in the depths. Kyou Kai does well to blend offense with defense to keep the various Yu assassins off balance. In a flashback, Kyou Kai describes the priestess stance to Kyosho, saying that things slow down for her, and it even feels like she's in the middle of a deep blue body of water. And then now, as she goes deeper and deeper into the dance, she murders every last member of the Yu assassins. Yu Ren has seen enough, as she enters the battlefield and knocks Kyou Kai out of the dance. Yu Ren was able to see through the dance, so Kyou Kai considers going deeper this time. "Extreme short battles is my style of combat. I will dive into the deepest possible dance to finish this in an instant." Now despite the speed of her attacks, Kyou Kai is blocked at every turn. In fact, Yu Ren is able to knee her in the gut. Now the dance cuts off outside emotions to achieve full power. But Yu Ren explains to achieve the perfect dance, one must cut off all emotions from the outside, and that is the purpose of the ritual. Now Yu Ren murdered her own younger sister to complete the ritual, and by doing so, she became a complete monster. The perfect banquet of insanity, Kyou Kai. Kyou Kai persists on in a fit of rage, but she's no match for Yu Ren's skill. Kyou Kai apologizes to her sister, stating that Yu Ren is a true monster who has overcome rage in pursuit of limitless inner power. She then sees a distant light as she's reminded of her bond with the Haishin unit. and seeing this vision is all the inspiration she needs to rise to her feet once more. Though Yu, Ren, and Hoken have achieved incredible strength, it's not the ultimate strength. That's because there's an inner opposing strength that contradicts the darkness. Kyou Kai puts the pressure on Yu Ren, as Kyou Mei worries that she might be going too deep into the dance. In a flashback, Kyou Kai served as Kyou Shou's light as she was in the darkness. In the now, Kyou Kai draws upon more and more strength by plunging ever deeper into the darkness. But she knows she can always return again to the physical realm because she possesses the inner light. And with this, Kyou Kai stabs Yu Ren in the back of the chest. There exists in the world scenery that you never knew of. Now, it does not make sense to Yu Ren for Kyou Kai to defeat her in battle, since she never went through the ritual. You surely will be hunted down by the next Shiyuu. Definitely. Let them come. I will never lose, says Kyou Kai. The assassins look to take advantage of Kyou Kai, but Kyou Mei prevents this from happening. Afterwards, Kyou Kai wants Mei to hide Yu Ren's body, so that the ritual won't happen anytime soon. After avenging her sister, Kyou Kai wanted to follow her into death. But now she sees a new path opening up to her, a completely different path. A path where she can live life to the fullest. 392 days after leaving the Haishin unit, Kyou Kai finally begins her journey back. And with this, Kyou Kai officially rejoins the Haishin unit, propelling their performance to new heights. Now, to live life to the fullest, Kyou Kai has set 2 new goals for herself. 1 is to become a general, and 2 is to have Shin's child. While Shin and Kyou Kai spar with each other, Shin claims that he'll become a super great general that will overpower the other states of China. However, with no major wars taking place, room for advancement is limited. News then spreads of General Mogo being on his deathbed. Mogo then has a dream of the Qin 6 great generals. He stirs awake as he finds Moten and Shin by his side. Now, Mogo was born in the state of Qi, but he eventually found his way to Qin. He did not possess the talent of a great general, and so he hated the Qin generals with a passion, but in truth, he admired their talent. Moten, Shin, Ohan, climb your way up the heights together. 240 BC, 7th year of Sei's reign, General Mogo passes away. To me, you are the greatest hero, great General Mogo. Thank you for everything you have done. Thank you, Grandpa. Now off on the battlefield, General Mobu hears of the news and toasts his father in the setting sun. Ko gives birth to Aisei's child. Meanwhile, the Qin army captures the Wei cities of Kaito and Kyu. This is a tribute to Hakyuro, says Kanki as he lights the people of Kyo on fire. In Chu, Shunshin was banished by the king for his failure, while Karen was raised to the second commander over the entire army. Now, because the coalition suffered an embarrassing loss, the various states are experiencing internal conflicts linked to politics. The state of Qin shall soon be seeing the fiercest domestic conflict it has ever known, says Riboku. Ever since the Battle of Sei's position is only strengthened. Now the state of Qin was experiencing financial hardship. Yet despite this, Ryofu decides to spend exorbitant amounts of money on a lavish party. Now, assassination attempts have failed thus far, so Ryofu decides to swallow the kingdom with a new tactic, and it will all come to fruition on Aisei's coming-of-age ceremony. Seikyo continues to gather influential families so that they might defeat Ryofu's faction. Now, ever since the incidents at Seikyo has seen a change in his personality. In a flashback, Sei tells Seikyo that risking his life is necessary for his dream. If he ever wants to unite China, he's got to save the country. Sei then meets with Seikyo's first wife, Rui. She says that if Seikyo ever attempts to seize power again, it will only be after they defeated Ryofu. Rui then heads out for her hometown of Tanryo, a place that she hasn't been to in 10 years. Yoka, a Qin spy in the Zhao courts, finds out that Kakukai of Zhao is secretly making deals with Ryofu. The Zhao army then makes its way to Tanryo, so Ryofu suggests to King Aisei that he go there himself. Seikyo sees through Ryofu's scheming, so he decides to go himself. And with this, the Seikyo army sets forth. Likewise, General Maiko of the Zhao army sets out as well. During the coup 5 years ago, Seikyo threw everyone in jail who opposed him. This even included Juhaku and Ryu. Nevertheless, they stayed by his side afterwards. 1 year earlier, we see Ryofu making a deal with Hokaku of Tanryo. In the now, the Seikyo army fights fiercely with the Zhao army. The Zhao army retreats rather quickly, as the city of Tanryo welcomes Seikyo. He is then greeted by Hokaku, representative of Tanryo's rule. Hokaku was an admirer of Seikyo's attempts at the throne, and so he wants him to aim for the throne once again with the city of Tanryu. After Seikyo refuses, Hokaku decides to get a little more forceful. Reports come into Kanyo that Seikyo has started another rebellion, so Ryofu wants to squash the Seikyo faction completely. Sei then suspects some wrongdoing, so he's gonna send in Shin to help save Seikyo. Commander-in-Chief of the Subjugation Army, General Heki, sets out for Tanryo. In a flashback, Sei informs Seki that Seikyo was set up, and that the Haishin unit would be on a search and rescue mission. Hokaku continues to stir up the residents for Seikyo's faux rebellion. En route to Tanryo, Heki was met with a 70,000-strong rebel army. We then see Maiko's Zhao army attacking Heki's army from the flank. Just as things look dire, the Haishin unit enters the scene. The Haishin unit sees early success with their specialist troops, the Haihyo unit, which is comprised of the former Dukyo troops. Ten meets up with Heki, as the general notices that the Haishin strategist has started to grow into her body. Now in the 2 years since the coalition army, Shin has become a 5,000-man commander, and Kyou Kai is a 1,000-man commander. Shin has now taken up the glaive that he inherited from General Oki. After repelling the Zhao and rebel forces, Shin meets up with Heki. Heki informs Shin about the situation, as they make their way to Tanryo. Hokaku reveals that this is all a plot to drive a wedge between the Qin king and the common citizens. 239 BC, the Battle of Tanryo begins. Speed is key for this mission, otherwise the enemy will take Seikyo's head and surrender. And sure enough, that is exactly what Hokaku has planned. Shin and Kyou Kai make their way into the city, prepared to save Seikyo before anything happens. Seikyo tells the guards that if they let him out, not only will their families be spared, but they'll be rewarded handsomely. Sometime later, Hokaku finds out that Seikyo has been released from his cell. Seikyo's forces run into some difficulties, but he eventually makes his way to Rui's cell. They claim that Hokaku's plan has failed, as Rui is released from her cell. The girl rushes over to her husband and catches him before he collapses to the ground. Outside, Shin's forces struggle to find Seikyo, or Hokaku. One of the citizens mentions an underground dungeon, as the Haishin unit makes their way there ASAP. Seikyo's injuries have become quite severe, but he promises Rui that he won't die before she returns back. And with her gone, he's now focused solely on Hokaku, the traitor. Rui exits the dungeon and begs for someone to save Seikyo. Despite Hokaku's true intentions, Ryofu will twist the truth to his own benefit, and blame Seikyo for everything. Seikyo has heard enough, as he attacks Hokaku with absolute rage. The Haishin unit makes its way to the dungeon, finding Seikyo lying on the ground. In his dying breaths, Seikyo tells Rui to bring his faction together and to support Issei. He's aware of Sei's dream of unifying China, but to achieve such a thing will require a torrent of blood. Shin of the Haishin unit, though you may serve Sei as his sword, do not forget that you are also his shield, says Seikyo. And with this, Seikyo passes away in Rui's arms, and thus ends a tumultuous life. All the implicated military officers are executed after the rebellion, and Hokaku's corpse is desecrated by the citizens. 10 days later, Shin and Rui meet up with Issei. Rui has brought together Seikyo's faction so that they could defeat Ryo. Shin tells Ryofu that he'll never become king, since he doesn't have justice on his side. The Chancellor, however, says that justice resides with the winners. Elsewhere, we see Tou's army going up against Wei's #1 general, Go-Hei Mei. Tou is tasked with taking Choyo, which is a highly important strategical point that blocks their way to the rest of China. Shin and Ohan are called to assist Tou's army, but the two bicker amongst themselves. Save your flirting for when the main event is over. I've been waiting for you two. Wei has set up their army so that it's a gigantic stronghold with no openings. Tou is sending a request to Osen for reinforcements. You must absolutely not ask Osen's army to come here, says Ohan. Now Osen is surprised that he wasn't requested on the battlefield, as a report comes in that Ohan is participating in the Battle of Choyo. Ohan says that Osen must protect the Kakuya region from the Zhao, otherwise it will ruin their plans of capturing Choyo. To gain the advantage against the Wei, Ohan wants to split into 3 units and attack at the same time on the same day. Go-Hei Mei says that each Qin general has its own strengths and weaknesses, but Tou, on the other hand, is without any glaring flaws. Great General Rei-O is not here to protect Choyo, but to kill General Tou. Now the 3 teams carrying out the main attacks for Qin are the Roka-Omi army, the Gyokyu-Ho unit, and the Haishin unit. Now Tou will be acting as a decoy. Now on the 3rd day, when the sun has risen to its peak, each unit will destroy the enemy and break into the enemy's headquarters. And amazingly enough, the timing for the 3 units matched each other perfectly. General Rambi Haku slices Tou across the cheek. Now the great generals of Wei are known as the 7 Fire Dragons of Wei. Turns out they opposed each other, and a group of 3 killed the others. The three were then thrown into jail for 14 years, but Go Mei got them released. Now the three are Ryo, the ruthless strategist, Gaimo, the warrior who claimed the head of over 100 generals, and Earl Shi, the strongest spear wielder in Wei's history. Gaimo then appears before the Haishin unit, looking for Shin. Gaimo slaughters his way through the men and proceeds to call out Shin for a duel. "You the idiot that's calling for me?" responds Shin. Gaimo continues to egg him on, so Shin willingly takes the bait. And with this clash, Shin is thrown right off of his horse. Shin's hands are shaking from Gaimo's strength, but he's not going to back down. Gaimo notices that Shin's glaive skills could use some work, but his boldness and tenacity more than make up for it. Just then, we see that the Wei army was able to capture Ten. Ten notices a Qin flag and calls out for Kyou Kai. Kyou Kai loses sight of Ten, but manages to take one of the Wei soldiers as a hostage. At camp, Shin blames Kyou Kai for not being able to save Ten. Kyou Kai wants to set out and rescue her, but at this point, it would be a suicide mission. The Wei troops surround and antagonize Ten while she sits in a cage. Shin wants to set out and save Ten, but the Haishin unit says that it's too risky of a play. Kyou Kai recommends that they do a prisoner exchange with the soldier that they captured. Now, one of the soldiers wonders why Shin is so adamant about saving Ten, as he suspects that Ten is his woman. Shin says that Ten is like a little sister to him, and with this, the Haishin unit prepares for the prisoner exchange. Gaimo wonders what Ten hopes to achieve with Shin, and depending on her answer, he'll either kill her or let her live. The next day, the two armies exchange their prisoners. In a flashback, Ten reveals that she wants to help Shin fulfill his dream, and to achieve happiness together. Upon returning to Shin, Ten gives out orders for how they'll win this battle. Meanwhile, Ohan's army is making swift progress in their pursuits of reaching the Wei HQ. Despite Ohan's progress, Go Mei is not worried in the least, saying that the real battle has yet to begin. Wei then releases their armored war chariots on Ohan's army. The chariots, however, were just a decoy, so that the Earl of Shi could blindside them from the flank. Wei's troops then move out to cut out Ohan's retreat, meaning that they are now surrounded. Ohan says that they will move forward and take the enemy commander's head. Kanjo says that Osen, Ohan's father, would never try something so risky. Ohan decides to push forward, as Kanjo decides to pull out. Ohan uses Ryu Shi on Earl of Shi, as the Wei general responds in kind. Now at 15 years old, Earl Shi had already slayed 500 men with his spear, and it's very clear that this talent far exceeds Ohan's with the spear. Now the reason that the Fire Dragons of Wei fought each other is because Tairaji of the Fire Dragons killed Earl of Shi's sister, Kika. In fact, Earl Shi killed the 3 Fire Dragons who opposed him all by himself. Realizing that they're in trouble, Ohan gives the orders to withdraw at full speed. Ohan will bring up the rear so that he can witness Earl Shi's spearmanship just a little bit more. That way he'll be ready for tomorrow's battle. Now Earl Shi and Kika were step-siblings, but they wanted to get married to each other nonetheless. Now when Earl of Shi went off into battle, Kika was married to Tairaji, a man famous for being a wife killer. Now Kika refused to love anyone else but her brother, so Tairaji ended her life there and then. Naturally, Earl Shi went into a rage and hasn't filled that hole in his heart ever since. In the now, Earl Shi gives Ohan everything he can handle, and then some. Ohan's unit looks to break the Wei's line, as Kanjo attacks the enemy encirclement from the rear. Now Shin's unit was able to make solid progress on the second day, while Ohan's unit suffered a devastating loss. Now the entirety of the 7 kingdoms is eagerly waiting to see who comes out on top of this war. Will it be Tou, or will it be Go Mei? But Tou sees it another way. This is an opportunity for the youth to make a name for themselves. Shin wants to take down Go Mei for all of China to see, and if he does so, it will be his first true step in becoming a great general under the heavens. It is now the 3rd day between the Qin and Wei armies, the day where Ohan's plan is supposed to come to fruition. Ten and the Wei strategists attempt to anticipate each other's moves, as Gaimo will serve as the bait. Elsewhere, Ohan slays Earl Shi of Wei, and with this, they make their move to Go Mei's location. Shin and Gaimo trade blows with each other, as Ten employs her plan. Kyou Kai orders the right wing to halt and to make a beeline for the enemy's headquarters. Wei counters by having their left wing focus their attention on Shin. But this was all part of Ten's plan, because that's when real Koku of the Tou army comes in for the counterattack. And with this, Gaimo's strategist has been outplayed. Shin tells Gaimo that Oki and Renpa weren't avoiding him. They just didn't consider him a worthy opponent. Gaimo says that war is not as romantic as Oki made it out to be. Rather, it's a slaughterhouse for the strong to butcher the weak. And with this, Gaimo takes his leave. Now the numerous Qin forces close in on Go-Ho-Mei and the Wei HQ. Kyou Kai, however, wants to be the one that claims Go-Ho-Mei's head. Go-Ho-Mei thought that Kanki would be his main rival going forward, but it seems like the Qin youth are destined for greatness. Ohan and Roku Omi's units are meant to create an opening for the Haishin unit, so that they can deliver the decisive blow. Kyou Kai reaches the headquarters and proceeds to slaughter the numerous Wei soldiers. She then quickly and effectively slices off the leader's head. Unfortunately, this was a fake. Set fire to the surrounding region. Raise high a smoke signal to alert the entire battlefield of the fall of Wei's HQ and the Qin army's victory. And with this, Qin has won the Battle of Choyo, with Ohan's brilliantly executed plan. Go-Ho-Mei tells Ryo that they've lost the HQ, but with Qin focusing all their efforts on the offensive, their leader, General To, is utterly exposed. The Battle of Choyo is not over yet, says Ryo. Just then, Shin comes into the picture with his glaive ready to kill. Go-Ho-Mei pretends that Ryo is himself, so Shin takes down Ryo in one swift strike. Though Wei has suffered an embarrassing loss, Go-Ho-Mei claims he'll have the last laugh in this era of warring kingdoms. And with this, the Qin officially win the Battle of Choyo over the Wei army. At nighttime, Ohan rests up from his fierce battle with Earl of Shi. To then relays orders that they are to set up base in Choyo by constructing a fortress. And this is all a means to weaken the state of Wei, and ultimately, kill off the weaker kingdoms. 2 months have passed since the Battle of Choyo, and the fortress is coming along quite nicely. The city of Sanyou has seen a lot of growth too, with their population doubling in size. Zhao realizes they need to act if they want to prevent Qin from expanding ever more. In addition, the state of Chu is strengthening their military in earnest. Yet their true strength remains a mystery. Most developments hinge on what happens next in Kanyo, as Sei's coming-of-age ceremony approaches. At Kanyo, the officials discuss the funds of Choyo, as the doors to the throne room open up and the Queen Mother walks through. I was thinking of having the territories of Sanyou and Choyo handed over to the royal harem faction, says the Queen Mother. She proposes that Ro-Ai be the governor of Sanyou. Rishi recognizes this man as he suspects that the Queen Mother is going to use him against the Aisei faction. Ryo-Fu has no objections, and since 2 of the 3 factions are in favor, they have the majority. Afterwards, Shoban says that this move by the royal harem was outside their prediction, and they should investigate this Ro-Ai character. Now with the Queen Mother returning to the public space, Ko says that this is a good opportunity for her to see her first grandchild. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother wishes to be with Ro-Ai in Sanyou, and to eventually raise their own kingdom there. 2 children then come running in, as it appears that Ro-Ai and the Queen Mother are their parents. Sei asks Shohei if switching governors in Choyo or Sanyou could provide an opening for another state to attack. Shohei says that Wei doesn't have the funds at the moment to attack, but Zhao and Riboku warn caution. He has already sent out Kaioki to snuff out any plots that should happen there. Now the land of Taigen, a region to the north of Tanryo, was seeing a huge influx of people. We have arrived, Ro-Ai. This is Taigen, says the Queen Mother. Not only that, they declared that the region of Taigen was from now on to be known as the State of Ai. No matter what era it may be, 'tis always a woman who upsets nations. The Haishin unit fights off the Wei army at Choyo, as word comes out that the governor of Taigen has risen up and declared his own state. Now Taigen has seen a huge influx of people, so declaring war in the region would surpass the conflict at Tanryu. Now, contrary to everyone's expectations, the state of Ai grew in strength as an independent power. Ai uses their exorbitant amounts of money to bribe Chu into attacking Qin. Now, even though Qin didn't recognize Ai as a real state, if the other states do, then the conclusion is all the more clear. Ryo-Fu visits the state of Ai to tell the Queen Mother that her elopement is nothing more than childish nonsense. Ryo-Fu confesses that he always loved her, and that she's the only woman that stole his heart away. My dear Biki, farewell. May you spend the rest of your days here in restful peace. Now the Queen Mother looks to chase him, but has second thoughts. Elsewhere, General To is elevated to Qin's second-grade general. Shin and Ohan are both elevated to 5,000-man commanders. Now it turns out that Ohan was in line to become general, but To was against it. Now being a 5,000-man commander requires one to stop relying on others and to achieve results. It's an important step in becoming a general, so To didn't want Ohan bypassing it. Shin will now take up defense of Choyo on his own. The other states sent gold to Ai to bolster its strength. Ro-Ai then wonders if they should use the gold to increase the military and take Kanyo for themselves. Though Sei has been concentrating his efforts on bringing down Ryo-Fu, perhaps it's time he puts an end to his mother's suffering. It is now the 9th year of Sei's reign, and this would settle the struggle between Ryo-Fu once and for all. In addition, the struggle against the Queen Mother's faction as well. Kyou Kai is now a 3,000-man commander, but she will not go independent. She intends to stay with the Haishin unit until the very end. Ryofu has no intentions of making the first move against Aisei. He's relying on the state of Ai to do that for him. The King of Chu has recognized Ai's strength, which means that Ro Ai is in line to become the king himself. Ro Ai has no redeeming qualities, which is why he feels uncomfortable being called king. Now the Queen Mother would throw herself at Ro Ai like a demon, and he was absolutely scared out of his wits. I mean, what kind of pussy is he? When she became pregnant with his child, she desired to rest and heal her weary heart. A report comes in that Qin is sending an invasion force to lay siege to the state of Ai. Now Qin is short of troops at the moment, due to the many campaigns that it's currently holding, which means that central Qin is relatively unguarded. Now the matter that they are suggesting is no trivial thing. They'll have to risk it all in an attempt to grab power and riches beyond their wildest dreams. We will attack on King Aisei's coming-of-age ceremony, says the Queen Mother. We then see the Haishin unit on a mission to capture the city of En. They then receive a letter for their next target after En. The coming-of-age ceremony is set to take place in the city of You. Surprisingly, the Queen Mother decides to grace Sei with her presence. At long last, the time for me to reap the harvest from my 23-year-long investment has finally come, says Ryofu. The ceremony is set to take place in Kinnan Temple. All the important people take their spots as the 31st king of Qin, Aisei, walks into the building. Meanwhile, the state of Ai's army makes its way through Kankoku Pass. Now it seems that they have special permission from the king himself to be here. They have a letter with the royal seal. Aisei stands before the royal shrine, seeking the approval of his venerable ancestors to be officially crowned as king. Aisei shows his thanks to his various ancestors, as the Queen Mother seems quite irritated by the whole ceremony. Now many men within the Ai army are under Ryofu's influence, and he wants them to burn down Kanyo in a sea of flame. The royal family will be done away with, and with the help of Mobu's army, Ryofu will come to the rescue and take all the power for himself. A report then comes in that 30,000 soldiers from Ai have bypassed Kankoku Pass. Ro Ai is horrified by the prospects of war. Now it seems that there was a forgery of the royal seal, which is how they were able to bypass Kankoku Pass. Not only that, they could also use the fake seal to recruit an unlimited number of soldiers from the Qin army for their cause. Though the rivalry between Sei and Ryofu is coming to an end, the latter has rather enjoyed their little chess match against each other. Ryofu wants to put an end to the ceremony, but Aisei says that they will continue and see it through to the end. Ryofu then suspects that Aisei knew the attack was coming beforehand. The Ai army brutally executes anyone that stands in their way. Ryofu finds it odd that Aisei wants to continue with the ceremony, but it turns out that the king has the Haishin unit en route to stopping the rebels. In addition, 10,000 soldiers were outposted in the city of Sai to ambush the Ai army. The Haishin unit then crosses the Wei River to head off the Ai army before they reach Kanyo. It's finally time for the last battle between Sei and Ryofu. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at us. We have to win this so that Qin can be united under Aisei. The Haishin unit creates a wedge formation with their boats as they encounter the Ai army on the shore. They use a surprise arrow attack orchestrated by Ten, allowing them to reach the shore and start fighting. Meanwhile, the rest of the rebel army has reached Kanyo City, as the siege is already underway. Now the reason that the Haishin unit came back to the capital is because Ten cracked a code within a letter that was sent by a mysterious person. Now Aisei told Ko that a struggle would happen within the royal court, and that she would have to trust him until he returned to her. Ai manages to open the gates to Kanyo from the inside, and this was all thanks to the assistance of Ryofu. Aisei is then officially crowned the 31st king of Qin. Shin notices that the Ai army is pouring into the city, as they make their way there post-haste. Just then, a black cavalry unit burst onto the scene by smashing its way through the Ai soldiers. And these are the elite personal soldiers under Shohei. Now the coded message that was delivered to the Haishin unit came from Shohei himself, which is quite surprising because he's part of Ryofu's faction, which means that Shohei has officially decided to cut ties with Ryofu. He will now accompany Shoban to Kanyo so as to assist in quelling the unrest. And with this, Shohei's intentions become all too clear, as Ryofu is none so pleased. Nevertheless, the Chancellor seems unconcerned by this development, as he believes it won't diminish his strength by even the slightest. Shoban expresses his utmost gratitude to Shohei. Shohei then admits that he doesn't fully grasp the full extent of Ryofu's ambition. Meanwhile, the gates of Kanyo continue to open up from the inside, as the Haishin unit does their best to quell the rebellion. 10 reminds Shin that they cannot fail like they did in Tanryo, in which Seikyo lost his life to the rebel forces. Shin then reminds his unit that they must do everything in their power to protect the children of Issei. Shin recalls a conversation he had with Issei about his children, and not wanting anything bad to happen to them, Shin goes on a killing rampage. Meanwhile, there's quite a bit of nervous tension at the royal harem. Ko will protect her child with her own life. As they get ready to head to the secret passageway, Sei and Ryofu head to Tenbi Palace to have a little chat with one another. Ryofu warns Issei that unifying China is no easy task, and it's certainly something that mere mortals can't accomplish. Issei is aware that Ryofu smuggled Ro-ai into the harem, which makes him responsible for this current crisis. But this will be the last time that Ryofu undermines the king, as he will be stripped of his power. The Ai army closes in on the royal harem, as Shin is hellbent on stopping them. Ryofu says that everything depends on money. It is the greatest invention and discovery in human history. As a young man, Ryofu understands that money was more powerful than any sword or spear. In the now, he postulates that he can make the citizens happy through the use of money. In this hypothetical scenario, he could avoid the bloodshed created by the warring states. In 10 years, he postulates that he could make Qin the most affluent state in all of China. Qin would shoulder the role of industry and circulating resources throughout the other states. Now, if Sei succeeds in unifying China, an age of unprecedented darkness will envelop the entire country. Ryofu says that if this is his real dream, he's an insane sociopath. In the meantime, Kanyo is burning. Now, the Juteki tribe was conquered by Qin over a century ago, and they've been waiting for this day for a long time to exact their revenge. Shin is stabbed in the abdomen as the archers on the wall start shooting at the Haishin unit. Denyu protects Shin with his body, so that he may be protected from harm. Now, Ryofu reminds Issei that the war will never come to an end. You'll finally realize just how great of a mistake the path you intended to take was. Issei believes he can bring an end to the warfare because the true nature of mankind is that of light. Light is passed down from one individual to the next, and that's how it will shine with an even greater radiance. That is why I will abolish warfare from this world, proclaims Issei. And by creating a unified China, Issei will create a world where man need not to kill one another. The two leaders are on totally different ends of the spectrum, but Ryofu admits that the king has turned into a splendid man. It was intended for Rei and Ko to be locked in the underground passage, but the two suspected something devious and managed to escape. Unfortunately, they got spotted pretty quickly by the Ai army. Yo-chan will distract the pursuers as she instructs Ko to escape with Rei. The soldiers look to cut down Yo, but Shin intervenes at the last moment to prevent this from happening. "Man, you are one gutsy palace girl, I gotta say," says Shin. Shin finds himself quickly surrounded, but he swiftly dispatches of the threat. The Haishin unit comes onto the scene as Shin wants to capture as many officers as possible to expose Ryofu as the culprit behind this mess. Shin introduces himself to Sei's daughter, saying that he's his dad's best buddy. The struggle continues on as the Haishin unit prevents the Ai army from pouring into Kanyo. A trumpet rings out, signaling the arrival of Shohei and his band of followers. Shoban wonders how Shohei will perform in the battlefield, and it turns out that he's even stronger than General Mobu. A wall of soldiers is erected behind the enemy, leaving Duke Juteki with nowhere to run. All they need to do now is hold out, until Shohei's blade reaches Duke Juteki's throat. Now, Juteki does not wish to withdraw, as he commands his troops to rush forward into battle. Shohei rushes forward and slices off his right arm. Now, whether it's brains or brawn, Shohei is truly a monster. And with this, Qin has successfully defended the city of Kanyo. Soon afterwards, the rebel army instantly dissolved into an unstoppable rout. Ro-ai realizes that he has failed, as the realization comes to his mind that he probably won't see the Queen Mother anymore. Shohei says that Ryofu's fall from grace is all but assured, with his failed attempt at the capital. Shohei chooses to follow Issei because he also believes in a unified China, and he believes that Issei is the one of making that dream a reality. Now, the 9-year battle with Ryofu has ended in Issei's victory. A report comes into Issei that the rebel army has been driven off, leaving the Queen Mother quite disappointed. I see. So it is I that has lost. When the rebel army made it to Kankuku Pass, the Kanki army absolutely decimated them. "Scrape out his eyes and cut off his limbs," says Kanki. Now, it seems like the Chu and the Ai army had a deal together, as Karen is quite pissed off that the idiots from Ai failed. At Kanyo, Ro-ai confesses to the theft of the royal seal, and the usage of it thereafter to raise an army for the revolt. In fact, he took all the blame so that the Queen Mother wouldn't receive any punishment. The Queen Mother then stands up and admits that it was her behind it the entire time and that she should be punished. Now, to eliminate any threats of future rebellions, Aisei plans to execute Roai's children as well. The Queen Mother then prostrates in front of Aisei, begging the king to spare the lives of the two children. Now, Aisei cannot agree to this request. And as he begins to explain his rationale, the Queen Mother leaps up with a knife in her hand, desperate to assassinate the king. "I knew that giving birth to you was a mistake," screams the Queen Mother. Ko is absolutely flabbergasted by the Queen Mother's words, saying that she is still Aisei's one and only mother. Roai cries profusely as he says that his life found meaning and happiness through the Queen Mother. Now, those responsible were thereby torn apart by horses, along with their respective families. Ryofu suggests that he might be Aisei's father, since he was engaged to the Queen Mother in the past. But alas, after calculating the number of days, the timing didn't match up. Though the Queen Mother has lost everything she holds dear, her journey is now over. Aisei then reveals that her two children were secretly smuggled out of the city and are being sheltered right now. Now, when a day of peace comes, he will reunite her with them. So he implores her not to let herself waste away. Shin then meets up with Aisei, finding out that Ryofu's punishment is going to be delayed for about a half a year. The two reminisce about their 7 years together, and how Aisei will be the king who unifies China and brings an end to the warring states. Now, based on Shohei's calculations, beginning from now, they have 15 years to unify China. To do this, they will have to strengthen their military and revive the 6 great generals of Qin. And so to this end, Shin must claim one of those spots for himself. At the Qin-Zhao border of Soshu, Shin, Ohan, and Moten meet up to take on the Zhao army. Now, if Mobu, To, Osen, and Kanki take up 4 of the 6 spots, there will only be 2 remaining between the 3 of them. Now, 5 days later, Enshi falls to Qin. Shin is absolutely flabbergasted by this development, as he wonders who could have done this so quickly. And it turns out that it was Yotanwa and the mountain tribes. Now, after helping out Qin 3 years ago at the city of Sai, Yotanwa was granted a title that is equivalent to Great General. So with that means there's currently 5 Great Generals, and only 1 spot available. Soon afterwards, an event took place that sent shockwaves across the entire land. The assassination of Chu's prime minister, Shunshin. More people show up for Shunshin's service than they showed up for the king's service a couple days ago. Now, it turns out that Shunshin was the true father of the king's child. The woman's older brother, Rain, had Shunshin assassinated. And with all the turmoil, Renpa speculates that the other states will try to take advantage of them. A palace man asks Karen to take up the seat of prime minister of Chu, and it's none other than Rain himself. Turns out that Rain had Shunshin killed to protect his own family. Now, Chu holds a vast amount of land, but they need a genius of warfare to properly utilize it to become even stronger than now. Shin's unit then gets recalled from Chu to head over to Koku You Hills to fight the Zhao. The Haishin unit then rendezvous with the Kanki army. Kanki embraces Shin, but the 5,000-man commander instantly draws his sword, feeling a weird sensation. Now that they are here, they're going to learn a couple of things from the Kanki army. Anything goes with Kanki's army. Pillaging, raping, slaughtering, all in the name of victory. Kanki wants to set up an exchange program so that they can better understand each other. Now, the Kanki army has 50,000 soldiers, and the Haishin unit has 8,000, as they begin their march towards Koku You to take it from the Zhao. Keisha will lead the Zhao forces alongside General Kisu. The Zhao army of 70,000 looks to defeat the invading Qin army. Now, the battle will be difficult, since it consists of no forts or castles, just trees. Therefore, they must gain control of the 5 hills in the area to claim victory. The Haishin unit and the Raido units will serve as the vanguard to control the central hill. Now, Kanki expects much from Shin, as the aspiring general says that he'll claim Keisha's head. Kyou Kai warns Shin that this won't be a simple contest of controlling the hills. Now, the Haishin unit is one of the main targets for the Zhao army, as they look to ambush them from the trees. The forest is quite dense, but if they can control the center hill and set up a defensive line, they'll hold a huge advantage. They then get ambushed with a barrage of arrows. Enemies also appear on the right, meaning they're getting surrounded. Ten wants to retreat so they can regroup, as a large man lunges at Shin with a powerful strike. Shin then comes to a horrifying realization that the Zhao army has already captured one of the hills on their side. Kanki is quite disappointed in Shin's incompetence. Bate continues to ferociously attack Shin, as he's impressed with the young boy's talent. Keisha is impressed with Kisu's daringness to dispatch his 2 closest vassals right away in the action. To recapture the hill, Denyu's unit will make a bunch of noise, while Shin circles round and sneaks up on the enemy. When they get to the top of the hill, however, they realize that they've been tricked. And because of this, they have lost sight of the main objective, which was capturing the central hill. Now this would be a huge blow to their original plan. Kyou Kai's scouting unit comes upon a small village, a sight that surprises them. Bihei finds out that Kanki recruited the other units by forcing them to join the army, or end up getting crushed by him. The Saki clan, which is following close behind, is the cruelest men in Kanki's army. Kanki shows up on his horse, as he says that Shin is already screwed up. With the left side preoccupied, Keisha need only worry about the right side in capturing the central hill. Now Kanki has a special job for Zeno to turn this situation around. Due to Bate and Ryoto's guerrilla warfare, the Haishin unit was struggling to make any progress. Zhao's vanguard was near the central hill, making their advantage decisive. Zeno goes on an absolute killing rampage as Bihei unit rushes into the action. Now if Zhao captures the central hill, the battle will be effectively over, and that cannot happen. News comes in of Kanki's army advancing from the right, so Kisu urges caution advancing up the hill. Keisha does not heed these words, as he's hellbent on capturing the crucial central hill. Raito and Zeno make haste, but are cut off by the Zhao army. Keisha arrives on the battlefield to attack Bihei. Now Bihei survives, but witnesses the slaughter of Kanki's men to Keisha's. Now Keisha managed to cut off Raito's reinforcements, leaving him isolated within the dense forest. And it would seem like Kanki has walked into Keisha's trap, meaning he's about to suffer a huge loss on the first day. Now this entire predicament was outside of Kanki's predictions. However, Keisha overlooked the cunning intellect of the former bandits. They then signaled the flame hair whistle, which meant their backs were against the wall and it was time to resist in a brutal, animalistic way. And although it was disorganized, this tactic would reduce the number of casualties that they would lose on the first day. Now Gakue wants the two officers hunted down at all cost. Later on, Zeno and Raito meet up to burn down the Zhao fortress. And this is the pledge the ex-bandits always make. They never go back home empty-handed, no matter how bad they got their asses kicked. Now Kyou Kai has not returned to Shin, which means she might be caught behind enemy lines. Kyou Kai is indeed walled off by the Zhao forces, but they may have an opportunity to attack the enemy from the rear. Now an envoy from Kanki looks to cut off Shin's arm for his screw-up today. Shin vows to make up for lost ground, and to personally cut off Keisha's head in Shin's victory. Now Ten has learned well from the enemy's tactics, and she feels pretty confident that they could push them back on the second day. Now Kyou Kai will take it upon herself to assassinate the enemy leaders in the dead of night. An impregnable formation. Not a single person capable of piercing these fortified depths. Kyou Kai meets Ryoto, claiming she'll take his life. He cannot allow her and the Chin army to make it past Koku You. Kyou Kai gets nicked by a wire, as Ryoto attempts to end her. After the exchange, Kyou Kai falls down a nearby cliff. Maron from Kanki's camp is here to inform about today's strategy. Now whoever controls the central hill has a 90% chance of winning the battle. If the Haishin units and the Raito units can push them back, they can attack the center army from the rear. They screw up again today, the Saki clan will be here to pay them a visit. Shin's forces perform well, until they realize that the river has been cut off by Batai's army. The standoff that will decide the fate of the Haishin unit. Ten wants Shin to put his trust in her as she thinks up a plan. Without a boat or a bridge, they have no means to fight against the Zhao army. She says that they will thusly construct their own bridge, Haishin style. Now there are two shallow paths that will allow them to cross the river. Shin's army goes down one path and experiences a barrage of arrows. But this is all the plan, they're acting as the decoy. Meanwhile, a small group of elite soldiers will attack from the second path. Ryoto predicted that this would happen, so Batai prepares to move to Ten's location. Unfortunately for Batai, there's a third path that will allow the Chin to sneak behind the Zhao. However, it is very treacherous, and this is the plan that was laid out by Ten. But even though there's a high reward, the risk could cost them their lives, and En and his men are very scared by this. En's men struggle to cross the river, as En himself begins to doubt his capabilities. Though he doesn't possess martial talent or knowledge of tactics, he has a sense of responsibility, which is why Shin can trust him the most. He then finds the confidence to push forward and inspire his men. Not too long afterwards, En's unit attacks the enemy, having fulfilled their responsibility. En's unit tosses rope to Shin's unit as they begin to climb up the cliff. En provides enough of a distraction to allow Shin to enter the fight. but Tai receives a report about what's happening, as he remains dumbfounded by Qin's persistence in crossing the river. Zhao's army is thusly forced to retreat, and can't muster up a counterattack without their strategist, Ryoto. Raido's army finds themselves in a staring match with the Zhao. That's because there is a dense forest sandwiched between the two of them. Moran and Kinmo's armies saw little progress as they were evenly matched. Kokuo's army, however, was decimating their opponent. With news of the Haishin unit's success, Kokuo can focus on slaughtering the enemy commander. Kisu then rallies his troops into a fervor, making Kokuo reconsider her attack and ultimately retreat. Kisu instructs his men to go on the offensive, as they slaughter the Kokuo units in a flash. After her retreat, the Zhao forces were able to push back the Qin line. Now with the battle lines as drawn here, the armies were in a deadlock with the close of day 2. Shin then wonders where Kyou Kai could be, as we see that she's being taken care of by some villagers. It is now the 3rd day of battle at Koku You, but Tai's formations are getting crushed. But Ryoto returns from his injuries to give out directions. Now Ten wants 90% of their forces to go to the left, and that's where the central hill is located. She is thusly attempting to upset the entire battlefield in Qin's favor. Now with this development, Kisu was forced to divert 30% of his forces to a defensive position. And with this hole in Kisu's forces, it would be unthinkable to let this opportunity slip away. Oi, bring me Ogiko, says Kanki. Now Keisha looks pleased that he can crush Kanki's heart with his hand. Now every officer in the battlefield waited with bated breath for him to make his move. And just as something epic was about to happen, it never did. Nothing happened at all. What do you think, Ogiko? This is fucking hilarious, right? Says Kanki. Kisu is in disbelief that Kanki would waste this opportunity, or perhaps he had something even more devious up his sleeve. Now Ten is less than pleased with this missed opportunity. Now it might be possible that this move proves more beneficial in the long run compared to the short run, but for now, no one knows what Kanki is thinking. Kokuo sends a message to Kanki that Kisu holds the key to the battle. Now Kyou Kai finds out that the soldiers of Ragan have come to this battle. Now 15 years ago, Kisu, Batai, and Ryoto witnessed the killing of almost every single adult in Ragan, the place where they grew up. The lord who perished that day was Kisho, Kisu's father. Now Ragan fought against the Anka, a force which more than doubled their fighting men, and Kisu personally killed the enemy lord, Token. With all the men fighting, the city of Ragan fell to the enemy forces. And to spare the citizens of Ragan, Kisho had to sacrifice himself, his officers, and his soldiers so that the citizens could live on. Now Zhao oversaw this exchange to ensure no harm would happen to the women and children of Ragan. And with this, the soldiers of Ragan were burned alive, as Kishu entrusted the city to his son, Kisu. Now Kyou Kai is resolute to return to the battlefield. With the 4th day ready to begin, the most devastating combat was at hand, with the main stage set. Kanki is sending reinforcements to the Haishin unit, as they remain focused on holding their position. The fateful 4th day of the Battle of Koku You. Kisu still wonders what Kanki is doing, as the delay only benefits his army. Keisha is furious that Kanki hasn't moved yet, so he decides to use this opportunity to attack for himself. And he's not just attacking anyone, he's directing all his attention at the Haishin unit. And with this move, Kanki begins to smile in a devilish fashion. I will annihilate you, Haishin unit, says Keisha. The Zhao soldiers give the Haishin unit everything they can handle, and then some. That's when Shin catches Keisha's menacing gaze. Now Riboku marks Shin as one of the main targets, so Keisha wants his head. Keisha's elite forces have Shin surrounded on all sides, but Kisu senses that something is not right. Kinmo, who has served under Keisha for years, finds his commander's decision to be a bit erratic, and sure enough, Keisha is dancing like a puppet to Kanki's tune. Meanwhile, the Haishin unit has been split up into two as things look dire, but Tai and Ryoto join the Keisha unit to make things even worse. Now Zeno's army was rampaging through Kisu's ranks, and they were hitting all the weak spots of Kisu's army, and the reason they could do this was because they weren't going for Kisu, they were making a beeline for Keisha. Keisha's strength comes from laying webs, and waiting for his opponent to blunder, but having ventured off into the battlefield, Keisha may have blundered himself. Turns out Kanki has stalled his attacks to lure out Keisha for this very reason. Burn this sight into your eyes as you die, Keisha. The view that you see in front of you now, that is what it feels like to be hunted. Kisu enters the battlefield to attempt to save Keisha from dying. Zeno gives Kisu a rude awakening, but the brave leader refuses to waver. Now this distraction will allow Keisha to escape. Kokuo directs her forces to attack the Zhao defense, since Kisu is currently preoccupied at the moment. Now Kisu's army is having a hard time reaching Keisha, Bataille prevents an archer from shooting Kisu through the head. Keisha manages to escape the chaos with this momentary distraction. Kisu's army then gets pushed back by Kokuo, forcing Kisu to go back. Keisha then escapes with a stroke of luck, and he's now ready to exact his revenge on Kanki. Now, amidst all the chaos, the Haishin unit vanished from sight, providing them an opportunity to go for Keisha's head. Now, Kanki's army wants to take the hill today with an all-out charge. The Zhao army is experiencing great difficulty, but the Ragan soldiers are willing to give it all for this victory. Now, Shin's unit gets ever closer to Keisha, as Ryuto deploys his unit to stop them. Out of nowhere, Kyou Kai enters the fray with a flurry of blows. Now, while Kyou Kai fights off Ryuto, Shin will continue his pursuit of Keisha. Keisha's elite soldiers demonstrate their strength to the Haishin unit. Now, Keisha believes it's 5 years too early for Shin to challenge him, but Shin intends to prove him wrong. Shin wants to inspire his men like General Oki did for his army back in the day. "Follow me, Haishin unit," giving it his whole body and soul so that he might claim the enemy's head. Kyou Kai and Ryuto start fighting, as their wounds are getting the best of them. While Shin's busy, Keisha looks to escape. Naki then provides enough resistance to Keisha's forces to allow Shin to reach the desired location. It is now a duel to the death, with nowhere left to run. Keisha begins by slashing Shin across the face. Keisha is as close as it gets to being one of the Zhao's great heavens, so Shin is hellbent on beating him here and now. Enemy reinforcements close in on the location, so Shin has got to hurry up and deliver that decisive blow, and he does just that. No, I wasn't able to repay my debt, thinks Keisha. A cry unleashed from 10,000 emotions. A roar of triumph achieved. While they escape, Kyou Kai finishes off Ryuto. She promises that the same fates will not befall the people of Ragan, as she hands him back the idol that she took from him. Now Kyou Kai is out of breath, and it looks like the enemy forces are bearing down on her. Luckily though, Shin comes in to grab her off of her feet. As the news spreads of Keisha and Ryuto's deaths, Kisu calls Kinmo to meet him at the peak of the hill. Now Kisu entrusts the left half to Bataille as he meets up with Kinmo. Kinmo wants to retreat, but Kisu says that no one knows that Keisha is dead. They will thusly fight on while concealing this news. Now Kisu is going to send over some of his cavalry to aid with Kinmo, so that they can upset the balance against Moran. Now before word slips of Keisha's death, they must claim the central hill, otherwise all is lost. The Saki clan then tortures some Zhao soldiers. Afterwards, Kanki orders a complete withdrawal from the hill. And with this, Zhao claims the hill for themselves, making the Kanki army quite confused. The various commanders are quite displeased by this outcome, but Kanki assures them that absolute victory is assured. Now Kisu's army will spend the entire night fortifying the hill, and it's all it means to prevent the Kanki army from taking the hill tomorrow. The next morning, Kisu and Kinmo were greeted by the most unpleasant of all sights. Now Kanki's army brutalizes the weak, as one of the soldiers hands Bihei a rare amethyst bracelet, although Bihei feels quite uncomfortable about taking it. Shin's unit sees the forest fires, as Kyou Kai goes running off with her horse, thinking of the old lady who took care of her in the village. Shin's group then comes upon a village that has been utterly destroyed, and not too long after that, they come across a pile of desecrated corpses. "What the fuck are you pieces of shit doing?" yells Shin. Kyou Kai wonders if these men of Kanki did this, and after finding out it's true, she then proceeds to stab one right through the chest. She continues to slaughter them as the men claim that they were only doing this because Kanki said so. Shin's emotions get the best of him, as Ten is worried that they might end up in an all-out battle with Kanki. Shin storms into Kanki's encampment with a look of rage on his face. Kanki reminds Shin he'll do whatever it takes to attain victory. Shin and Raido end up in a fistfight, as Kyou Kai knocks Kokuo down. Kyou Kai holds a sword against Kanki's neck, as Raido does the same to Shin. Shin says that they are nothing more than raiders, who will never be capable of unifying China. Kanki says to accomplish this, they'll need to slaughter and pillage on a new scale, which means that Shin is the evil one. He says that Shin is disguising lunacy for justice, which can be quite dangerous. Kyou Kai reveals that Shin already killed Keisha, but Kanki nonetheless will still continue burning and slaughtering people. Kanki commands his men to cut off Denyu's head, since he sees through Kyou Kai's empty threats. Bihei interrupts, saying that the village people were stockpiling weapons and passing on information to the Zhao army. Shin calls Bihei a traitor, as the amethyst bracelet falls onto the ground for all to see. Shin then clobbers Bihei across the face, and tells him to never return to the Haishin unit. Shin walks off, as Kyou Kai excoriates Bihei for acting in this way. "You're a goddamn eyesore. Now piss off before I change my mind," says Kanki to Shin. Now Bihei has put his whole life into the Haishin unit, so he doesn't understand why he received such a harsh treatment. Raito besmirches Shin's name to the point that Bihei attacks him. He defends Shin's good name and says that everyone puts their life on the line for him. Naki then takes care of Raito's troops so that Bihei and the others can return to Shin. Bihei wakes up in Shin's camp with Shin himself watching over him. Shin tells Bihei about a couple of instances in which he stole some food to stay alive. Shin wants to become a great general like him and Hyo dreamed up when they were kids. And additionally, that's the sort of army that he wants to foster as well. Their hearts aren't empty like the Kanki army, and that's why they are so strong together. And with this, Bihei rejoins the Haishin unit. Kanki passes on a message that says the battle will end today. Kiso then receives a personal message from Kanki, an arch constructed out of human corpses. A note then says that Kanki will deliver an even greater tragedy to the people of Ragan. Every little action or movement performed by this man is impossible to predict and impossible to understand. Kisu is now the commander of the Zhao army, but the Keisha army came to do battle at Koku You, not to save the city of Ragan. And if he chooses to save Ragan, the whole western Zhao region will be decimated. Despite this realization, Kisu decides to return to his city of Ragan. He orders a swift and complete evacuation. Now with Kisu abandoning the hill, the remnants of the Keisha army were charged with defending it. The Zeno clan and the Haishin unit easily broke through the Zhao defenses. And on the 5th day, there was a complete withdrawal of the Zhao forces, meaning that Shin achieved complete victory. Kanki never attacked Ragan, as he would return to the hill to be hailed for his brilliant victory. Now after Kanki's interrogations, he was able to find out Kisu's weak point, and he thusly took advantage of it to secure the victory. Not even Riboku or Shohei could have thought of something like this. It was a gamble that only Kanki could pull off. And because the strategy worked, they only lost half of the forces that they expected to lose. "Just what is this man?" remarked Shin. Now rage is the only thing that drives Kanki. A rage so hot, it can melt even a rock. News of Kanki's victory reaches Kanyo, as Shohei sets events in motion for the lands of Zhao that lay past Koku You. Though Shin is not a fan of Kanki's tactics, he can't argue with the results. Kyou Kai then reminds him to become a great general by using his own methods, and not someone else's. Naki then requests a transfer to the Haishin unit, which Kanki obliges to. Now lurking in the forest is none other than Riboku, and he's with Shusuju and Bananji. Now they witness Kanki's success, but they also determined his weakness. Moten then arrives at Koku You to help with the fortifications. In fact, he's here to relieve the Haishin unit. Moten encourages Shin to go home and find someone to settle down with. Now currently, Mobu is defending against Karen and the Chu, while To keeps an eye on Goho Mei and the Wei army. Now a big war is coming up, so it's important for the Haishin unit to rest up and evolve itself. Ten agrees with this assessment, saying that they need to become stronger. And with this, the Haishin unit was set to rest up. Elsewhere, a meeting between 3 unexpected people was about to take place. And those people were Saitaku, Riboku, and King Okin, the King of Chi. In Kanyo, fears of another coalition rising up is on everyone's mind. But Shohei assures them that this won't happen. An urgent message then comes in from Saitaku. A report then comes into the Haishin unit that a truce has been organized with the Zhao. Several days later, Riboku of Zhao and King Okin of Chi would pay their visit to Chin. Though this visit was not done with the proper clearance, Saitaku humbly requests that Sei talk with Okin, the 2 kings who have their eyes on China. Now King Okin catches Aisei off guard while overlooking the city. Now only Shogun and Saitaku are permitted to listen in to the conversation between the 2 kings. The 2 formally introduce themselves. Now Okin knows what Sei desires, so he wonders how he'll save the people of the vanquished states. If Sei doesn't have an answer to this, then King Okin will raise up a second coalition army to vanquish Qin. Sei says he is not waging a war of conquest, but one to usher in a new era and a new nation. Okin doubts that this can happen, especially with the multitude of cultural differences between the people. Now Sei will unite the people through law, a system that everyone will answer to equally. Although not the cleanest of answers, Okin is quite impressed with Sei. He will thusly surrender to Aisei, provided he does not go back on his word. Now Saitaku also sought a path to bring China together, but it was through Aisei's words that he now seems hopeful again. That being said, Riboku remains the biggest obstacle to achieving this dream. Sei says that the Qin great generals will be the ones to slay him. Aisei then heads off to meet with Riboku, as Saitaku passes away with a smile on his face. "Your final piece of work is truly one of your greatest yet, Saitaku," says the King of Chi. Aisei takes a seat on his throne as Riboku bows down to him. He begs for Aisei to abandon his dream of unifying China. Now Riboku would have liked to serve under Aisei, But on his current path, unspeakable tragedies will befall all of China. Riboku then offers an alternative, an alliance between all 7 states to achieve long-lasting peace. Aisei does not agree with this solution, as it's only a matter of time before one of the alliances breaks off. Now, Aisei understands the consequences of his actions, but he intends to conquer all 6 states and bring them under one banner. Riboku assures Aisei that he will live to regret these words. In fact, if he follows through with his plan, Qin will be the first state to perish. Riboku promises that Qin will never claim Zhao so long as he breathes. Even if Qin throws every general they have at Riboku, it still won't be enough to crush him. He reiterates that Zhao will not fall. It will be the Qin that perish. Now, Riboku's emotions got the best of him. That's because a brutal war between the two will cause untold devastation. Afterwards, both Zhao and Qin would open up their coffers to fund the military. The Haishin unit then holds tryouts to weed out the weak and find the strong. Though the tests are rigorous, they are necessary in evolving the Haishin unit. Now, a group of archer brothers failed the physical portion, but on the other hand, they have advanced proficiency with the bow. Turns out that their father, Sogin, was counted as one of the 10 bows of China, and he passed on his techniques to his 2 children. Now, Sogin's arrows saved many allies within the Keiyou unit, which helped them in their victories. His crowning achievement was his duel with Duke Haku of Wei, where he pierced his right eye. The brothers, Tan and Nichan, are proud of their father and want to head off into the battlefield themselves. Now, the 2 made it into the Haishin unit with their insane level of accuracy. After a grueling test of trials, Shin has found his new 1,000 recruits. He welcomes them all to the Haishin unit, but says that the real test begins now. Shoban then meets up with the Keeper of Legalism, Rishi. Shoban wonders how Qin will create a new system of government after they defeat the 6 states. Rishi says it's difficult to create a law for different groups of people. Law is a wish, a way to guide both a nation and its people towards the ideal state it envisions. They thusly will need to determine the vision they have for the entire country. Rishi, I beg you, lend us your strength, says Shoban. And with that, the Keeper of Legalism thusly returns to the stage. The court is apprehensive, since he was Ryofu's greatest supporter. Aisei says that they must stand united in their hopes of uniting all of China. Shohei then speaks to the king alone, expressing his concerns of defeating Riboku and Zhao. Now, Riboku has constructed several castles to strengthen the defenses of western Zhao. In effect, the war will drag on for about 10 years, putting Aisei's deadline for 15 years in serious jeopardy. Zhao possesses mountains which serve as a natural defense against invasions. So Shohei says that they should use the Western Campaign as a feint, so that they can move through the south to capture Gyou. If they can manage to capture Gyou, then Canton, Zhao's capital, will fall within 3 years. If they fail, however, all their forces in the campaign will be completely wiped out. It's the 10th year of Aisei's reign, and Ryofu has been stripped of his rank. After a year working out simulations, the campaign in Gyou still seems like a suicide mission. Their biggest issue is supply lines, but Shohei wants to ignore this for the time being. At the border, Moten is shocked by Riboku's fortifications and how advanced they are. Moten, Ohan, and Shin are all recalled to Kanyo. Shohei then reveals the plan of attacking Gyou. Though using Western Zhao as a feint to go to Gyou is completely insane, it would be hard for Riboku to predict this. Ohan, however, considers this a suicide mission. Shohei explains that their 3 units have been independent strike forces, and this was done to cultivate their ability to make appropriate decisions. Sei then enters and says that they must make their names roar in the battlefield to elevate themselves to generals. Shin tells Sei not to worry as they're prepared to kick some ass. And with this, Qin sets off for war and the unification of China. We will hereby begin our invasion of Zhao's western lands, says Shohei. General Kanki will be one of the commanders for this campaign. In addition, General Yotanwa will be the commander of a different attack force. Now, because of the scale of this campaign, they'll need 3 armies, which means that General Osen will participate as well. And not just that, he'll be the supreme commander. Osen Kanki Yotanwa. A joint invasion between 3 armies, says Shin. What view do those self-assured eyes see? During a military parade, Heki suspects that this war will exceed all their expectations. Kosho, of the 6th grade generals, who was purely a strategist, acknowledged Osen's talent. In fact, Kosho said that his talent was on par with the 6th grade generals. Though Shohei trusts his plan, Osen may discard it as he sees fit, depending on how the situation plays out. Sei approaches Shin and bestows him Oki's glaive. Shin remembers Oki's words, as he feels confident that he can now wield this in battle. And with this, Sei will wait for news of his success. A gigantic tidal wave of military might set forth for Zhao. Riboku receives word of 200,000 Qin soldiers, all marching towards Koku You. Riboku wants General Kocho and Kisu for the war effort. The Haishin unit has been attached to the Yotanwa army. Now for them to be successful, they'll need to keep Riboku in the dark as long as possible, which means that he cannot figure out about their plan of going to Gyo. Now Zhao informants in Qin supply lines have confirmed that Qin is focused solely on the invasion from Koku You. However, this was all a ruse thanks to the underground tunnel system. Now the real supplies weren't being sent to Koku You, but were instead being kept in Kinnan, which was a lot closer to Gyo. The Qin army will reach Kinnan in 2 days, and that's where they'll change direction and head towards Gyo. It then becomes a race to get through Retsubi, and eventually towards Gyo. Osen decides to rest up as the rain prevents them from making progress. Shun Suju then begins to suspect that Kinnan might have secrets that he's unaware of, so he sends an urgent message to Riboku. Then, both Osen and Riboku would receive the same message, that Ordo of Yan is invading Zhao with his army. While Riboku's attention was turned to the east, Qin would arrive at Kinnan. Osen informs the various commanders of the plan going forward to go to Gyo instead of Koku You. If any of the squads fall behind en route to Gyo, they'll be executed. Ordo starts carving up the eastern region of Zhao. He's now turning his attention to Seika, a region where a man named Shiba Sho resides. And sure enough, he's raising his forces to fight Ordo's army. Riboku then receives a report that they might have been deceived by the Qin at Kinnan. He then whittles down all the possible options, and determines that they must be going after Gyo. King Tojo of Zhao learns that Qin is making their way towards the heart of Zhao. So Riboku requests Canton to send its forces to Retsubi to prevent further advances. But Tojo denies this. Riboku makes haste, as they need the reinforcements to reach Retsubi before Qin does. Now Qin's army is moving at a breakneck pace. Zhao's forces look to slow down Qin, as Kanki's army takes up the challenge. Now Osen's army continues moving forward along with Yotanwa's army. Now the joint army encountered Zhao's soldiers numerous times, so they utilized the same tactic of a detachment force attacking the Zhao forces while the main army moved forward. The whole goal was to save as much time as possible. Messages come into Kanyo that the Qin army is only 2 days away from Retsubi. Now Ten likens Retsubi to Kankuku Pass, which means that they got their work cut out for them. It has been 10 days since they set out for Kinnan, and they have finally arrived at the desired location, Retsubi. Yotanwa and the Haishin unit are charged with taking down Retsubi, and they'll have to get this done within 2 days before the Zhao reinforcements come. Yotanwa steps forward as the mountain tribe shout, Lord of Death. They produce their war cry to put the Zhao army to shame. Now Zhao's greatest weapon was high morale, but Yotanwa aims to steal this from them. "O warriors of the mountains, bathe these lands in their blood!" yells Yotanwa. The mountain tribes avoid the arrows and aim for the gate, but it closes before they get there. The real siege then begins, with ladders being used in every direction. Yotanwa wants to use Bajio's tribe to climb the wall, but she needs some of Shin's archers to help her out. The mountain tribe archers are doing well, but Jean and Tan haven't shot anything yet. Jean takes the initiative and finally puts one of her arrows to good use. Tan's nervousness gets the best of him, as his accuracy is abysmal at this point. Fortunately, Bajio's tribe has reached the top of the castle, and is ready to demonstrate their might. The Haishin unit then gets prepared to charge. The mountain people find an underground tunnel that leads to the crank that opens the gate. Now Sugen saves Kanto from certain death, and it turns out that greenhorns always act irrationally in their first battle. Denyu gets knocked down by the enemy commander, but Shin quickly returns the favor. Now Shin goes to town with Oki's glaive. That being said, Shin is still taking some wounds because the glaive is a little bit too heavy for him at this point. And in less than 1 day, Retsubi Pass has fallen to Qin. Shin, wanting to gloat a bit, goes on top of the castle and raises the Qin flag for all to see. Ten gives orders to the men as the intimidating Osen walks past her. Now it's time for them to convert Retsubi into a viable supply line so that they can attack Gyo. Lose Retsubi, and Gyo is an impossibility. Zhao forces will not attempt to reclaim Retsubi, since Riboku laid a powerful trap there within the city itself. The older members of the Haishin unit bring booze to the newer members, to help them wash away their anxiety. They speak of Shin's accomplishments, saying there's not a man that's more badass or inspiring than Shin. Ten tells Jean that he will only grow stronger and stronger from here on. Later on, Yotanwa reveals that General Osen has vanished from Retsubi. Now if Qin fails to notice Retsubi's secret, then Zhao's victory is all but assured, galloping through the night with Qin's fate on the line. 2 days have now passed since Osen vanished, and no one has stepped outside the castle walls. Ohan then reveals that Retsubi was constructed in a manner that makes it hard to hold. It was done this way so it was easier to retake, and because of this, they can't really rely on it for a supply chain. Therefore, their options are limited, and it would seem that their best choice is to pack up and return home. What makes you think there isn't a fourth option available? Replies Kanki. He suggests that they abandon Retsubi altogether for an all-out attack on Gyou, and if they're successful, they can make Gyou their new supply hub. Just then, Osun's units arrive outside of Gyou to ascertain any weaknesses. It's the perfect city. It will not fall to an attack, says Osun. While Osun thinks up a plan, his units take care of some Zhao scouts. Osun returns 2 days later and says that they'll move forward, as the war will be a game of wits between him and Riboku. They thusly abandon Retsubi and march towards Gyou. Riboku is shocked to hear of Qin's advance, but if they stop them here, this will end Aisei's dream of unifying all of China. Word spreads to the other kingdoms of Qin's intent. Now Karen and Gohei may believe this will end in Qin's failure, which will severely weaken the state. In fact, both generals relish the opportunity of taking Kanyo for themselves. Many in the Qin army feel like this is a suicide mission, but Kanki says that Osun never picks a battle that he can't win. Yotamwa's 50,000 troops would then split off to fight the 90,000 strong Kosen army, and they're meant to stall them so that the main army can approach Gyou with no roadblocks. Ten then points out the supply line, their only lifeline that's saving them from death. And to everyone's surprise, Osun would then completely change heading and march towards Goda, a small city unrelated to Gyou. Now instead of taking from the Zhao, Ordo loses 2 cities to Chohaku. And with this, he returns to Yan, defeated. Riboku is then shocked to find out that Osun has attacked the small city of Goda. They take the city, secure the food supply, and under Osun's orders, they protect the civilians. He then releases all the citizens and gives them the orders to go to the next city. News reaches Kanyo of Osun's current actions, as they all wonder what he's up to. Osun proceeds to do the same thing at the next city, and they'll now split up into 3 armies, and continue to do the same thing at the 7 other cities. Now Yotamwa is expected to keep pace, as news comes in that Retsubi has been recaptured. The Qin armies continue capturing cities, as all the citizens are moving eastward. Shin wonders what's going on with this plan, as Kyokai determines that the refugees are locusts. Just as the refugees appeared in the inner regions of Zhao, Riboku finally arrived at Canton. Riboku hears about Osun's actions in the swarms of refugees. Earl Choki, Lord of Gyou, goes out of his way to feed every last refugee that arrives in his city. Riboku realized that Osun weaponized refugees to take down Gyou. Qin sends smoke signals as Gyou shuts its gates, and it now houses 9 cities worth of refugees and a limited supply of food. It will turn into a battle of endurance in the form of provisions. Gyou is in Kanki's hands, as Osun sets out to strike the first blow on Riboku. Now King Tojo is none so happy with Riboku's efforts. Furthermore, he's more happy to live out his days in the capital until he succumbs to sickness. And that's because he doesn't really care about the citizens whatsoever. Riboku then runs into the Crown Prince, Ka, who commends his efforts. Unlike his father, Ka is ready to defend the city if need be. Now if Riboku can endure this darkness, the era of Ka will come and Zhao will be bathed in light. For Osun's plan to work, they must prevent Atsuo and Ryoyo from liberating Gyou. Heki will take 10,000 troops to aid Yotamwa against the Ryoyo army. Now the Osun army, along with Shin, Ohan, and Moten, will confront the Atsuo army. Their combined forces totaling 88,000 men. Now the reason that they have more men than anyone else is that Osun suspects that Riboku will attack from Atsuo. And with this, the victor will be determined by who can annihilate their respective opponent. Kosen is told to hold his position. That is until Shun Suju replaces him as a commander. Yotamwa receives word of Heki's 10,000 units coming in, but instead of staying defensive, she orders a swift attack. The destructive power of the mountain tribes completely surprised the Zhao. The time where men of war shall be bathed scarlet in blood draws near. The battle between Riboku and Osun has already begun in their minds. Kanki's army does well to prevent any liberating forces from reaching the city, but reports come in that Zhao forces are approaching the city from many different directions. The battle arrangements for Riboku versus Osun are as follows. Ohan is on the right side, Shin is in the middle, and Moten is by himself on the left side. And with this, Moten's unit kicks things off. Now Shin is none so pleased with being positioned at the back center of the army. Now Osun's deployment to the left was a clear taunt at Riboku, enticing him to attack from the right. And Riboku shows no fear, ordering Kisu's 30,000 strong army to attack Chin's left flank. Kisu's army progresses forward, wondering why Chin won't move. Now, unbeknownst to them, Moten split up his unit in half to attack Kisu's right flank. They then back off and get chased by pursuers. The pursuers then get ambushed by Moten's other troops. "Welcome to the hunting grounds," says Moten. Batai's cavalry looks to clean up the mess, so Moten decides to withdraw. But Moten has a counterattack plan to lure Batai in. Nevertheless, Batai proves to be quite adaptable and defends himself well. Kisu decides to change the formation of his army to counteract Moten's attacks. But that's when Mako's army of the center would smash through. Now it turns out that Mako is part of the left wing, and only pretended to be in the center. In a flashback, this strategy was set in motion by Moten. Wave after wave of Mako's units smash into Kisu's forces. Kisu rallies his men, but he senses that Moten is a man of great talent. Kisu realizes that he fell into Osun's trap perfectly, which is quite the terrifying notion. In another flashback, Osun asks Moten to join his retinue as a vassal. Now Moten angrily declines, suggesting that he should extend an invitation to his own son, Ohan. Now General Ako's army will handle the bulk of the work in the right army, while Ohan's unit provides support. Now Ako is Osun's #1 general, so Ohan feels slighted by his father's lack of faith in him. Ako, Osun's most trusted vassal, then smashes into the Gakue army. Though Ako's army has no strategy, they are merciless in their attacks, charging forward no matter the circumstances. Bananji has seen enough of Gakue, so he decides to enter the battlefield with his iron hammer in hand. Bananji splits his forces into an attacking portion and a distraction portion, with the former attacking the flanks of the first wave. A cavalry unit then runs between the waves of 1 and 2 to enter the fray, and it's none other than Ohan. Now the battle is as follows, with Ohan's group hitting Bananji's army from the right. In the distance, Osun observes the course of events. Ohan then confronts Bananji, and says he'll pierce a hole in his brow with a single blow. Ohan attempts to impale his skull while he's talking, but Bananji slaps his spear away, with every fiber of his being and soul, putting everything into this single instant. Ohan disarms Bananji, but the Zhao general catches his arm and pulls him to the ground. Bananji attempts to pulverize him with his fist, yet Ohan dodges. As a soldier tosses Bananji a glaive, General Ako comes in to attack him. "It would seem you're more of my cup of tea, O Chin commander," says Bananji. Bananji's army circles around to attack Chin's first wave. Osun then commands Shin to gather 800 of his fastest riders to kill General Kisu. Now the mountain tribes do well to dominate their enemy, as Yotanwa commands Heki to be at the ready. Shunsu-ju rides in with a dead mountain warrior attached to his horse. He then issues a direct challenge to Yotanwa. "I've burned his face into my memory," says Yotanwa. The Zhao then go into a full retreat, hoping to draw the Qin in. Now in the city of Ryoyo resides the Quanrong people, a race of warriors that nearly brought the Zhao down, and Shunsu-ju aims to use them against the Qin. Yotanwa can sense the aura of beast coming from the Quanrong. Anyone who invades their lands will be shown no mercy. Now the Quanrong run down the cliff as the Heki unit begins to panic. The Quanrong give the mountain people a rude awakening, as Razu introduces himself to the Zhao leaders. Now he wants to cut off Shunsu-ju's head, but finds out that he's a representative of Riboku, whom he likes. Now the mountain tribes are descendants from the Quanrong, so Razu wants to flay Yotanwa himself. Yotanwa personally enters the battle as things start to heat up. They take up a mountain and start to rain arrows on the Quanrong. Impressed by her talent, Razu is a bit disappointed that he has to flay her. Meanwhile, Shin's unit emerges from the nearby forest, searching out General Kisu. "Move out, Haishin! Kisu's head is ours!" yells Shin. Now with this battle, Shin aims to reach the rank of general. Now the elite guard under Ryoto look to stop the Haishin unit so that they could preserve Kisu. Now with the lines collapsing, Kisu looks to retreat to his HQ, but that's when Shin comes storming onto the scene. Kisu's army is collapsing on all sides, yet the general does not want to give up. Riboku then leads a detachment force to deliver the final strike to General Mako. In a flashback, we find out that Riboku's detachment will serve as the army of assassins. Now it's very risky, but because the Qin don't know about this, it basically guarantees success for the Zhao. "I entrust the rest to you," gestures Riboku to Kisu. With news of Mako's death spreading like wildfire, it was a complete reversal of the currents. Shin then runs off by himself, dead set on taking down Riboku. Now this is the current situation on the left battlefront, with Shin furiously chasing down Riboku. "Riboku!" screams Shin in a fit of rage. While Shin nips on Riboku's heels, the Zhao commander proceeds to provoke him. Now to avoid a possible ambush, Shin vows to capture Riboku's head one day, as he decides to turn around. Upon returning to the battlefield, however, the Haishin unit notices that a terrible situation has arisen without General Mako. With the loss of their leader, the Mako army has lost all momentum. To restore lost morale, the Mako army attempt to convince the troops that Mako is still living. Moten now wants Shin and Riko-sen to create 2 rallying points to create a sense of hope. A Mako soldier repeats Mako's famous words, reinvigorating the entire army. Moten takes control of the situation as they have no room for hesitation or failure. Batai's unit is hellbent on avenging Ryoto by killing Shin and Kyokai. The bulk of Moten's remaining unit forces reinforce Riko-sen's position. It's now time to push the front line with a single charge. Moten cannot save them all, but he intends to revive the left half of the army to fight on another day. Kisu will not allow Riboku's sacrifice to be for naught, as he wants to crush the Qin right now and right here. And by day's end, Moten's army was able to hold out, disrupting Riboku's original plans. After the first day of battle, Yotanwa is in a foul mood. Kanki's army also had a rough first day, since the endless barrage of attacks never stopped. Despite losing Mako, Ohan states that the cold, calculating Osen will not lose his composure or resolve. An urgent message then comes into the left army. Now with the loss of Mako, Osen is using his power to temporarily elevate Moten to the rank of general, and to use the left army as he sees fit. Shin, understandably so, is flabbergasted. It is now the start of the second day of the war. The layout of the right side is as follows, with Ohan's army taking up the right flank. Now Chogaryu of Zhao is focused on taking down one of the Qin commanders today, and from the beginning, he attacks Ohan's left flank to create a pincer attack. Despite the odds, Ohan has an epiphany and knows of a way to turn this around. Ohan leads a small detachment force in the opposite direction of the main bulk. Chogaryu attempts to chase him down, but Ohan keeps moving straight ahead. He draws Zhao's reserves on his trail, as he remains focused on attacking the weak point of Bananji's line formation. Ako realizes this, and attacks Bananji's left flank, creating an effective pincer attack. "This is our hunting ground. Trample them beneath your hoofs." Akakin from Ako's army helps out with the pincer attack. Chogaryu creates a detachment to attack Ohan, but Akakin prevents this from happening. Qin would thusly take the advantage on the right side. Elsewhere, Shinsuju would leave the battlefield of Ryoyo, so as to sneak up on Heki's army. And with that, the second day was already done. Moten effectively stalled Kisu's army, which is exactly what he wanted to do. Ohan is then congratulated on his effective tactics, and is asked to speak with General Ko about the next day. Now Shin notices they're already starting to ration the food, which means that the battle might last longer than they thought. Heki then finds out that the Zhao had burned all their food stores, and this was done by none other than Shinsuju. Now the Zhao commander accessed one of Razo's underground tunnels, and because of this, he was able to burn the food supply. And with this, half of the food supply has been lost. Heki tried to atone for his mistake in battle the next day, but the Kwanrong easily toyed with him. Now messengers for Qin were quickly shot down, meaning that the 3 armies were unable to communicate with each other. Ohan reminds them that the fight will be won on the wings, so reinforcements from the center means that Riboku is desperate. Here stands the man that once wore the mantle that symbolized Zhao's martial might. Gyoan makes his presence known all over the battlefield for Zhao. The Zhao launch a massive offensive on the right wing on the 3rd day. Osen realizes that the right army could be in trouble, especially with Chogaryu and Gyoan participating in the attack. Spurred on by the untimely demise of his master, Gyoan attempts to make up for lost time. Ohan has seen enough, as he aims to uproot the Gyoan army. Ohan's army gets quickly surrounded, as Banyo looks like he's seen his last battle. Just then, surprisingly, the Haishin unit burst on to rescue the old Qin warrior. The 2 heroes shoulder to shoulder. The combination of Shin and Ohan gives the Qin right army a much needed boost. Chogaryu does not want to lose control of the situation, so he aims to eliminate Shin and Ohan himself. Under Osen's orders, Shin brought the entirety of the Haishin unit to the right army to help turn the tide. Now the current setup of the right side is as follows, with Ohan's army on the left flank, the Haishin in the center, and the Ako army on the right flank. The Gyoan army gives the Haishin unit a rude awakening. Nevertheless, the Haishin unit displays its resilience by standing their ground and fighting back. Though they're fighting well, Kyou determines that Zhao has the upper hand. 10 strategic moves are being read perfectly, but she can't determine the enemy's intentions whatsoever. Turns out that Gyo-won is a strategically minded general that has had tactics drilled into his memory from early on. Unlike Tin, Shin can read Gyo-won's tactics perfectly, and that's because Gyo-won is an instinctual general, much like Du Kyo. And because Shin thinks in a similar manner, he'll need to take command over all the forces. Enter Shin, the strategist? Despite the improvement, Gyo-won still has an advantage over Chin. The most brutal fight of the day is to take place, so Shin deploys Kyou Kai along with the reserves. Gyo-won was focusing his efforts on the Chin's right side, but Shin determined that this allowed a narrow passage leading directly to the enemy's HQ. Shin heads out as Gyo-won impedes his path. Shin compares Gyo-won's strength to Gaimo's of Wei. "I fought to claim the heads of every last one of Chin's 6th grade generals," says Gyo-won. Shin claims that if Gyo-won's master, Rinsho Jo, didn't die to illness, he would have just been killed by General Oki. The time for talk is over, however, as the two engage each other in a furious combat. Gyo-won mocks Shin's skills with Oki's glaive. Enraged, Shin musters up all his strength and attacks the Zhao general with all his might. Despite his best shots, Gyo-won blocks them all and returns the favor in kind. Ten realizes that if N's position falters, the whole battlefield will snowball and become lost. Now to help out, Kyou Kai wants to set up 2 blockades to funnel all the enemies down the middle, and that's where she's going to try to annihilate them. "Together we shall fight, and together we shall grasp victory today," says Kyou Kai. Kyou Kai begins giving it everything she's got, which comes at a cost because she needs to catch her breath. The day is coming to a close, as Shin continues to struggle on with Gyo-won. Now the High Shin unit has done well to prevent the right side from completely collapsing. Gyo-won then leaves Shin and inspects the left for himself, and he's absolutely surprised by what he sees. Because of his miscalculations, Gyo-won has severely underestimated his opponent, and he'll have to rethink his strategy. Now at the close of day 3, the majority of the fighting happened on Shin's right wing. The exhausted Shin crawls his way to Kyou Kai's tent to check in on her. She then asks to hold Shin's hand, since it's a good luck charm within the Shiyuu clan. Now for them to win this war, they'll have to exhaust all their strength, to the point that they're standing on death's door. At the Zhao encampment, they discuss Shin, Ohan, and Moten. Now if the 3 of them were allowed to mature, they would become true monsters. But if Zhao takes them down now, along with Osen, Kanki, and Yotanwa, the Qin army will be severely decimated. Now Riboku determined that the food supply for Qin will run out in 10 days. Fortunately for them, Gyo's food supply will last for 20 days, meaning that Qin is screwed. Messengers finally reach Qin after many died to Zhao soldiers. They hear about Osen's gamble on provisions, which seems kind of odd since Osen never fights a battle he can't win. It took the messengers 5 days to get here, which means that the Qin army only has 5 days of food left. It's the 8th day at Ryoyo, and the Kwanrong are ridiculing the Qin for their lack of food. At nighttime, the mountain tribes fight amongst each other's horses since their hunger is getting the best of them. Yotanwa summons the tribe's chieftains and informs them that they only have 3 days of food left. They must thusly crush the enemy within that time and claim the food for themselves. To do this, they must eliminate the 3 swords of the Kwanrong army. Since Heki's army lost half of their food supply, he begs Yotanwa for an opportunity to redeem himself on the battlefield. And she grants his wish, but reminds him that further failure will not be tolerated. The next day, 12 tribes totaling 5,000 men are ordered to fight alongside General Heki. Heki's army is tasked with killing Bunen, the cruelest of all the Kwanrong. Because Sanyou realized that the Qin are running out of food, they more than doubled their army to prevent any of their leaders from falling. Despite this, Heki made Yotanwa a promise, and he intends to fulfill it. The Heki army utilizes a repair and defend tactic to draw in the Kwanrong. It's not flashy, but it gets the job done. Kitari, who's not too fond of General Heki, claims she'll take Bunin just as the Qin general falls in battle. The 9th day of battle is commencing, and Yotanwa feels as though the 2 armies are evenly matched. The Zhao forces cease their attacks against the Kanki army, confirming suspicions that Gyo has more food than them. In fact, Riboku's army has taken up a defensive position as well, merely waiting out the Qin until they run out of food. The right army thusly needs to make haste, and they gotta focus on taking out a general every single day, starting with Gakue. So Ohan and Shin would set off with the intention of taking out Gakue, but unbeknownst to them, this would backfire spectacularly. Realizing that the right army will make a move today, Riboku comes to inform Bananji of Ako's weakness. Now ever since Keisha died, Gakue has been waiting for a moment to exact his revenge on Shin. Because of this grudge, Ohan suggests that Shin position himself at the front to lure out Gakue. Now the Akko army would take up a big responsibility of drawing in Bananji, Gyeowon, and Chogaryu, so that Shin could take on Gakue alone. Now Akko is Osun's right-hand man for a reason, and he can more than handle himself. However, if Bananji can take him down now, that will be the final nail in Osun's coffin. Thinking of avenging Keisha, Gakue enters the battle in a fit of rage. General Akko is confident that the defense he inherited from Osun will not be broken. Bananji's army attacks the joints of Akko's formation, which proved to be the critical points upon which the defensive formation is based upon. General Akko attempts to alter his formations, but Gyeowon will not give him that luxury. Shin smashes through Gakue's first line, as he now lays eyes on the general himself. "What are you waiting for? Come, Shin, let me skewer your brain through your skull," says Gakue. Meanwhile, Gyeowon smashes his way through Akko's army. General Akko comes in, as he now finds himself in a fight against Gyeowon and Bananji. Realizing that the right wing can't afford to lose General Akko, Ohan decides to turn left and help out. "The taking of Gakue's head shall be entrusted to Shin," says Ohan. Despite fighting a 2-on-1 battle, General Akko is giving the Zhao generals everything they can handle. Unfortunately, it looks like his luck has run out, as Gyeowon looks poised for the final blow. Just then, Akakin comes rushing in to rescue General Akko from certain death. While Zhao pursues Akakin, Ohan engages with Gyeowon. Realizing that the situation looks grim, the Akko army commences a large-scale withdrawal. Now realizing that their forces will soon be isolated, the Haishin unit has to take Gakue's head without further delay. Gakue doesn't wish to hesitate any further, charging forward for the sake of Keisha. Inspired by Oki, Shin swings his glaive through Gakue's body like hot butter. "A blow worthy of a great general," says Bihei. The time for celebration is gonna have to wait, as Chogaryu's forces are already bearing down on them. Now the impact of this swing would be felt deep in the mountains, by none other than Hoken of Zhao's Three Great Heavens. Elsewhere, General Heki's army is making the most progress against the Kwanrong, as they now have the enemy HQ within their sight. They go for an all-out attack, but Bunin's soldiers absolutely brutalize them. The Mera tribe, led by Katari, then come in on the right flank to provide assistance. Bunin orders his archers to shoot the Mera tribe, even though it means sacrificing some of his elite soldiers. The reason this ridiculous tactic works so well for the Kwanrong is because they rule through fear, and they will thusly kill anyone and their family if they disobey orders. Kitari looks to be done for, but General Heki comes in to save her. Kitari's older brother, Katari, takes down one of the enemy officers with a swift blow, but it turns out the Kwanrong sacrificed themselves for this very purpose, so as to allow Bunin to achieve the fatal blow. Katari thusly meets his end, as his little sister is absolutely heartbroken. Though Kitari went into a fit of rage, the Mera tribe fell into a deep despair with the loss of their chieftain. Heki saves Kitari after she gets knocked down and orders a swift retreat. Unfortunately, with the sun coming down, Heki's promise to Yotanwa will have to go unfulfilled. Torque, the youngest brother of the Kwanrong king, is then slain by Danto of the mountain people. But Jio's army was not able to fulfill its objective, as the Kwanrong sound for retreat. Yotanwa, however, was not going to miss this opportunity of taking Goba's head. Regrettably, this was all predicted by Shansuju, as the mountain tribes now find themselves completely sandwiched between the Zhao and the Kwanrong. And with this, even Razo decides to enter the battlefield. Now with the current formations as follows, Yotanwa's army is in a very precarious situation. Yotanwa orders a full-scale retreat, as Shansuju seems assured in his victory. Now instead of escaping through the gaps, Yotanwa decides to push forward straight into the Goba army. She penetrates through like hot butter, and in no time flat, she claims Goba's head for herself, shocking the Zhao and the Kwanrong forces. Upon regaining consciousness, Kitari begs for Heki to give back her brother. Realizing that she must be strong, Kitari takes up the role as the next chieftain, and vows to avenge her brother by slaying Bunin. Word then comes in that the Zhao and the Kwanrong are relentlessly pursuing the Yotanwa army, even in the dead of night. And thanks to the unfamiliar terrain, the Yotanwa army find themselves backed into a corner. Despite their forlorn position, Yotanwa's confidence does not waver, as she's assured that the mountain people will come out of this victorious. But Jio's units make a path, allowing them to make for an escape. Shansuju and Razo are dumbfounded that Yotanwa was able to escape. Razo deploys the Gan clan, experts in tracking down people. They eventually reach Yotanwa's position, as it appears that they're on their last legs. But Jio grabs onto Yotanwa and makes a run for it, even jumping across a large abyss to evade the captors. The two weary soldiers then lay on the ground and reminisce about their past battles. Yotamwa says that Bayou is still the strongest fighter that she's ever faced. The two limp up to their feet, but unfortunately, they're quickly surrounded by the Quanrong. Bayou is henceforth knocked down as Yotamwa is taken away. Bayou then has a memory of when he was younger, and how Yotamwa inspired him and instilled confidence in him. And just this mere thought alone is enough to restore his vigor to the fullest, as he fights off the Quanrong people. I will protect her! The Enshu tribe, i.e. the Wall Runners, then look to mount a counterattack to save Yotamwa. Bayou has given every last ounce of his strength to save Yotamwa, and it was just enough to allow the reinforcements to come in. They rescue their leader and go to town on the Quanrong soldiers. As Razo and Shunshuju close in, Danto looks to ambush them from a nearby cliff. No matter how many weaklings crawl up from the depths, none pose a challenge to Razo. Razo and Danto relish the idea of taking each other down. Within all the chaos, Bunin looks to seize Yotamwa for himself. Finally caught up to you sons of bitches, says Kitari. Now today will decide Chin's fate. Kitari will thusly go after Bunin to avenge her brother, and General Heki will have to go after Razo. Heki is a bit apprehensive, but Kitari reassures him that he can do it. Danto says that Yotamwa lured them all out here so that they could go after the city. Furthermore, they did this so that Razo would finally reveal himself on the battlefield. And sure enough, the mountain people are laying siege to the city of Quanrong. Razo displays his impressive skills by slaughtering many mountain people. Kitari then manages to sneak up on Bunin from the rear. She begins by slicing off his fingers, followed up by chopping off one of his hands, and finally, she ends up slicing and dicing him to pieces. A showdown between kings. With Bunin now dead, Kitari will focus her efforts on protecting Yotamwa. In the midst of their fight, Danto ridicules Razo for not leading his people in the front like a real king should. Danto continues to trade blows, allowing a brief moment for Heki to come in and seize the biggest victory of the day. Unfortunately, Razo anticipated this and knocked him right off his horse. Danto attacks Razo while he's distracted, as the two hulking men cut off the heads of each other's horses. Razo then pins Danto down on the ground, as he looks poised to finish him off. But that's when the biggest Chad on the battlefield comes in. None other than General Heki himself, with a huge-ass glaive to slash right into Razo's big head. A roar unleashed. The various troops praise General Heki for his massive accomplishment. When Shunshuju returns to Ryoyo, he finds out that it's already been captured by the mountain people. Yotamwa's army then surrounds the Zhao army from the rear, as the Quanrong now choose to follow Yotamwa and the mountain tribes. And if Shunshuju does not leave these lands, he'll have to contend with the Quanrong people, meaning that he's completely lost. Yotamwa toasts General Heki as Ryoyo is now theirs. Bayou will make a full recovery, as they find out that Shunshuju is now heading to Retsubi to seal off their exit. Though this is a major victory for Chin, they can't send messengers or food to Osen's army since the roads are all locked down. Kanki and Osen's armies are now down to 3 days worth of food. Despite Ako's severe injuries, the Right Army will continue on without him overseeing the battle. And after the 10th day of battle, Shin is visibly exhausted from the constant fighting. Despite not having their commander, the Ako army demonstrated their heroic efforts. The Ako soldiers then beg for Ohan to be their new commander, and to take the reins for the Right Army. Osen then relays a message to the troops to maintain their high morale, but he does not use his power to elevate Ohan to the rank of general. Shin then overhears a conversation that Ohan might not be Osen's biological child. Now, Ohan's mother is a woman called Shuke, but when she became pregnant, a rumor spread that she had a lover before her marriage with Osen. Now, Shuke can no longer be questioned about the matter, since she passed away during childbirth. Now, the Right Wing's food stores have reached their end. Each of the armies has about 1 day of emergency rations, which means that things are about to get really tough. Despite the dire circumstances, Ohan fights on with all his might, and Shin reminds Ten that they need to do likewise. Another day comes to an end, as Zhao is certain that Chin will run out of food by tomorrow. The first of the final 2 ration distributions were being carried out, as the mood amongst the soldiers was a somber one. Ohan pulls Shin aside and says that they need to awaken their units to pull off this victory. The 2 aspiring generals were now charged with unlocking a hidden potential within their respective units. The next day, Chin's right side begins to feel that something bad is about to happen. Shin and Ohan would stand before their respective units, and would fire them up with words of hope and bravery. And with this, an explosion of morale was sparked. Shin would then throw all tactics and strategy out the window, instigating an all-out attack against the Zhao. And by some strange twist of fate, Ohan would do the exact same thing, as they would go in for an all-out attack at the exact same time. Despite this crude approach, Ten realizes that this is the strongest that the Haishin unit has ever been. Though Shin may be an idiot, everyone serving under the Haishin unit realizes that he's an incredible captain. Though their morale is off the charts, Ten realizes that their endurance will not last for long, so it's imperative that they finish this today. Gyeongwon makes the startling revelation that Ohan and Shin are awakening their armies, much in the way that the 6th grade generals of Qin did so in the past. And with this, the whole Zhao left army decides to withdraw. Now if Qin decides to push on through the right, and Osin moves in with the center, they could enter a decisive endgame with Riboku. Osin hears word that the right army is pushing through, so he finally gives the order to the fully rested center army to advance. The right would hound the Zhao forces while the center kept pace, and moved the line forward. Tonight's the last day to hand out food, and to congratulate the men for their hard work, the officers went around to hand out the food personally. "Here you go, Bihei. Thanks for today," says Shin. Shin reminds them that they made good progress today, and that Riboku's head is within their grasp. Riboku, however, remains confident that the Zhao will come out of this predicament victorious. Gyeongwon hopes that Kaine's master, Riboku, does not meet his untimely demise. She then takes offense to this, thinking that he's jinxing them. Chogaryu and Gyeongwon are thankful that Shin and Ohan have awakened, as it makes things much more interesting. 4th commander of the Osin army, So-o, commends Osin's prediction of Shin and Ohan awakening on the battlefield. "I expected the Haishin unit to awaken, but the Gyoku Ho was a slight gamble," responds Osin. After the right lost to Koa, they should have targeted Chogaryu, the brains behind Zhao's left. To derail the Qin right army, Kaine says they'll focus their efforts on taking out Ohan. Gakuei's forces come from the center to help out Gyeongwon in attacking the Haishin unit. Now amidst all the confusion on the battlefield, the Gyeongwon unit goes missing. Gyeongwon's unit then redirects its forces to the right battlefield in effort of taking out Ohan's head. A few dozen cavalry start moving in an arc, and this group was being led by the 10 Spears, a group of truly elite soldiers, and amongst them was none other than Gyeongwon himself, the Glaive of Nightmares. Chogaryu prevents Qin soldiers from helping out Ohan, as he finds himself in a battle for his life. Ohan and Kanjo aim for a single point in the formation, allowing the 5,000-man commander to escape. Now to allow this, Kanjo needed to serve as the young master's shield from Gowon's attack. Kanjo looks to be done for, but Ohan decides to stay and save his life. Ohan has lost the sensation in his arms, but at this point, he has no other choice but to stay and fight. With Earl Shia the Wayfire dragons having fallen to my spear in the past, there's no reason that I cannot also defeat Gyeongwon. Ohan then pierces Gyeongwon's right forearm with his spear. The Zhao general pushes through the pain and slashes through Ohan's spear and knocks him off of his horse. Kanjo reminds his men that they still have a chance with the Haishin unit, as we see that Ohan is still breathing ever so slightly. Shin senses that something is going on the other battlefield, as he wonders if Ohan is giving it his all. Thinking that Ohan's unit was done for, Chogaryu and Gyeongwon decide to withdraw. The current shape of the right side was as follows, with the Haishin unit making significant progress, and the Ohan unit going into a complete withdrawal. After the 13th day of battle, Shin goes to Ohan's unit and explains how they'll beat the Zhao tomorrow. The Haishin unit then begin eating a meal of hot water and dead horse meat. With Ohan and Ako out of commission, Shin is to become the commander of the entire right wing. "Then let's get this meeting started so we can destroy the Zhao tomorrow," yells Shin. Meanwhile, in the city of Gyo, many of the refugees have noticed strangers with bandages on their face. 14 days earlier, we find out that these men were none other than the Qin soldiers infiltrating the city. Back in the present, these covert soldiers light a fire to the large eastern granary. In fact, all 4 of their large storehouses have been set on fire, meaning that they've lost more than half of their food. Witnessing the smoke from outside, Kanki says, "Sure took their sweet time." Now being the head strategist for the entire right wing has made Ten quite nervous. Now to break the tension, Kyou Kai decides to cop a feel. I mean, whatever works, you know? In a more serious moment, the 3 main heads of the Haishin unit vow to achieve victory. Now Riboku cannot send reinforcements to Zhao's left, for if he does, Osim will unleash the full force of the center army. However, if Zhao can eliminate Shin right here and right now, the victory over the entire Shukai Plains will be all but assured. Now the Haishin strategy on the 14th day could only be described as letting the enemy cut your flesh so you can break their bones. Shin is like a torrent on the battlefield, inspiring all the men fighting by his side. Now the current battle arrangements are as follows, with the Haishin unit facing off against the Chogaryu army. Chogaryu controls the left army, so if Shin can take him out, it will be decisive. Now warfare is all about flow, and Chogaryu intends to change that flow to his benefit. Shin will not allow these new arrangements to impede his path, as he is a man who will become a great general. The newbies for the Haishin unit then find themselves surrounded by Zhao soldiers. Shosa then comes to save Kanto from certain death. While they make their escape, Shosa gets stabbed in the back and falls to the ground. He stands back up and reminds them that they must support Shin in becoming a great general. Shosa fights on with every last bit of his strength, as they finally make it out of the enemy encirclement. Shosa then collapses to the ground, as the newbies pick up their commander and head out. And with his dying breath, he mutters, "You can do it, Shin. You can do it." Now there's an intense fight at the front, and Shin finally reaches the enemy HQ, but Chogaryu decides to abandon it straight away. He then implements a sudden flank attack, which catches the Haishin unit off guard. Shin then encounters the left and right captain of the Chogaryu army. He gets pierced in his side, but slices off one of their heads in the process. Kyou Kai manages to fight her way to Shin's position, but getting out of this mess will be a whole nother matter. This is why Kyou Kai says that they need to eliminate Chogaryu's strongest forces right here in one fell swoop. Now it's quite an insane idea, but because it's so unexpected, it might just work. Nevertheless, Chogaryu gives the order to grind them down. Kyou Kai takes out Josho, the right captain of Chogaryu's army. Shin does not want her efforts to go to waste, as they continue slashing through the Zhao forces. After the dust settles, the Haishin unit has successfully cut down the elite forces of Chogaryu. Kyou Kai pushed herself so hard that she passed out on the battlefield. While contemplating their options, Shin receives word of what happened to Shosa. Shosa bestows his spear to Kanto, as the Greenhorn graciously accepts it. Shin rushes over to Shosa as his body collapses into his commander's arms. Despite the somber mood, Ten can't allow this opportunity to slip through their hands. "Move out, Haishin unit. This time we'll take Chogaryu's head for sure," says Shin. Gyoan hears about the current situation, and wonders how a man of his caliber could be pushed into a corner. The Haishin unit looks for the decisive blow against Chogaryu, as the Zhao commander reminisces about his old master. Now it turns out that his old master went head to head with General Oki of the Qin army. "You should pray for good luck. I shall be doing the same." Ko. "For whose good luck, may I ask?" responds Oki. "Who knows?" responds Rinshoujo. Rinshoujo wanted to see a unified China through the Zhao, but if anyone else wanted to achieve that same thing, they were to be destroyed. Bananji wants to plow his way through the Akko army so that he can slay Shin himself. Chogaryu batters Shin with his immense strength, but the Qin commander refuses to give up. Now Shin is woven together with the hopes and dreams of all the people he's come into contact with. He then draws upon the power of Oki's glaive, and swings down into Chogaryu. It wasn't enough to finish him, however, so Shin reinvigorates himself that he can finish the job, and take one more step to becoming a great general under the heavens. The echoes of triumph. The Chogaryu forces look to retaliate, but the Naki clan comes in to put a stop to this. Ten commands her forces to spread the word that the Zhao commander Chogaryu has been slain by Shin of the Haishin unit. With this, the remaining forces would surround the Bananji army in a pincer attack, culling their army by more than half. Naturally, news of this would reach Riboku and Osun's ears. Unfortunately, an unexpected visitor would enter the Qin camps that night, and it was none other than the Bushin himself, Hokin. What is happening right now? Now it turns out that Riboku has nothing to do with Hokin's presence here. He came on his own accord. Ten informs Shin that once they push through the Zhao's left, they are to hit Riboku's center army from the side. To everyone's surprise, Ohan then emerges from his tent, seemingly recovered from his wounds. Yotamwa and the mountain people feel uneasy, sensing that today will be the final day of battle. Moten intends to change his battle plan so that they can go on the offensive. Shin is shocked to hear that Ohan is back on his feet again, and what's more, he's ready to enter the battlefield. Kyou Kai senses that Hokin may be targeting Shin today, as she informs him that she'll guard him from danger. It is now day 15 at Shukai Plains, and the final day of fighting is ready to commence. Now the Haishin unit brought out every last bit of its strength for this battle today. Osun's army didn't wait for the right army to punch through, as he began his swift advance against Riboku. Now with this arrangement, Ten determines that Osun intends for the Qin right army to take Riboku's head. For the first time at Shukai Plains, Osun and Riboku's armies would finally collide. Riboku remains confident that they need to only sit and defend until the Qin are nothing more than skin and bones. Just then, however, Riboku receives an urgent message from Gyo. He changes his formations to assume an offensive stance. In a brief flashback, a messenger informs Riboku about the burnt food supplies in Gyo, and how it will fall to Qin within the half day. Riboku must now defeat Osun today, and on the second day head towards Gyo and scatter the Kanki army on the third day. Bring Riboku to his knees. We shall also be launching an all-out attack, says Osun. The Zhao forces move forward on the left side, as Gyoan has his eyes set on killing Shin and Ohan. Without waiting for an invitation, Ohan comes forward to embrace the challenge. Riboku's army began to slowly push back the Osen army. Osen then counters with a probe. But this is no ordinary probe. It was filled with elite soldiers that were plowing their way through the battlefield. Shiryo of the Osen army slices through the Zhao soldiers. Riboku's army then attempts to split the Qin army in two. The situation remains discombobulated, so Osen marches forward with his core army. Kaine remains confident that Osen will not solve Riboku's tactics. The forces plow ahead without changing formation. They engage the Zhao in a rudimentary fashion, surprising everyone on the battlefield. Osen explains that Riboku has constructed a hybrid army that combines both the strengths of strategical and instinctual generals. Riboku is truly a monster. Osen is quite the monstrous one too, as he reads and effectively counters Riboku's formation. Osen's army would then make their way west to link up with Denrimi's army, a move that caught everyone off guard. Though this move seemed chaotic, Osen is in complete control of the situation. He assumes the Red Crane formation, which allows him to come face to face with Riboku on the battlefield. Riboku demands for Osen's surrender, since Qin's defeat is all but assured. Osen reminds Riboku that the Zhao king is an imbecile, and if he would have mobilized the forces in Canton, Qin would have stood no chance. But as the situation lies right now, Qin is in control. Now the only thing protecting the Zhao forces is Riboku, and if he should be removed from this world, Zhao will instantly collapse. Join me, Riboku. With you and your skills by my side, the two of us can usher in the beginnings of a whole new kingdom, one that shall stand unrivaled in strength over all the rest.
Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy.
Now what Osen is suggesting here is a new kingdom with Riboku, but the Zhao commander says that this is utterly foolish. Allow me to make this very clear. I will never allow Zhao to fall to her enemies, Osen. Osen then gives the order to kill Riboku. Osen is confident that the right wing will break through, as Riboku is equally confident that the Qin will fail to do so. Jin's arms are at their limit, as he has spent the last few days firing arrows non-stop. When the time comes, Jin wants Tan to fire arrows in his stead. Unfortunately, Tan still looks incredibly nervous right now. Despite not being at 100%, Ohan decides to confront Gyoan head-on. Shin is inspired by Ohan's incredible resolve, as he motivates the Haishin unit to take Gyoan's head. Gyoan reminds Ohan that China is at the precipice of something major happening, but he will put a stop to it before it reaches Zhao's lands. The two go in for the climactic clash, as Shin screams out for Ohan. Ohan deflects Gyoan's strike with his spear, and thusly uses the momentum to redirect the tip into the Zhao commander's chest. Shin then prevents the Zhao from taking advantage of Ohan's precarious situation. Gyoan reminds them that if they truly wish to unify China, they must see it through to the very end, no matter how bitter the cost. And with this, the final member who served under Rinzhou Zhou has fallen in battle. The joyous news has then spread amongst the Qin army, and with this, the Qin's right army has beaten the Zhao left wing, and it's all thanks to Shin taking up the commander spot. Their next and final objective is clear. They must attack Riboku from the flank. Riboku doesn't seem concerned about Qin's right army breaking through. That's because he's got Kinmo at the ready for an ambush. General Hoken then arrives at the center battlefield. "Riboku, I have come for the answer," says Hoken. Riboku says that he does not hold the answer, for it is someone else who does, and it's none other than Shin. Now if the Haishin unit cannot break through Kinmo's army, the entire campaign for Qin will be lost. Akakin provides a much needed boost to the Shin forces as they begin picking up speed. Kinmo is furious that his army has proven no match for the Haishin unit once again. Shin's unit finally breaks through the right wing, as they now emerge directly on the side of Riboku's center army. Osen's pincer attack has finally come to fruition, as Shin's forces smash into Riboku's center army. Fute reminds Kaine that the winner has not been decided yet, as he still remains confident that Zhao will be the winner. As his lines begin to falter, Riboku commands Fute to carry out a special mission. Now Osen's men consider this to be a suicidal baiting move by the Zhao, as they're confident that Osen's HQ of 5,000 men will not fall. Fute's forces then smash into Osen's HQ. Now Osen senses that something else is coming, as the Bananji army comes from the flank. An eye for an eye, a pincer for a pincer, says Riboku. Bananji's forces avoided Qin's right wing to proceed south, and that's how they were able to sneak up on Osen's flank. Kisu orders Bataille to take a mid-sized army to the center's aid. To counteract this, Boten personally led the chase after Bataille's unit. Bananji unleashes the full brunt of his strength, a sight that was truly terrifying, even to the Zhao forces. Zhao detachment forces reach Osen, but he takes them out in a flash. Osen's HQ descends into utter chaos, as Riboku believes that victory is within his grasp. Despite his condition, Ohan must muster up the rest of his strength to save his father. Fute relishes the opportunity of taking Osin's head, as the Zhao forces look to have the decisive advantage. Just then, Ohan's unit comes to the Supreme Commander's aid to prevent a Zhao rout. "Choosing to come here with your paltry numbers changes nothing," says Osin. "You are a fool." I mean, goddamn, what a father, right? "Your end has come, Osin," says the confident Bananji. Moten's unit then smashes through the formation, as the leader heads straight for General Bananji. Bananji looks to end him in one swing, as Moten uses his sword to redirect his body so that he can attack from a lower angle to slash him across the face. And with this done, they must now focus all their efforts on protecting Osin's HQ. That is, until Chin takes down Riboku. They still haven't slain him? How can that be? Thinks Riboku. Now with Ten redirecting traffic for the Haishin unit, their talent is on full display. However, she's also vulnerable to an enemy attack. Jin's hands are covered in blood from shooting arrows non-stop. Kimbo then leads a personal charge to capture Ten, as the Chin strategist makes a run for it. Arrows pierce her from multiple angles as she falls off of her horse. Just before she meets her end, Jin sends an arrow right through the Zhao soldier's head. He continues firing arrows non-stop until his bow breaks from the tension. A Zhao soldier captures Jin and looks to pierce him in the neck, but he meets his demise with one of Tan's well-placed arrows. Now Kimmo looks to handle the situation himself, but Tan shoots an arrow straight through his chest. Nevertheless, Kimmo overcomes the pain, looking to use the last of his strength to strike Tan down. But Tan does not allow this, sending an arrow straight through his head. Tan checks in on Jin as Ten returns to her post. Kaine hears the roar from the left, as Shiryu gives her a good stinger. But Tai instructs Kaine to go to Riboku's side while he takes care of Shiryu. The Haishin unit has Riboku within their sight, as Kaine begs for her commander to retreat. Riboku maintains his composure, as there's no guarantee that Chin will reach him. "I shall be your witness, Hokin, over these final moments," thinks Riboku. Osin utilized Bananji's injury to move his forces forward. As Riboku's HQ came into view, Osin realized that the Zhao commander was close to losing. Unfortunately, for them to kill Riboku, they would have to deal with Hokin first. The Zhao general obliterates the Chin forces. Kyou Kai then enters the fray and attempts to take him down. Now her aim is to take him down before Shin arrives. "I dance for thee, O god of lightning," says Kyou Kai. Kyou Kai's dance is effective, allowing her to cut several fingers off of Hokin's hand. Hokin knocks her back, calling her a mere imposter, for he is the Bushin. She draws upon every last bit of her strength, but it's still not enough to take him down. He raises her body into the air, but she pierces his forearm with her sword. "Return to the earth, caller." He tosses her body at the Chin soldiers, as Shin catches her. Shin hands her body to Bihei, as he prepares himself for the battle against Hokin. "Just what the hell are you, Hokin?" Hokin thinks of Oki and enters a state of rage, and he uses this vigor to send Shin flying back. Riboku tells Kaine that Hokin is a representative of mankind. Now it turns out that Riboku first met Hokin in the mountains after a crushing defeat. Now Hokin chose not to end his life, since he sensed that he still had a role to play. "You are the one who shall guide me towards the answer that I seek." Now Hokin comes from a tribe of path seekers, individuals that aim to transcend humanity by secluding themselves in the mountains. Their goal is to demonstrate to the heavens that they transcended humanity. If they can accomplish this, they will evolve humanity as a whole, so that perpetual conflict and suffering will be eliminated. Slaughter all who bar your way. Hokin overwhelms Shin with his immense strength. He then cuts Shin across the chest, as the Chin commander spurts blood out of his mouth. Shin refuses to give up, as Riboku claims that they both represent mankind. Hokin goes into an absolute frenzy as the Haishin unit worry about their commander. Now Shin holds the answer for Hokin, since he is mankind's representative, to overcome this brush with death. Now 17 years ago, Hokin encountered the strength of General Oki, and because of this, Hokin is a walking contradiction, because he has attained the human peak of strength, yet he still lost to General Oki. Shin's body is getting torn to shreds by Hokin's glaive. Hokin is the pinnacle of martial might, but Shin possesses a strength for those who have come and gone in his life. "Hokin, your blows have no weight," screams Shin. Hokin repels his attack, and says that he is doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Riboku admits that Hokin is mistaken. Mankind, after all, cannot transcend itself. Ultimately, a man can only just be that, nothing more and nothing less. Kyou Kai stirs awake, attempting to reach out for Shin while he's fighting Hokin. Though Oki and Dukyo identified the contradiction within Hokin, neither one of them was able to defeat him. Now all the people that Shin has come across are standing with him in this moment, all together as one. Hokin is unable to take Shin down, which makes him doubt his path as a Bushin. He reassures himself and swings with all his might, yet his glaive is shattered to pieces. Despite this, Hokin continues to fight on with his broken weapon, but Shin will not allow the path towards becoming a great general end here, as he uses Oki's glaive to cleave Hokin's body in twain. In a flashback, a Bushin slaughtered a village and stole a baby. Presumably this was a baby Hokin, the tragic path of the man who offered everything to martial might. I have borne witness to your conclusion, your final moments, Hokin. Thinks Riboku. Riboku has thinned out Osun's numbers enough that he can make a break for Gyou and scatter Kanki's army. The Haishin unit is in the perfect position to chase them, but Shin's internal embers have been blown out. Osun then wonders why the Haishin unit is not pursuing Riboku. Now Shin's heart stops beating as his body goes cold. He's dead! Shin is dead! Everyone cries for their commander, as Ten reminds him that he's supposed to become a great general under the heavens. Kyou Kai walks over and says that she can still help him. Now it turns out that there is a Shiyuu technique that can bring people back from the dead. She then enters the gap between heaven and earth, a place where she encounters Yuren. Now if she offers up half of her remaining life, it'll be a 50% chance that Shin will be revived. Take it all, responds Kyou Kai, so please, let me save him. Kyou Kai begs for Shin to stop as he begins to walk towards a red staircase. Shin can't see her, as he then encounters Hyo, who happens to be there to guide him. Shin can't remember his dream as Kyou Kai clenches onto his body. Kyou Kai wants to tell him his purpose, but Hyo says that he must remember himself. Shin must become a great general under the heavens, as Kyou Kai stands up and hugs him. She then pushes him back into the mortal realm. Shosa and Kyou Kai do the same for her, as the two Chin commanders wake up to the cheers of the Haishin unit. A storm of cheering. Kyou Kai tells Shoni that she became interested in Shin very early on. Kyou Kai's lifespan has been shortened, and she can no longer use this technique in the future. She wakes up as Shin thanks her for saving his ass. Now Shin is too weak to re-enter the fray, as Moten informs him that Riboku has made it out unscathed. It was a complete retreat by the Zhao forces. Moten instructs him to take it easy, as Chin has emerged victorious. Kanki wants to take the city with the Zeno clan, as word comes out that Riboku's army is coming. Another report says that Osun is hot on Riboku's tail. Now one day earlier, we find out that General Dorimi will be staying in these lands, to prevent Zhao from retaking their land. Osun then gives the command to head towards Gyou. Osun's forces cut down Riboku's rear forces, as Gyou is currently on its last leg. Riots break out within the city, as the refugees start lighting fires at the rich estates. Due to constant attacks to the rear, Riboku was forced to slow down and face the Chin properly. Now due to their limited numbers, Chin would have to disengage, but this was all part of the plan, to slow Riboku down. Riboku conducted a night raid on Osun's forces, as his core army made it for Gyou. And in the morning on the 18th day, Riboku's forces would finally reach Gyou. Riboku's exhausted forces must now contend with the Kanki army. Now Osun says that the difference in this war was the three pawns of Chin, that being Moten, Ohan, and Shin. They all raised to the challenge, and were able to throw Riboku's carefully constructed plans into complete disarray. To the horror of Riboku and the Zhao army, the refugees of Zhao force the gates open. They flood out of the city as Kanki's army makes their way in. Now watching this scene unfold zapped any remaining morale Riboku's army had left. Realizing that Zhao's entire existence was now threatened, Earl Choki of Gyou decided to kill himself. Realizing that he had lost, Riboku decided to preserve his forces, and to abandon the city altogether. Now Chin has successfully taken the city, but the bad news is that they still don't have any food. Moten reminds him of this fact, but it turns out that Osun had a shocking resolution to this matter. The Haishin unit enters the city as they start asking Shin for more food. General Tori from the north comes down to cut off the supply from the Yotanwa's army. Now for them to survive this, they must cross Retsubi once again to receive supplies from their homeland. News comes into Kanyo about Gyou. Now Shohei instructed Kaioki to head to Retsubi with more supplies. General Kocho, the guardian of Canton, orders his troops to attack the supply teams. "Burn it all! Let not a single grain reach Gyou intact!" exclaimed Shun Suju. To their surprise, all the containers are empty. Now it turns out that the real food supply is being transported down the Yellow River via Chin's naval fleet. Unfortunately, all naval routes to Gyou had already been sealed off. Riboku then receives a royal decree that he is to head back to the capital of Canton. If he refuses, they'll kill his subordinates on the spot. Riboku is locked up and taken away. as we see that the Qin supplies are descending into the Yellow River. Hearing of the news, Heki wants to help out the Osun army, but Yotamo reminds him that this is impossible, since there's no way to safely transport the food. Kyoki could only watch helplessly as the Qin supplies would sink down to the bottom of the river. And with this, Shunsuju says that Qin's gambit has failed. Riboku then requests that they send an urgent message to Kaine. Just then, as supplies as far as the eye can see enter the city of Gyo. To circumvent Zhao's army, Qin would rely on Qi to provide them with supplies. And this would work out perfectly because Qi shares the waterways with Zhao, but from the opposite side, which means that they didn't have a naval fleet to stop them. And it turns out that Qin paid King Okin double the price for the safe passage of these materials. Dig in with my blessings, soldiers of Qin. The Qin forces thusly stuff their faces. Now there's enough supplies to keep them fed for about a half a year. Now with every move that they made and every sacrifice, they accomplished the impossible, bringing down the impregnable city of Gyo. Sei is thrilled by the news, and he's thoroughly impressed with Shin's results. Riboku is then threatened with a public execution, but the Zhao general warns that Retsubi will be taken next. His pleas went unheard, however, and sure enough, To's army diverted its attention from Wei to march towards Retsubi. The shocking news would spread throughout the various states. To's army reaches Retsubi, as Zhao now has to worry about them and a rear attack from Osun's army. Shin then has a nightmare about Kyokai being cut in half. General Iko has recovered from his wounds, and has been sent out from Gyo. A messenger reports that Riboku is to be executed as a punishment for his loss, making Shunsuju not so happy. Zhao needs to withdraw at once, so they could save Riboku from his punishment. Qin would thusly gain complete control over Retsubi, Ryo, and Gyo. Upon their return to the capital, they would be celebrated as heroes. Shin then visits his new estate for the first time, and it's quite impressive. Shin meets up with Issei, and finds out that he needs a family name before he can become a general. Now his friend, Hyo, took on the family name of Ri, so Shin decides to do the same one and becomes Ri Shin. 5 months have now passed, and Qin wasted no time in sending its citizens to the new territory. Now this is the updated map of Qin. Rishi has been dispatched to the region to help stabilize things. Now with Riboku under lock and key, there's no better time for them to attack. At the award ceremony, Moten, Ohan, and Rishin are all made generals by King Issei. And with this, Shin's got 10,000 men, and Kyokai's got 5,000 of her own, which means they have a total force of 15,000 soldiers. Isen is transferred from Mobu's army to Moten's army. Now Canton is next on the agenda, but they must be wary of Wan and Hango, two strong Zhao cities that could pose a problem. Elsewhere, Kaine attempts to break Riboku out of prison, but she's ambushed by the Zhao soldiers. While taking a bath, King Tojo relishes the opportunity of executing Riboku. Now Riboku's recommendations do not get passed along to the army. Crown Prince Ka begs for his father not to kill Riboku, since he is the protector of Zhao's lands. Now King Tojo proceeds to bite off his ear, and tells him to get out of his sight. With Riboku's execution set, Canton will be ripe for the picking. Shunsuju and Kaine will need to rescue Riboku when the time arrives at the execution grounds. Now upon exiting his bath, King Tojo collapses to the ground from chest pain, and proceeds to die on the spot. Osun assembles all his generals to devise a plan for taking Canton. A message then comes in that the Zhao King has suddenly passed away. Upon assuming power, Ka releases all the men that were unjustly imprisoned. And of course, this includes Riboku. Riboku recommends that they mobilize the royal capital's army, which Ka agrees to. With a capable king at the helm, Osun predicts that Zhao will be born anew. And with this, Osun will need to rethink his plans for taking Canton. Ka orders his men to arrest a traitorous man who worked hand in hand with his father. Now before Tojo's passing, he passed down a royal decree that Ka was to be removed from the line of succession, meaning that Sen, the younger son, would succeed the throne. What a horrid travesty for Zhao. With this, assassins waste no time in going for Riboku's head. Kakukai, who is Tojo's right-hand man, is now serving as the guardian for Prince Sen, and the guardian for Prince Sen demands Ka and Riboku's heads. Riboku wants to take the king to the small city of Hosho. They soon find themselves in a fight for their life against a group of Canton soldiers. Riboku barely escapes. Now the Bananji army would hold off the Canton army so that Riboku could make it to Hosho. Ka apologizes to Riboku, and says that Zhao's royal family is filled with rot. With Ka's chances of becoming king slim to none, Zhao's future looks to be rather bleak. Despite it all, Kaine will always be by Riboku's side. The next morning, Riboku is glad to see that all his vassals are in one piece. Riboku wants to lay low for a while until the day comes where he can regain control of the military. For this to happen, however, Qin will have to run amok, forcing Sen to get desperate and to hire Riboku back. So with that being said, Riboku's gonna have to bide his time. But until then, he's gonna come back stronger than ever. Now, Canton's forces prevented Qin from making any further moves into Zhao. Kakukai would strengthen Hango and Heiou, and the reason that he did this is he was using the information that he gathered from Riboku when he was in his cell. It was all a means to make himself look a lot better. Now, Aisei learns that Ryofu has been amassing support behind the scenes, and the time has now come for them to eliminate Ryofu permanently. After 3 years since their famous talk, the two rivals meet once again. Aisei urges Ryofu to quell the unrest in his city. Ryofu warns Aisei that kindness is one of his strengths, but at the same time, it may grow to become his greatest weakness. Ryofu verifies Aisei's convictions and gives him an unexpected hug. A month later, Ryofu's power would only grow. So Kanyo sent him a decree that would strip him of all his territory and his wealth. And because of this, Ryofu would subsequently kill himself with poison, a conclusion that weighed heavily on Aisei's heart. Now, somewhere off in the country, we see a carriage, and it contains none other than Ryofu, and it seems like he's looking to explore the far reaches of China's lands. And perhaps he'll even become a merchant once again. None of the Qin forces were able to break through Zhao's defenses. They can't divert any more forces away from the other battlefields, otherwise they risk losing Gyou to the Wei army. As such, Shohei suggests that they make an alliance with the state of Wei. Meanwhile, Gohei Mei returns to the capital to talk with the Wei king, Kaibin. Now, Qin has proposed an alliance for 3 years, and is offering up the city of Juko to sweeten the deal. But here's the thing, Juko currently belongs to the Chu army. Therefore, they're gonna have to work together to take it down, and then offer it to the Wei army. The two generals of Juko, Manyu and Sento-un, are thrilled to find out that the Mobu army is going to attack them. "Head out and bring back Mobu's head," says Manyu. Karen believes that Qin is foolish in attacking Juko, but she sent in some of her own forces to get this done with as fast as possible. Moki attempts to caution his father since Wei has not agreed to their cooperative measures. Nevertheless, Mobu enters the battlefield with the force of a truck. The Juko generals seem amused that Mobu doesn't understand who they are. The two forces are evenly matched, as Manyu displays his impressive strength. Now, Sento-un is in a match with Manyu to see who can take Mobu's head first. Reinforcements come in the form of To's army, which is about 20,000 troops. Despite this, Moki determines that taking Juko is still nigh impossible. Just then, General Kohoku and Hakurei enter the battlefield. Koyoku notices that the man who killed Rinbu, To, is here. Rokiomi's army is hit with a barrage of arrows, as Koyoku comes in. In the midst of the battle, Goho Mei and the Wei army arrives. Despite this development, Chu's army relishes the opportunity of taking down 2 armies in one fell swoop. Junei from Wei instructs Qin to perform a simple pincer attack, as Wei will adjust to their movements as need be. Qin and Wei are now in an alliance for 3 years, as Goho Mei looks to grind Chu to dust. The current formations are as follows, with the Chu standing at 110,000 soldiers, and the Qin and Wei combined armies at 120,000 soldiers. And with this, the clash officially begins. Sento-un loves the bloody carnage he finds himself in. He then engages with Rokoomi. Wei commander Rambi Haku comes in to attack Sento-un. Juko-o, a Chu strategist, is excited to be going up against a strategist of Goho Mei's capability. Now, Moki finds it difficult to keep up with Goho Mei's strategies, but Mobu and To are more than making up for this. Goho Mei reminds his men that they must immediately eliminate To and Mobu when their alliance is over with Qin. Now, Juko's elites are giving the Qin-Wei army some difficulty. Now, it turns out that Manyu, Sento-un, Genyu, and Juko-o have all clashed with Chu many times. So in a sense they are true, but in another sense they're not true. They are monsters beyond imagination. Genyu takes down General Bakai of the Wei army. Sento-un takes on Rambi Haku and Rokoomi at the same time. Koyoku then comes in and slashes To across the face. And he did it with none other than the Bakuya sword. You know, just in case you were wondering. Now, Goho Mei wants to switch up their tactics, since things have reached an impasse. He will thusly use Rokoomi's unit as a wall, while Rambi Haku's unit breaks through. He is redirecting the forces towards To. Another unit goes towards Mobu, and says that he's the main attack, and that he should go to Chu HQ at once. The combined forces of Tou and Mobu are now en route for the Chu HQ. Mobu commands his forces to go forward, as he now looks to fight Man Yu of Chu. Sento-un then makes a mad dash for Go-Ho-Mei's HQ. Now the current situation is as follows, with Go-Ho-Mei fortifying his defenses. Man Yu confronts Mobu and knocks him onto the ground with his incredible strength. "What's wrong, Mobu? I'm weaker than Kanmei," says Man Yu. Sento-un makes swift progress until he's stopped by Ryu Han, a commander of Wei. And with this, Sento-un is surrounded completely. Mobu manages to land a blow on Man Yu. Man Yu says that Mobu is carrying a heavy burden, and he'll take great pleasure in destroying it. While Tou makes swift progress, Wei deploys its siege towers on Juko. Wei pours into the city, looking to have a decided advantage. Tou narrowly dodges one of Hakurei's arrows. Rambi Haku intercepts Koyoku, allowing Tou to make it to the Chu HQ. Juko-O wants to retreat back to the castle, since Man Yu is acting strangely. Now Mobu is bringing out a different personality in Man Yu. Turns out that Man Yu is becoming the man that he once was. Man Yu warns Mobu that his burden, i.e. Shohei, might betray him. "Nonsense!" screams Mobu as he knocks Man Yu onto the ground. Juko-O sounds for a complete retreat, but Tou has already made it to the HQ. And with this, the Chu flags were replaced with the Qin flags, signifying the defeat of the Chu army. But neither Tou or Go-Ho-Mei let their guard down, as they still had to deal with the 3 Juko generals. Genyu's army, however, decides to retreat. Man Yu looks to follow suit, but he doesn't want Mobu to lose his burden in the meantime. News comes into Moki that the Wei detachment forces captured Juko. Tou captured Juko-O and asked him about Juko's secrets. Now it turns out that Man Yu and Sento-un had lost everything. They even had their own countries once, regions called Beki and Reki. Now at the time, the king of Beki considered surrendering to Chu due to the constant strife. Unfortunately, while Man Yu was fighting off somewhere, the king of Beki decided to surrender everything to Chu. And what's worse about this fact is that the people that he protected within the city became Chu soldiers. And unbeknownst to him, he was slaughtering them. Similar situations happened to Sento-un and Juko-O, so Shunshin gave them Juko-O as a new home. Mobu has stirred feelings within Man Yu that he has not felt in a very long time. Juko-O wants Man Yu to have something else than tragedy in his life, something better than all these petty affairs. Now Tou wants to keep the strategist alive, since he can give them a lot of information. Now Karen is none so pleased with the loss of Juko, as she plans to have a little chat with Man Yu. With Juko out of Chu's hands, Qin can now focus its efforts on capturing Canton. Tou and Go-Ho-Mei express their gratitude towards one another, but the pleasantries go out the window rather quickly, as Go-Ho-Mei says that allowing them to take Juko was a blunder on Qin's part. Tou claims he'll defeat all of Zhao in that time, but Go-Ho-Mei says that they won't defeat Riboku. The two exchange a few more biting words before parting ways. With Wei's new territory, they would thusly begin their invasion of Han, and without the threats from Wei, Qin would focus its efforts on capturing Canton within the next 3 years. With the power of Vice General Aisin, Moten's army was blossoming quite well. Ohan's tactics were improving as well, as he was now overseeing the 3,000-strong Akakin unit. Unfortunately, there was one unit that was lagging behind, one unit that really wasn't making progress on the Zhao front lines, and it was none other than the Haishin unit. Now it turns out that Shosa's absence has been a huge hole in the army. In addition, Kyou Kai has been bedridden ever since she saved Shin on the Shukai Plains. Kyou Kai is attempting to recover her body through meditation, but it's going to take some time. Now while meditating, she sees an enormous dark spirit that gives her a jolt. Jiko is in charge of intelligence gathering for the Haishin unit. He reports that the soldiers are seeing Kyou Kai on the battlefield. Apparently, she's showing up on multiple battlefields, slaughtering everyone in a sea of blood. Bihei's unit is getting slaughtered by Zhao's soldiers. Just then, Kyou Kai slaughters every last Zhao soldier. But it turns out that this is not Kyou Kai at all. It's actually her younger sister. Kyou Kai wakes up to find her sister, Rei, standing outside of her tent. She tells Shin that she'll be joining the Haishin unit, and that she's stronger than any of her other men. She was thusly put in Kyou Kai's unit, in which she underwent a trial period. Though Kyo Rei was brash in her techniques, the infantry unit was able to secure their first comeback victory. The next day, she draws upon her real power, and shows them a real bloodbath. Now word got out that Kyou Kai killed Yuren, so the Shiyuu had another ritual, and Kyo Rei won it, meaning that she's the new Shiyuu. The Haishin unit is appalled by Kyo Rei's love of brutality. Kyo Rei then threatens Ko and calls him a weakling. Nevertheless, the Haishin unit was able to break through Koda Forest thanks to Kyo Rei. They eventually got fed up with her unchecked violence, especially since she threatened Ko. Kyou Kai stops her as we find out that Kyou Rei is here to kill her. Kyou Kai has no intention of fighting her. She just wants to know what happened during the ritual. Kyou Rei then finds out that her sister used the life-searching technique. Shin is shocked to hear this, especially given the fact that Kyou Kai has lost a huge chunk of her life. Now Rei will give her up to 3 days to rest. Afterwards, she'll kill her along with Shin and the High Shin unit. Now it turns out that Shiki and Rei were inseparable, but with the mandates of the Shiyuu ritual, Shiki lost her life. In fact, it's possible that Rei killed her. Elsewhere, we see that Rei is shedding some tears. Kyou Kai wants to save Rei using her own methods. After 3 days have passed, Kyou Kai would meet up with Rei. "So you're ready to die then, Kyou Kai?" Kyou Kai wants to know how Shiki died, but Rei attacks her with absolute rage. The two then agree to fight each other with the spirit dance. Now by taking Rei deeper into the dance, she's able to make her remember the memories from the Shiyuu ritual. Now Rei and Shiki agreed to distance themselves from each other so that they could go all out during the ritual. In the chaotic bloodfest that is the Shiyuu ritual, Rei and Shiki were the only two remaining. Now despite being slower than Shiki, Rei was somehow able to secure the victory. Now it turns out that Shiki did not give it her all so that Rei would live. Nevertheless, the ritual transformed Rei. She is now the Shiyuu, the god of darkness that will kill everyone. Kyou Kai says that the only path towards true strength is out of the darkness. Now it turns out that Shiki couldn't bear the thought of killing Rei, and she wanted her to live on. "I love you so much, Rei," says Shiki. In the now, Rei breaks down, and she says she also loves Shiki. Kyou Kai hugs her and tells her to keep living to the fullest. Rei thusly apologizes to the High Shin unit, as Shin reminds her to listen to her superiors. Rei then reconnects Kyou Kai's severed chi vessels. Shin then wonders why Kyou Kai would reduce her lifespan to save him, and Rei says it's because she likes him. Now as it turns out, Shiyuu have long lifespans, so even after using the technique, she still has the lifespan of a regular person. Now she doesn't want her feelings to go any further, as it may hinder their performance on the battlefield. And with the 12th year in Aisei's reign, Kyou Rei would officially join the High Shin unit. At Kanyo, Sei wants to revive the 6 great generals of Qin. With the start of the 13th year in Aisei's reign, he would formally announce the revival of the 6 great generals. Moten says that the 6 great generals have the privilege to freely wage war. At Kanyo, Aisei begins the proceedings by appointing the 6 generals. First is Mobu, second is To, third, Osin, fourth, Yotanwa, fifth would be Kanki, and the last and final spot would go to no one. It would be left vacant. Now with the system in place, the generals can make quick decisions on the battlefield. With this system in place, they'll set out to destroy the 6 kingdoms. And before long, a 6th general will be born to fight alongside them. He bestows upon them golden wings, and after they have conquered the 6 states, they will return them back to Sei. Naturally, the news of this would spread throughout the 6 kingdoms. Now Karen says that this is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the generals are more free, but on the other hand, the whole system could collapse. And with this, Qin is ready to go all out and eliminate Zhao. It's finally beginning, Kaine, the fight to unify China. Despite this, Riboku believes that this will lead to Qin's ruin. Osin, Yotanwa, and Kanki return to the Zhao front lines. With this development, Kyou Kai feels like something bad is about to happen. And sure enough, the double-edged sword would soon make itself all the more apparent. After waking up one morning, Kyou Kai decides to cut her own hair on a whim. Now everyone seems surprised as Shin seems to like this quite a bit. Now to conquer Canton, Qin would need to take Bujo and Heiyo. Moten says that Kanki has been gathering surrounding units in a reckless rush. He also says that Ohan has had his first child with his new wife. Kanki focused his efforts on taking Eikyuu, but his methods resulted in many casualties. Ohan's unit is then called in by Kanki. Moran introduces himself to the Ohan unit. Now Ohan doesn't like Kanki's plan of capturing Eikyuu, since it will put his unit into the meat grinder. But an order is an order. Ohan takes up his post on the left wing, but his prospects don't look too good. Moran says that they should exercise caution, but Kanki just wants them to keep attacking. Kachou's main army of 150,000 decides to head out against Kanki's 10,000. Despite it all, Kanki wants his army to keep attacking. Wave after wave of Zhao citizens abandon their homes, as Qin invades more of their lands. Now Osin's army could head for Bujo and Heiyo, while the Kachou army was distracted, but they could risk getting ambushed from behind. Osin suggests that they use a wait-and-see approach, since Kanki's thoughts are enigmatic. Rihaku says that Keiyou is to be feared on the battlefield. Moran panics in the face of fighting 150,000 Zhao soldiers, saying that they're all dead. Now Raido loves the crazy side of Kanki, but he wonders what he's fighting for. The battle between the 240,000 Zhao soldiers and the 80,000 Qin soldiers is set to begin. Shin then hears reports of the troubles with Kanki's army. Osen tells Moten that Kanki wants the Haishin unit to stay in the middle. That is, until further notification. And without further delay, the Haishin unit is requested on the battlefield. Though Kanki's plans are hard to read, Moten determines that he's after Keiyou's head. Word then comes in that Oten's unit is getting decimated, and Moten tells Osen to worry more about his son. Shin finds out that the left is in shambles, and his unit is to head there immediately. Kanki receives a report that the army is getting shellacked, yet he seems unconcerned by this. Shin arrives at the left battlefield, only to see the complete defeat of the Qin at the Zhao's hands. Zhao's right-wing general, Gaku Haku, is informed about the reinforcements. The remnants of Ohan's unit attempt to protect him. Shin locates Ohan and orders his men to move out. The Zhao quickly mobilize their army to head off Shin. Kyo-Rei bursts her way through to Ohan's position, allowing their unit to escape by the skin of their teeth. Ohan is now resting, but none of his remaining troops are in any condition to fight. With Zhao holding a key advantage by being on top of the cliffs, the Haishin unit has their work cut out for them. They want to aim for a spot on the right, but Ohan wakes up and says that the Zhao set up a trap there. Now if they would attack the steepest cliff, they might have a chance since it has weak defenses. Just wait, Kanki. We'll turn this losing battle around, says Shin. Kanyo receives word that Kanki is attacking Heiau. The situation grows more and more grim, as Kanki wants to have a little chat with Moran. Ogiku reports an urgent message to Raido, as Raido decides to retreat back to the forest. Now it turns out that they captured the son of General Ryohaku, the Zhao left-wing general. Meanwhile, the Haishin unit reached the ridiculously steep slope of Eikyuu. Now Shin will distract the main army as the infantry makes its way up. Unfortunately, a barrage of rocks come down upon the soldiers. They move over to a steeper portion, as this will protect them from the rocks. Now through sheer effort, the Haishin unit's infantry has acquired unwavering strength, and with their dedication, they finally reach the peak. And with this, Kanto begins Qin's counterattack. They remove the rock traps to allow the rest of the unit to make its way up. Shin now takes the cavalry up the right side to smash into the Zhao army. Gaku Haku of Zhao is excited about this development, as he prepares himself for Shin. Raido's army uses Ryohaku's son to lure in his dad into a disadvantaged position. Ryohaku gets stabbed multiple times, but he continues to slaughter many Qin soldiers. Despite slicing him across the neck, the Zhao general continues to fight on. Ryofu, Ryohaku's son, comes in and threatens to torture Raido for what he's done to his family. In a flashback, Akakin was to pincer the Zhao forces at the top of the cliffs. They thusly took a treacherous path to reach the desired location. Now when they saw that Ohan's unit was decimated, they thought about going back. That was until they saw the Haishin unit arrive on the scene. Now their surprise attack is pretty effective, but they get surrounded quickly and have to go back into the forest. That being said, with their army in the forest, they're still serving as a threat, which means that Shin can focus on making good progress. They head for the enemy's HQ as Gaku Haku stirs up some trouble. Rei then gets knocked off of a cliff with some other men from the Haishin unit. Shin then comes face to face with Gaku Haku, as the Zhao general looks forward to crushing him. Meanwhile, Raido and his men are brought before General Kocho. Kocho gives the order to remove Raido's finger from his hand. Afterwards, he aims to remove their arms as well. After much torture, Raido's unit is completely brutalized. Keiyou then asks what Kanki is plotting, yet the Qin general refuses to answer. In fact, he merely smiles in Keiou's face, and says he'll say nothing of Kanki's plans. He then begins to understand Kanki a little more, as he wishes he could talk to him one more time. Once news of Raido's capture spread, the remnants of his army fell apart. What's worse, Ryofu had an unquenchable thirst for taking their lives. Meanwhile, Keiyou was obliterating Kokuo's army. Now this is the current situation of Kanki's army, with losses being seen on almost every front. Keiou's army might be in trouble if Osen comes, but he does not believe that will happen. Ohan's battered soldiers look to re-enter the fray. Shin battles with Gaku Haku, as Zhao's rear guard gears up to join the front lines. In the midst of the fight, Shin summons BK, And after getting knocked down, Shin tells Bihei to hold on to Oki's glaive for him. He now plans to use Sei's sword for the fight with Gaku Haku. Akakin looks to stall the rear army while Shin takes on Gaku Haku. Gaku Haku brings out his Moonblade, and he thusly showcases his incredible speed. Shin remembers his battles with Hyo as a kid. As he begins to move more freely, Zhao's cavalry intervenes, creating a chaotic situation. Now Gaku Haku derives pleasure from choking the life out of people who enjoy war. Shin says he's never fought someone as apathetic as him. Gaku Haku kicks him in the chest, and reminds him that he's a small part of the universe. Gaku Haku whacks Shin across the face, knocking him onto the ground. It seems like he has no weaknesses, but then Shin is hit with a burst of inspiration. He stops Gaku Haku's movement, calls for his glaive, and proceeds to slice his way through the Zhao general's sword and body. The Zhao rear forces make their move, as Kyou Kai's forces look to head them off. Meanwhile, Akakin's forces conduct a surprise attack on Gaku Haku's HQ. And with this, the Haishin unit captures Eikyuu. As though they took Eikyuu in a day, the Ohan unit wore them down first. And they obviously passed along a very valuable piece of information. Ten now wants to capitalize on this opportunity to attack Kachou's flank. Kachou will redirect his forces to head off the Haishin unit. But as it turns out, this would be a fatal mistake. Kanki's army is running for their lives, as it appears to be a rout. The Ryohaki army spreads out to find Kanki. As they send a detachment to Kokuo, Osen then determines that Kanki is employing a tactic used by Sun Bin. Now in the past, a battle between Chi and Wei took place. And in this battle, Chi turned around and fled. The pursuing Wei army determined that the Chi forces were dying off, and they made this assumption based on the camping supplies. Unfortunately, they misjudged the situation and got overwhelmed by Chi's numbers. And sure enough, reports start pouring in that Kanki's forces are overwhelming the disorganized Zhao army. And with that, Kanki's in front of Zhao's HQ. General Kachou finally discerns Kanki's strategy, but at this point in the battle, it's far too late. Now the Kanki army used their art of keeping hidden to slip past their enemies. Kachou then determines that he played right into Kanki's plans from the beginning. The Zhao general looks to escape, but Kanki predicts his move once more and heads him off. The Supreme Commanders face off. Now it was a battle between Kachou's 100 cavalry to Kanki's 200. Kanki stops one of the soldiers and proceeds to stab him in the chest. Realizing that his fate is sealed, the Zhao general looks to take his own life. But it's a feint so that he can attack Kanki's forces. He then really cuts his own neck, and proceeds to take a few more soldiers on his way out. His rampage eventually comes to an end as he finally falls in battle. The news of Kachou's death would light a fire in the belly of Kanki's army. Demoralized by this, the Zhao army would wave the white flag. Now with the control of information, the Kanki army ended up capturing tens of thousands of Zhao prisoners. Shin's army was surprised to hear of Kanki's victory. The commanders for Kanki's army then wonder where Raido is, as the general points towards a box. And inside said box, they find the dismembered corpse of Raido. Despite getting cut up while still alive, he never said a word. Kanki then wonders how many prisoners they have. Now with their victory, Shin can take Bujo and Heio next, and then it's on to Canton. Shin's unit would pursue the remaining Zhao soldiers under Kanki's orders. With them busy, a mass beheading would take place. It's the 13th year of Aisei's reign. General Kachou is dead, and 100,000 Zhao soldiers were beheaded. News of this reaches Kanyo, and obviously, Aisei is quite grief-stricken. Rishi reminds Aisei that making Kanki a great general was dangerous, since he's easily the most evil of the lot. Shin wants to kick Kanki's ass for what he did, but Ten reminds him that Kanki will face justice for what he's done. And 9 days later, the king's army would arrive at the front lines. Aisei's army confronts Kanki's, but Kanki refuses to stand up in the king's presence. Aisei demands to know why he massacred the prisoners, but Kanki doesn't have a reason. Kanki continues to toy with the king, so Aisei orders one of his soldiers to carry out the beheading. Moran intervenes and says that Kachou's army could have still rallied against them, so they had no choice in the matter. Kanki reminds Aisei that he started this invasion, therefore he has the most amount of blood on his hands. Aisei wants to avoid another incident like the one with Hakuki, and as such, he wants to unite the 7 states as one. Kanki says that there is already inborn hatred, and that he expects too much out of humans. Now, unlike Kanki, Aisei has hope for people, and does not resort to hopelessness. Now, Aisei decides to pardon Kanki, since his accomplishment was immeasurably important. Sei gives him a fierce warning, as he laments over the massacre that happened under his watch. Shin then comes upon the king as they decide to have a little chat. Now, Aisei is worried about the aftermath of this incident, and how it might rally the Zhao soldiers. Now, even though Aisei sought refuge in Zhao when he was young, he is now standing at the throat of claiming it for himself. Naki talks with Kanki's officers, as he finds out that the Saki clan has been with Kanki the longest. Elsewhere, we see Kanki in bed with a woman from the Saki clan. Now, Sei left 30,000 soldiers on the front lines as he went back to the capital. Now, Zhao has to replace the commander-in-chief since Keqiu is no longer around. A representative of Zhao convinces Renpa to return to Zhao. Kakukai, however, convinces the other officials that Renpa will kill them, since Renpa hated King Tojo. He thusly fabricated a story to forbid Renpa from returning to Zhao, and with this option gone, they had no other choice but to reinstate Riboku as the commander-in-chief. Riboku formulates a defensive measure, deciding to go north towards Gi'an. He then arrives in snow-covered lands, pleased with the layout. Osen's army then took on Bujo, as Kanki's worked on Heiau. Osen took a small group of soldiers forward to discover a large wall perched on a cliff, and the wall stretched over 125 kilometers, and provided a great defense for Canton. Now Osen wants to head towards Gi'an to prevent a possible escape for the Zhao king. Once they take the north, Canton will be ripe for the picking. Shohei believes that Osen's plan is optimal for taking Zhao. Elsewhere, Qin captures the city of Bujo, and 10 days after that, Kanki conquered Heiau, and subsequently left the prisoners for the Haishin unit to deal with. Qin would now send Osen and Kanki to Atsuyo, and after that, they would be working their way towards Gi'an, the desired location. Kaine has a dream in which he has a family with Riboku. Riboku then sends Kansaro and Jiaga to Romo to prepare for Qin's upcoming invasion. Osen and Kanki's armies make their way towards Atsuo. Sen, who is now going by Yuboku, intervenes on Riboku's strategy meeting and proceeds to lick Kaine's hand. Now Yuboku will not interfere with military affairs, as he wants Riboku to save Canton so that he can experience the highest pleasure. Now here's the current situation at Atsuyo, with Osen's army doing the bulk of the work. Now Zhao's soldiers were sacrificing themselves to slow down the Qin armies, and none other than Shunsuju was tasked with watching over Atsuyo. The remnants of Kocho's army storm out of the castle, and they make a beeline for General Denrimi, but Osen cuts this off straight away. Ryofu and Kohaku break their way out of the encirclement to make for the real target, General Kanki. "Sorry, but this is as far as you go," says Shin. Ryofu attempts to force his way through, as Shin blocks his path. Kohaku implores his fellow general to take Kanki's head. Kokuo unleashes a barrage of arrows on Ryofu's detachment. Shin comes in as Kanki's unit implores him to capture Ryofu alive. Shin does no such thing, as he finishes off the Zhao general in one slice. He then admonishes the Kanki army, and says he'll never forgive them. Shin's unit finishes off the Zhao soldiers, as Kanki says that he's bored without Raido. With Atsuyo's downfall, Shunsuju escapes through an underground tunnel. Now unfortunately, capturing Atsuyo took a toll, as Osen's army suffered 3 times more casualties than they expected. Kohaku then meets up with Shunsuju, as they intend to head towards Riboku. With Osen's army in need of rest, Kanki's army, along with Moten and Shin's armies, will need to move forward. Now there are 200,000 Qin soldiers in Taigen, and they're intended to provide support along the way. And with this departure from Atsuyo, the invasion of the north begins. Meanwhile, General Sohako was in charge of the 200,000-man Qin army. The army is made up of conscripted soldiers, so Kansaro and Jiaga look to take advantage of their inexperience. Now Kansaro's soldiers have been preparing for the surprise attack for a half a year, and that's because Riboku predicted that this day would come. Jian will be Qin's undoing, as the Zhao North is a whole nother animal. And with this, Kansaro kills General Sohako. And without the proper leadership, the Qin army would become disorganized and started to withdraw in droves. So with a starting force of 200,000 soldiers, they were down to only 50,000. And that's all that made it to Kanki's army. The various generals and commanders still want to proceed forward towards Gi'an with their total force of 140,000. Shin, however, feels as though something is off. Kanki also senses that something is off. But regardless, he will break through whatever they prepared for him. And what's more, he'll win. Osen is a bit shocked by Kanki's plan, so he'll monitor the situation before acting. One of the mountain tribesmen senses a sinister omen. They move forward and are now 2 days out from Gi'an. Yet despite this, they haven't encountered any resistance. Ten recommends that they capture Sekirei before taking Gi'an. Heki's unit is charged with taking Sekirei as the Haishin unit rests up for the battle with Gi'an. Heki begins his siege as Kyou senses that something is off. The gates open up as 3 elderly men wave the white flag. Now it turns out that everyone fled the castle. Kanki's men were quick to rob every valuable within sight. Shin and Moten's units were unable to find any hidden traps within the castle. Now Shohei suspects that Zhao has collected all their remaining strength at Giyan. With the Qin in the north, Yan might be next on the docket. Yet Ordo believes that Riboku won't surrender Giyan or Hango so easily. Riboku awakens in the city of Giyan, as things are about to heat up. Meanwhile, the joint army of 140,000 sets forth for a grueling war at Giyan. Riboku tells the people that the royal family is unimportant, as they should focus on protecting their homes and their land. We of the Zhao North will be unstoppable. Zhao confronts the joint army outside the castle. What's more, they surround him from the left, the right, and the center. It is thusly Zhao's 310,000 men versus Qin's 140,000. Zhao has always fought the Xiongnu of the north, and they always had Riboku as the commander in the north in Ganmon. The Zhao released their battle cry as Shun Suju says that Riboku will become king. Now Qin has been hoodwinked by Riboku's masterful plan. In fact, Romo purposefully allowed 50,000 soldiers to join up with Kanki's army, and they did this because they wanted them to have enough confidence to move forward towards Giyan. And because of this, Riboku's foresight is truly terrifying. Riboku commands his army to begin the onslaught. And with this setup, Moten realizes that they need to break through to have any chance. We've been completely outplayed. Can we really escape this? Wonders Ten. Heki nearly loses an eye before the Nanjara clan comes to his aid. Now Qin's army is a chaotic mess, as Ten wonders how they'll turn the tables in this dire situation. Riboku's army is literally squeezing the life out of Kanki's army. Despite it all, Kanki is not worried in the least. Shin looks to start a fire by breaking formation and moving somewhere else. Riboku senses that something is going on with the Haishin unit, but ultimately it will be inconsequential. Shin's unit moves to Heki's location, but instead of helping him, they just run right past. While this bizarre behavior goes on, Kanki can only chuckle to himself. The Haishin unit then arrives at Moten's location, and with the left wing doubling their strength, they can start a fire that will only grow. Now it feels like Riboku is fighting Du Kyou, as the Zhao general attacks Kanki from the flank. Kyou Kai gives instructions to Aisin for how they'll do battle in this precarious situation. General Fuan is tasked with crushing the army on the right flank. General Gakusho and Jio Karyu look to take on the combined Shin and Moten army. Under Moten's command, they'll form a drill formation to break out of Riboku's cage. Gakusho's army mimics this as they both charge into each other at full force. Gakurai starts feeling himself, but Jio Karyu of Zhao gives him a dose of reality. Now Gakurai was like a father figure to Garo. As Shin tries to avenge his fallen commander, Garo comes to help out, but Jio Karyu has ample support. Kyurei wants to help out Shin, but Kyou Kai reminds them that they need to break out of this wedge before they can do anything else. Gakusho then strikes Moten off of his horse. A disastrous blow. Moten has sustained a large gash across his chest. Before Zhao can finish him off, Aisin arrives to slice them to pieces. Aisin then picks up Moten and hands him off to another soldier. Aisin now looks to take on Gakusho himself. Kyou Kai's unit continues charging forward. Now because they're doing this with reckless abandon, she might be pushing herself too hard. But with her efforts, they're able to break through. Gakusho reminds his men that Shin and Moten are still trapped within the cage. An all-out brawl breaks out. Jin and Tan remember Gakurai as they start firing arrows like madmen. This distraction allows Shin to knock Jio Karyu off of his horse. Shin then attempts to plow his way through, but ends up stopping on a dime. To break through a thick wall, it's better to burrow under it, says Shin. In an instant, Kyou Kai cuts off the head of Lieutenant Goza Ko. Shin catches her as she's now out of breath. With the Haishin unit carving a path out, Aisin commands his men to go out as well. Gakusho and Fuan look to prevent this from happening, but Riko-sen and Rei defeat Fuan as Shin and Aisei incapacitate Gakusho. Despite suffering heavy losses, Shin and Moten's armies escape the cage. You've grown into an opponent to match me, Ri-Shin, general of the Haishin unit, says Riboku. Now Kanki remains trapped within the cage, which at the end of the day is still Riboku's main target. Heki remains steadfast in staying with Kanki's army to hold the front. Riboku states that Kanki relies on tricks to win battles, and he is completely unaware of standard strategies. Stuck in the middle of the plains without any tricks up his sleeves, Kanki is completely helpless against the Zhao army. Now to everyone's surprise, Kanki mobilizes his army into a strange windmill formation, and while everyone was befuddled, only Kanki and Riboku could understand this bizarre formation. I understand. That's simply a bluff, says Riboku. Riboku determines the formation's weakness fairly easily, and instructs his troops to attack the legs. In response to this, Kanki sends out a detachment with Kokuo leading the charge. He recalls her back and has Ringyoku go out next. And this continues on, wasting everyone's time. But that's the point. With the arrival of darkness, the bandit army will hold a key advantage. Kanki's corps heads to the right to break out of Riboku's cage. Riboku then orders all his troops to descend upon the Kanki army. The Zeno clan serves as the vanguard to punch a hole through the Zhao forces. Despite getting through, the Zeno clan is battered to all hell, and Kanki has limited forces to protect himself. Zhao will relentlessly pursue him throughout the night. The Haishin unit is pinned in the forest, with no clear way to escape the Zhao encirclement. Hanzen from the Kanki army meets up with the Haishin group, and says that they could still take Gion Castle. Now the reason that this can work is that the Zhao army is spread pretty thin right now. They decide to pursue this plan, as the Saki clan then makes their presence known. They want to accompany the Haishin unit to Gion Castle. Now Naki will only allow this if they reveal more information about Kanki. So the Saki leader takes off her mask and agrees to do so. The Saki clan took in Kanki when he was only a 13-year-old boy. Now after he joined, he began to change. But for now, that's all that the woman will say on the matter. They'll have to capture Gion Castle to hear the rest. Despite not finding Kanki, the Zhao army is confident that it's only a matter of time before they do so. Kanki's army enters a river, as the general is still confident that he'll win this battle against Riboku. We then see the Haishin unit in a weirdly designed siege tower. They arrive at the castle and release themselves to the utter surprise of the Zhao army. Gion sends up a smoke signal, which means the Haishin unit will need to move quickly before reinforcements come. Shin then assembles the Haishin unit's monster strength trio to get this job done quickly. Now, due to them being outnumbered, the Haishin unit is experiencing much resistance. Many of their men are injured, but they accomplish their goal of opening the gates of Gion. They thusly storm in and take the castle for themselves. All three members of the Monster Strength trio are gravely injured. Now, given the Saki clan's knowledge of the human body, they have the ability to heal these three soldiers. Moten reminds his men that if Kanki can make it to Gion or Sekirei, he will revive the morale of the army. Despite Shin's misgivings about the Saki clan, he thanks them for saving his men with their techniques. Now, as per their agreement, the Saki clan leader will now tell them more about Kanki. Now, Kanki was saved by a village of children, and all these children were abused by people of power. They thusly lived by themselves, and made ends meet by stealing from others. One of the kids even had his face burned by a local lord. Members of the Roho clan start killing several of the children, and look to steal their food. They even want to take the leader of the Saki clan, Shiyuu, and use her for their own purposes. Shiyuu realizes that they can't fight back, so she reluctantly agrees. Now, Kanki thinks otherwise, so he decides to stab one of the Roho bandits in the dick. He takes out the others, and it seems like he's actually enjoying himself while doing this. Shiyuu is pissed off by Kanki's actions, since the Roho clan will come in full force to eliminate the village right now. But Kanki decided to strike first. He mixed something into the Roho clan's booze so that they would all fall into a deep sleep. And with this opportunity, they could murder the clan leaders. Now, killers would constantly chase them down after this. So Kanki decided to make an example of the pursuers by carving up their bodies. And he did this in the most gruesome way possible. And in this way, the pursuers would think twice before chasing them again. And from that day onward, that was the birth of the Saki clan. Now, to avenge the kid who had his face burned, Kanki found the person that was responsible for doing this, and repaid the kindness by burning his face. Kanki then reveals his philosophy, that they should be directing their rage at the people in the middle, those who pretend like these atrocities have nothing to do with them. Because the people in the middle refuse to do nothing, the world's structure remains unchanged, a structure in which the strong take advantage of the weak. In effect, Kanki loathes almost everyone in the entire world. The story ends here though, as Kanki is at the doorstep of Gion Castle. A report comes into Zhao HQ that Gion Castle has been taken by the Qin army. And with this, Riboku suspects that Kanki is currently at Gion Castle. Now, if Sekirei still remains within Qin's hands, their potential to hold out in Gion Castle only goes up. In a flashback, we see Heki's battered army arriving at Sekirei Castle. The men are rather dejected, but Heki fires them up and says they'll defend Sekirei with their lives. Just then, however, numerous men kneel over and start vomiting profusely, and it seems to be the cause of some poisoning, as the men start dying in droves. Turns out that the water was poisoned by the old men in Sekirei, and this was all set in motion last year when they heard about the beheadings with Kanki. Now the Zhao will take the remaining men who survived this to detention camps, to work until they die. With Sekirei out of the picture, Riboku orders all his remaining forces to converge upon Kanki. A signal comes in that Sekirei has fallen to Zhao hands. At Kanyo, Shohei admits that they were lured into a trap because he underestimated Riboku. Despite the current predicament, Osen is unable to make a move, as they might be lured into yet another trap by Riboku. After the horrific events at Koku You, Riboku determined that Kanki could not be left alive for very long, and with the bulk of their army converging on Gion, his end is drawing near. Based on the current situation, Kanki determines that Osen is not coming to their rescue. In a flashback, we learn that the detached, uncaring Kanki has a special place in his heart for Shiyuu. Not too long afterwards, Riboku begins his assault on Gion. Zhao reaches the top of Gion's walls, only to find out that the Kanki army is nowhere to be found. Now, though going west makes the most sense, Riboku determines that he must have gone east towards Hika. And as it just so happens, the citizens of Sekirei and Gion are all there, which means that Kanki's going to use the population of 100,000 civilians as hostages, or possibly he'll make an example out of all of them. And as it just so happens, the Zhao find a nice little love letter from Kanki. I will carve the tragedy of Hika into history. It's now a race against time to stop Kanki from butchering everyone in Hika. Around the same time, Kanki laid his eyes upon the city of Hika. No matter how terrible of an end this is for them, it's the best they could have hoped for. If you just do as I say, everything will turn out just fine, says Kanki. The Zhao soldiers then notice a roaring blaze coming from the direction of Hika. When they arrive, they notice that it's just the woods that are on fire and not the castle. Even if Zhao eradicates the Qin army, Kanki's mass slaughtering will delay the prospects of rebuilding the north. Just then, Kanki's army surprises everyone and attacks Riboku from the flank. Riboku takes a moment to reflect upon the situation, and how perfectly he fell for Kanki's ploy. The Zeno clan starts smashing through as it looks like Riboku's in for a rough battle. I won't let you lay a single finger on Lord Riboku, screams Kaine. Now Qin's army waited in 3 different locations, and Riboku just happened to take the path that Kanki was waiting in. Shin and Moten's armies attempt to cut off any armies that may provide support to Riboku. Shuma attempts to end Kaine, but Riboku comes to her aid. Riboku then thrusts his sword through Shuma's eye. Kokuo fires an arrow at Riboku, but Kaine uses her body to shield him. He looks to help her, yet Ringoku is there to do battle. Eventually though, Riboku gets to her side and hands her off to one of her men. Ringyoku gives him a heavy whack with his sword, knocking him onto the ground. Fute and Bufuji come in to engage with Ringoku. Despite having limited numbers, the Kanki army keeps fighting on with everything they've got. Shin notices the Saki clan all by themselves, so he instructs Naki to go reinforce them. Moten's army goes up against Shunsuju, as the Qin general hopes for Kanki to hurry up and finish off Riboku. And speaking of the devil, he's within striking distance of the Zhao commander-in-chief. His blade finally arrives. Riboku strikes with his sword, but Kanki was able to slice off the tip. Not only that, he produced a large gash in Riboku's head. Kohaku's unit looks to help out Lord Riboku, but Moten sends out Aisei to stop them in their tracks. The Haishin unit hears shouting from Riboku's location, but they can't tell who won. Now despite the massive gash across his face, Riboku maintains his composure and looks to fight on. Fute! Target Kanki! Yells Riboku. Fute rushes into battle and engages with Ringoku. Kokuo gets slashed across the clavicle, but she persists on. The Zhao soldiers are sacrificing their own lives to make sure that Lord Riboku can be protected. You guys are insane. Is your life really precious enough for all of this, Riboku? Says Kanki. Your citizens in your kingdom are nothing but deficient, imperfect piles of shit. Because they're imperfect, they continue to fight, and Riboku says that this will be Kanki's end. The rest of Kanki's soldiers want to go by his side, but Moran says there's no need, as those were the boss's orders. The soldiers of Gammon have the greatest glory of protecting Lord Riboku. Kanki, push through them! We'll kill you all! Screams Kokuo. Unfortunately for the Kanki army, reinforcements for Zhao come in the form of Kohaku's army. Kokuo then gets impaled in her abdomen. Jioka puts the finishing touches on the exhausted Zeno. Shin then receives a shocking report that Kanki's surprise attack failed. Ogiko then relays an urgent message to Shin from Kanki. You trash bastard. That's all. I mean, goddamn, if he was any more of a Chad, it would be illegal. Now, there is a little bit more to this message, and it states that Shin should escape with Ogiko, Moran, and the Saki clan. Return this to your king who sits on a throne of blood. Kanki is effectively serving as the bait for Shin and Moten, so that they can escape and fight another day. The Haishin unit thusly goes into a full retreat. Everyone except for Naki, who decides to be with his boss in his final moments. And he's doing this because Kanki's army is like family to him. Shin thanks Naki for his service, but he's got no time to get sentimental, as they need to make their retreat. Though Kokuo was never Kanki's woman, she was family to him. Before Zhao slaughters Chin, Riboku wants to have a few words with Kanki. Now Riboku claims that Kanki has a heart that is no larger than a flea. Do you understand the feelings of the oppressed? Responds Kanki. Ayo, Shio's younger sister, reveals that her sister was repeatedly raped and had her arms and legs cut off. And because Kanki loved her, he was absolutely heartbroken. He thusly spent years growing his clan so that he could eventually behead everyone that was responsible for this incident. Hence he received the name Kanki the Beheader. He lost his light in the form of Shio, and he's thusly trapped in a pit of rage. Riboku then witnesses this white-hot burning rage for himself. Now at some point, each member of the Kanki army became irreplaceable. Each member of the Kanki army became irreplaceable family to Kanki. Because Kanki turned his hollow rage into violence, Riboku believes that he is the worst villain. Riboku urges him to toss aside his weapons and surrender, but Kanki says that he's a chump and that he can't change anything. You all have set your sights too far outside yourselves. The order to exterminate them will be given soon, so Kanki cheers up his troops with his classic line, "Don't worry everybody, everything will turn out just fine." Riboku gives the order, as Kanki calls out for Zeno. Now miraculously, Zeno is still alive, and he uses the last of his strength to crush Gyoka's face. Kanki is dead set on finishing off Riboku, as Kokuo draws her last breath and collapses onto the ground. Go on ahead, Kokuo, I'll be right behind you with Riboku's head. Naki makes it back to Kanki as he wonders what the boss is fighting for. He then gets impaled from behind. Turns out Kanki always wanted to take them back home where they grew up, but not until he got his proper revenge. Kanki accepted every member of the Saki clan no matter what physical deformity they had, which is why they all became family. Kanki then slices Kohaku's head in half, yet it doesn't take long before he's the only one left alive and fighting on. In the afterlife, Shiyuu and the other various members of the Kanki army prepare themselves to go to their sanctuary. In the third year of King Yuboku's reign, Chin attacked Sekirei and Gion. Riboku led an army, fought them at Hika, and repelled them. Riboku repeatedly defeated and routed the Chin army, killing Chin General Kanki. This rout was devised through 6 months of careful preparations, and now Kanki's dead. We may have just fought the strongest of Chin's 6 great generals without realizing it. Riboku reminds the army that they still need to capture Shin and Moten for complete victory. At nighttime, Shin reflects on his time in conversations with Kanki. Just then, Kyou Kai and Rei return to the Haishin unit. After a night of hard riding, Shin reaches out and pulls Kyou Kai into his body, glad that she made it back safely. Let's return to Chin together. Word then comes into Kanyo that General Kanki was slain in battle by Riboku. Everyone is thunderstruck by this news, but none so more than Shohei, who blames himself. Kanton is thrilled to hear about Riboku's victory. Everyone except for Kakukai. While scoping out their surroundings, the Haishin unit notices So-Oh of the Osen army fighting the Zhao. The Haishin unit meets up with him, but Shin is none so happy about the events that led up to this. Nevertheless, nothing could have changed the outcome against Riboku's foolproof scheme. Shin and Moten's armies would reach Atsuo, along with the survivors from Kanki's army. On their way back to Chin, Moran thinks the remnants of Kanki's army should become a band of mercenaries. In a flashback, Kanki's group of bandits captured Mogo. Now the Chin general saw great potential in the boy, and eventually convinced him to be one of his vice generals. Now that Kanki is gone, the Saki clan is returning to their sanctuary. Moran then wonders why Shin is the most upset about Kanki's death. Shin meets up with Issei, as we find out that the various states are thrilled that Kanki is gone. Chu even took advantage of the situation to invade southern Chin, and seize the imperial city of Kaifu. Shin then returns Kanki's golden wing to Sei, and says he's not good enough yet to touch it. Shin is now tasked with accompanying To to the capital of Han. Now they want to invite the genius of legalism, Kanpishi, to Chin. In addition, they want to gain valuable intel on Han's fortifications, to prepare themselves for future attacks. In a flashback, we find out that Kanpishi is a member of the royal family of Han. Now, while To is quite exposed in the state of Han, it's in Han's best interest not to kill him. Han is the weakest military in the Seven Kingdoms, and doing such a thing would receive the full extent of Qin's wrath. At long last, Shin and To reach the capital city of Han, Shinte. "Master Campi will not be going to Qin. Please return," says an unknown girl. Rakue of the Han army apologizes for her rudeness and invites them into the main palace. Now it turns out that this girl is Princess Nei, and she's an apprentice of Campi. A stuttering Han soldier then asks Shin if humans are born good or evil. We then find out that this is none other than Campishi, and he asks Shin what the true nature of humans is. Shin begins to answer the question as they arrive at the royal court. "Alright, it's finally time for me to take the stage," says Kyoki. Qin walks inside and meets the 22nd king of Han, Oan. Oan offers an alliance of 10 or 20 years with Qin, but Kyoki says that this would be complicated, as they've had their difficulties with each other in the past. If Han were to deny Campishi's services, then Qin would be slighted, and this would undoubtedly result in a war between the two. Campishi is then summoned to give his thoughts on the matter. Now Campishi wants to know Shin's answer to his question, and it seems like this could be the deciding factor on whether or not he goes to Qin with them. Kyoki takes offense to Campishi's language, but Campishi doubles down and says that Qin is lower than dog shit. Though Qin is going around invading other kingdoms, Shin says it's necessary to put an end to these 500 years of war. Campishi says that laws are based on the notion that people are inherently bad, but if King Aisei believes that people are inherently good, then his kingdom based on law is paradoxical. Being a close friend of Aisei, Shin has a window into his thought process. But that being said, Shin doesn't really understand what evil is. In a place like the battlefield, good and evil are pretty irrelevant. Shin then states that a man's true nature is that of fire. As expected, this catches everyone off guard. For Shin, depending on the circumstance, good and evil are interchangeable. All there is the fire of life, and the fire of will. Kinda sounds very similar to Nietzsche's will to power. Everyone unleashes their fires on the battlefield, and those fires can be inherited by the next person. In essence, the fires of will get woven into one. Though it's a beautiful answer, it means that Shin believes in inherent goodness, which means he's averting his eyes from the humanities of true nature. Shin reminds Campishi that foolishness and evilness are not the same thing. He also states that the Han legalist has spent his whole life thinking about people, which means that more than anyone else, he believes in the inherent goodness of people. Campishi is thoroughly amused by Shin's argument, and he's gained a useful insight into the King of Qin. So with that being said, he'll begin his preparations for the state of Qin. The delegation quickly departs for Qin with Campishi in tow. Princess Nei begs for them not to press Campishi too hard, as if anything happens to him, she'll never forgive them. Now Campishi stood opposed to Confucianism, so he wasn't well liked within the Han court. Now Princess Nei doesn't like Shin so much, since he'll bring ruin upon the people of Han. To then implores Rakue to keep Princess Nei safe, as she's the only fervent person here. Now Riboku is named Buan-kun, due to his achievement of toppling the Kanki army, and the Buan-kun is the title given to the Lord of Buan. Riboku defeated Kanki because of a dangerous trap, and Oki was done in with a lockdown of information in the north. So in this regard, Riboku is a monster when it comes to battles of information. Now it was expected upon Campishi's arrival that he would be given a seat within the inner court, but that did not happen right away. Turns out Campishi is not satisfied with Sei's philosophy for ruling China. Rishi speculates that they may be incompatible, so he wonders what Campishi is attempting to accomplish here. Yoka, an informant for Rishi, receives a strange look from Campishi. Yoka panics, thinking that Campishi noticed his true intentions. While speaking with Rishi, Yoka considers eliminating Campishi through murder, but it won't be so easy given his prestige. Given that Yoka has infiltrated deep into the core of Zhao, Rishi wonders why he didn't pick up on Riboku's machinations. Now to take attention off of himself, Yoka suggests that Campishi is conducting espionage. That night, Qin soldiers surrounded Campishi's residence and thoroughly investigated the interior. Rishi confronts Campishi about several spies being identified within his group. Campishi knows this was all Yoka's doing, and that he's a dangerous man. Yoka has long since stopped being one of your subordinates. Yoka's current master is Riboku. They studied together under Junshi and Chu, these twin pillars of wisdom. In a flashback, Campishi received perfect marks on his legal entrance exam. Campishi says that Yoka knew of Riboku's trap, which means he's a double agent for Zhao. Yoka actually has a master in 4 different states, which means he's actually a quadruple agent. Now Rishi hated Campeche growing up, since no matter how hard he studied, he could never overtake him. Now as it turns out, Campeche studied so hard that it felt like he was going to die. And he did all this because he couldn't bear the thought of losing to Rishi. Campeche implores Rishi to carve his name into history, and to unite the lands through the strength of legalism. Later on, a report comes into Issei and Rishi that Campeche is dead. Upon seeing Campeche's corpse, Rishi screams out Yoka's name. Rishi confronts Yoka on the matter, but Yoka implores the legalist to forget what really happened and to conclude that Campeche committed suicide. And the reason that he's saying this is that the intelligence network is bound together through him, which means that if he dies, it will all fall apart. Now for the sake of crushing the other kingdoms, Yoka begs to return to Riboku's side to conduct his work. Now because Campeche died at Rishi's estate, a rumor begins to spread that Rishi poisoned him. Now Chin has invested considerable resources into Yoka's work, so Rishi's gonna let him continue infiltrating Zhao. However, he's gonna be watching him like a hawk. Rishi can't stop thinking about Campeche's words, especially the part about a man's true nature, i.e. the fire of will. He now wants to inherit Campeche's fire of will. A messenger conveyed that Chin felt great responsibility for Campeche's death. But understandably, Han was quite heartbroken about this. Despite his untimely passing, Campeche's work, the Han Fezi, greatly influenced laws written during the Qin and Han dynasties. Meanwhile, Shin, Kyokai, and Rei go to Shin's home of Johto. Now the reason that they are here is because Bihei is finally getting married, and the one overseeing the commencement is none other than Shin. Upon seeing Kyokai in a dress, Shin's face becomes beet red. Now the villagers are impressed with Shin's accomplishments, and say that he's turned into a fine man. Now the night that Hyo died, assassins stabbed Yu's left leg. And he always wanted to fight alongside Shin, but that's impossible now due to his lifelong damage. Shin thanks Yu for everything that he did in the past, as the two make up for lost time. The next morning, Shin takes Kyokai to the shack that him and Hyo grew up in. Though the Shiyuu village doesn't allow any men, Shin would like to eventually see Kyokai's place of birth. Now once the war for unifying China is over, Shin wants to marry Kyukai. Kyukai fears that this will make Shin fear death, which will cause him to be weaker, but Shin believes this vow will only make him stronger. Nevertheless, Kyukai will need to think this matter over before she gives him a response. At the beginning of the 15th year of Issei's reign, Qin would mobilize their army for Hango. Of course, Riboku would be their enemy, but additionally, they would be facing Shibasho's main army from Seika. Thus begins the Battle of Hango. According to the record of the Grand Historian, more Qin soldiers lost their lives in this battle than any other during the Warring States period. Members that split off from Dukyo's unit after his death have come back to join the Haishin unit. The Saki clan decides to join up as well, to serve as medics. But they're only going to do it for this one campaign. Burning with a desire for vengeance, Qin would once again send a massive army to northern Zhao. On their way, the Haishin unit picks up additional troops in Taigin, meaning they'll have 30,000 troops in total. Shin's army is tasked with taking down Romo, which will be a good training ground for his new recruits. The attack on Romo lit the fuse on the bloody second invasion of northern Zhao. The Haishin unit takes Romo in a day, which officially kicks off their second invasion in northern Zhao. This time around, General Osen will serve as the commander-in-chief. In addition, Yotamwa and the mountain folk are here so they can hopefully put an end to Riboku. Osen informs them straight away that the attack on Gion is not happening. The real target is Hango, which lies closer to them. Kitari hears that Heki is still alive, as we see that he's currently in a prisoner war camp. Though his men are starving, Heki reminds them that they must endure this suffering. That being said, he can only hope for Qin's victory so that it leads to his freedom. Now Shin is a bit apprehensive about their upcoming battle in Hango, but Ohan reminds him that his dad never fights a losing battle. Qin's advance towards Hango is within Riboku's plans, and given they have Shibasho from Seika, their victory is all but assured. After this battle, Riboku believes Qin will not be able to rouse up a large army for a while, meaning the dream for unifying China will end here. Bonanji implores Riboku to consider taking up a bride, since establishing his lineage with a princess is paramount. Upon hearing this from behind the door, Kaine becomes absolutely heartbroken and begins to cry. That being said, Riboku intends to marry someone that he knows quite well. someone that makes him feel at peace. And once the battle with Hango is over, Riboku will repeat those words for Kaine to hear. Now Shin wants all of China to see that Rishin and Kyou Kai are the strongest. The Haishin unit is on the right wing, facing off against an army of 70,000. Now Ohan's unit will be starting off from the rear. Yotamwa will have 70,000 on the left wing, as the Qin army has a total force of 250,000 soldiers, against the Zhao's 300,000. I mean, goddamn, does Qin ever have an advantage in any of these wars? I mean, realistically speaking, when you invade another state or country, you need at least double or triple the numbers that they have. So, I mean, it's, Anyway, on with the story. Shansuju will have a rematch against Yotamwa on the Zhao's right side. Kaine is nervously anxious to beat Qin here, so that she can go home to Ganmon with Riboku. And with the formation set, Shin sparks the battle at Hango with a forward charge. Upon seeing this, Yotamwa wastes no time in entering the battlefield herself. Despite being matched up against the Haishin unit, Enkan has an army more than double his numbers. General Ako then makes his move forward from the center army. Ohan suspects that Riboku will try something similar to what he did at Shukai Plains, which means that he'll probably act as a detachment force to try to assassinate one of the generals. And sure enough, Ako sees Riboku acting as bait in a nearby forest. In a flashback, we find out that Riboku will act as bait, and it's all a means to eliminate the most troublesome enemy on the battlefield. Because of this disrupted formation, Ako's army starts to lose momentum. Gakusho mocks Ako for acting rashly and going after Riboku. Yet Ako's army is far more resilient than Riboku gave him credit for, which means the Zhao commander-in-chief is in some trouble. Riboku summons Fute and says that they'll withdraw when they take Ako's head. Fute comes in like a force of lightning, knocking the helmet off of Ako's head. In a flashback, Osen tells Ako that the current kingdoms are insane, and he wants to found his own kingdom one day. In the now, Ako gives Fute a good whack to return the favor. He then knocks the charging Fuhan off of his horse. The situation starts getting too chaotic, so Riboku will need to withdraw at once. Ako's army gives chase, as Ten realizes that this might be their best opportunity to cut Riboku down. Ten tells Shin about this development, as the general is ready to take 10,000 units to the Zhao commander-in-chief's location. Riboku escapes Ako's encirclement as Shin is already hot on his tail. "Don't you dare approach Riboku," screams Kaine. "I'll reach him. This time I'll reach you, Riboku," thinks Shin. In a flashback from earlier, we find out that Riboku was aiming to lure Shin out. With Shin's group gone, the Ohan unit comes in to provide assistance to the Haishin unit. Now the battle is at a critical juncture point. If they slay Riboku here, they win. But if not, then Zhao holds a key advantage. That being said, Ohan feels that something is wrong about this current situation. The Zhao soldiers at Hango toss the prisoners' food onto the ground as to mock them. Now the Qin soldiers hand over some of their food to Heki, since his role as general will be needed in the future. Heki then thinks to himself that Riboku has set up a trap in Zuza Plains. Fute engages with Shin, as he's quite surprised that the Qin general has mastered combat with the glaive. Ohan determines that Riboku's escape was planned out from the very beginning, meaning that Shin was not his main target. Shin then chases down Riboku until the Zhao commander-in-chief reaches the mysterious stronghold. "It's an earthwork fortress," responds Ten. Riboku has long since determined that Shin has been a constant obstacle for them, so it's critical that they remove him from the outset. And with him preoccupied on the earthwork fortress, Shibasho can focus his efforts on taking down Osen. With the Haishin unit off of the main battlefield, this is the current situation of the Qin army. Osen sends 20,000 troops to Ako's battlefield to even out the situation against the Zhao army. Kansaro then makes his presence felt by ripping his way through the Qin army. General Jiaga, who's on par with Mobu, displays the extent of his pure martial prowess. Shiryu of Qin cuts her way through to do battle with Jiaga. Now Denrimi's army is usually relegated to supporting roles, but today they're going to showcase their lethal force. And with this, the first target is General Jiaga. The Haishin unit starts smashing a giant log into the front gates of the earthwork fortress. Kitari's Mera tribe breaks out from the main army to launch a siege on Hango. So-O's army is getting slaughtered by Jiaga's army, and Jiaga is matching Shiryu blow for blow. Denrimi's army then shows up to provide support against Jiaga, but General Shibasho puts a stop to their momentum with a slash from his massive glaive. The unknown giant. The Qin army quickly realizes that Shibasho is one of the Zhao's three great heavens, and the other supreme commander of the Zhao armies. It seems like Shibasho's main army is making their move, which means that the So-O and Denrimi armies are being hunted. Denrimi doesn't care about the numbers. He wants to kill Shibasho here and now before things get out of hand. Shibasho checks in on Jiaga before proceeding forward. Now it turns out that this was all a setup, so that Shibasho's main army could pass through the main battlefront unscathed. In this way, he could target Osun's main army at full strength. Kansaro's army then breaks off from Gakusho's army to attack So'o from the flank. With the Haishin unit being sealed off and the left wing being cut off by the mountains, Shibasho has no impediments on his path towards Osun. 20,000 troops from Ohan's army attack Shibasho's from the flank, but doesn't really have any effect. Meanwhile, the Haishin unit breaks into the earthwork fortress and furiously starts searching for Riboku. Ten realizes that they made a major mistake, as Shin's forces discovers an underground tunnel. Now it turns out it took over 1 year to build this tunnel, and it's one of many tunnels, so that they could have done this on the left, right, or center, depending on what post the Haishin unit took up. Riboku exits the tunnel as he is laser focused on taking Osun's head in this battle. Realizing that they wasted a bunch of time on this fruitless journey, the Haishin unit rushes back to the right wing. Ohan needs to remain on the right side so that things do not fall apart, but he calls back Akakin to go support Osun in the center. Osun uses the formation of the Tiger's Anguish in hopes of isolating Shibasho. Meanwhile, Ako and Gakusho are in a dogfight of a battle. Shiryu then looks to take on Kansaro and Jiaga at the same time, so that So'o can help out Osun. In a flashback, we see So'o meet Shiryu for the first time, and how they eventually fell in love with each other. Despite her missing eye, So'o found her beautiful all the same, and it was from this day onward that they agreed to share their lives with each other. Though he's a bit apprehensive, he reminds her that he'll embrace her once again after this battle is over. Despite the odds, Shiryu manages to hold her own quite well, as she won't let the Zhao interfere with So'o's mission. So'o begins carving a path towards Shibasho's rear. Osun then commands Hakan and Hojun to take Shibasho's head. Shiryu performs well, but eventually gets overwhelmed by the two Seika warriors. Soldiers from Denrimi come to help out and implore Shiryu to rest up a bit. Jiaga realizes that his resolve was lacking, so he finally intends to show Chin no mercy. He looks to protect Kensaro from the Chin soldiers, but just then, Shiryu comes in with the force of a truck. In a flashback, Kensaro and Jiaga competed against each other in collecting reward money. Realizing that they were very similar to one another, they created a blood pact, in which their souls were joined together into a bond which could not be severed. I extend my deepest appreciation to the warrior Kensaro, who has accepted this cup. From today onward, we are one spirit and body, Kensaro. In the now, Shiryu cuts into Jiaga's neck and arm, yet at the same time, the Seika warrior impales her chest. Jiaga smashes her once more as he rears up for the final blow. "Die, you big ape!" screams Shiryu as she slices through Jiaga's body. Surprisingly though, Kensaro does not finish off Shiryu, as he merely walks past her and looks down at his blood brother. "I'll be leaving your body here, but your soul is with me," says Kensaro. He will now join up with Shibasho's main army and take General Osun's head. He offers Shiryu his deepest respect, as he now makes his way over to the main army. In this chaotic mess, this is the layout to the main armies. Though things look bad for Osun, the situation is deadly for both sides. With Shin and Ohan out of play at the moment, Osun is in a bit of trouble. However, if they manage to take down Shibasho right here, then Shin's counterattack will be unstoppable. The battered General Ako then leads a charge into Shibasho's main army. Denrimi's army will now stall the enemy so that So'o can move forward. Though Shibasho's army is exceeding Osun's expectations, the Osun's army is also exceeding Riboku's expectations. A report then comes into Riboku that a portion of Yotamua's army has slipped past. And sure enough, we see Kitari with her eyes set on Hango. Riboku is confident that they can't bring down Hango with such a small force, as he wants to remain focused on taking Osun's head. Shibasho makes swift progress towards Osun's location. Osun refuses to fall back, instructing his guards to protect him to the very end. This is a risky proposition, since Shibasho's might is truly terrifying. He finally reaches the desired location, as General Ako and Soa form a final barrier to the Supreme Commander. Shibasho now finds himself completely surrounded by the Chin army. In a flashback, Seika was originally opposed to helping out Riboku, since it would get them involved in future Zhao conflicts. Despite their apprehension, they finally listened to Riboku and offered to help him out. In the face of defeat, Shibasho rouses up his men and reminds them that the blade of Seika can never be broken. Seika's morale is through the roof, as Gakusho re-enters the battlefield. Kensaro arrives as well, as the tides of the battle are shifting in Zhao's favor. Kensaro then tells Shibasho that Jiaga is dead. In a flashback again, Shibasho implored Riboku to ask the people of Seika for their support in future Zhao campaigns. The citizens were initially repulsed by his proposals, telling him to leave immediately. However, Riboku reminded them that Shin's invasion would eventually reach their lands. But if they sallied forth to put an end to this tragedy, then the spirit and pride of Seika would be inherited by their children and grandchildren. And with this, the shouts of Seika became the might of the Zhao army. To make all these sacrifices mean something, they must take Osun's head and win this battle. Riboku receives an update of what's happening on the battlefield, as he feels confident that Seika will win this battle for them. So-Oh tells Ako to escape with Osun, as he will slow down Seika's army as much as possible. Now Ako's fire of life is nearly snuffed out, so he decides to be the one that stays behind while So-Oh escapes with Osun. Don't let Ako's sacrifice go to waste. If you die, it will be our total defeat with nothing to show for it. Ako remains confident that Osun will erect an ideal kingdom in this tumultuous world. His only wish is that he could have been by his side to see it happen. And with this, first general of the Osun army, Ako, falls in battle. Enkan is impressed that the Haishin unit is holding up so well without their general. Shin's unit then re-enters the battlefield, as he provides a nice boost to the right army. Shin apologizes for not killing Riboku, as Ohan says he's withdrawing. A report then comes in that General Osun's HQ has been destroyed and that he's retreating. With this report, they make the deduction that General Ako must have fallen in battle. The situation is looking especially dire, as Denrimi and his soldiers return to provide support. Now Denrimi will erect 3 pillars to ward off the Zhao army, as Osun makes his swift escape. I pray for your everlasting good fortunes, says Denrimi. Yet it's not long before Seika cuts through them, and Kensaro delivers the final blow on General Denrimi, in the midst of certain death. Riboku hears that Osun's army has been routed, but he won't be content until they capture the commander-in-chief's head. While escaping, Osun's troops are cut off by fresh enemy troops from Seika. So-Oh apologizes for letting Ako and Denrimi's deaths go to waste. However, just in the nick of time, Akakin races onto the battlefield to throw everything back into chaos. Now Akakin saw that the battle was already lost, so he laid in wait to help extract Osun when the time was right. Despite being mostly silent, Osun's mind is racing with thoughts of how to restore their might for future battles. Now this is the first time that Osun has retreated from battle as a loser. Shiryo reaches out for So-Oh as she collapses to her death. Riboku then sends out Fute's army to clean up the mess and completely annihilate the Osun army. Ohan meets up with Kanjo, as he learns that Osun is fleeing the defeated battlefield with enemies in pursuit. Ohan wants the bulk of his army to help out the Haishin unit, so that they can make their escape. And the reason that he's sacrificing his own troops is because if Qin has any hopes of toppling other kingdoms, the Haishin unit cannot lose right here. News of Osun's defeat starts circulating amongst the Haishin unit. Now with their second consecutive defeat to Riboku, Shin is completely vexed that they weren't able to accomplish anything. However, Ten reminds Shin that for the sake of future victory, they need to withdraw right away. We ran away last year too. We're used to it, says Ten. General Enkan gives the order to pursue them, as Ten realizes that they might end up losing more than half of their army right here. Kanjo then arrives to support the Haishin unit. News of Osun's retreat reaches Otanwa as she prepares her army for a full retreat. Otanwa then commands one of her fastest riders to inform Kitari that they need to withdraw at once. Meanwhile, we see that Kitari and the mountain people are in the midst of taking Hango Castle.